Hey guys, and welcome back to the Wrestling Stoop with the legend himself, Bob Roop. I am Ray Russell, and this week, guys, we continue on our journey back to the early 1980s in Georgia Championship Wrestling, and here to talk about his time and even prior to his time there, as we're going to talk about Ole Anderson, the businessman, this week, and maybe a little Jim Barnett. Oh, my boy. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back to the show the man himself, Bob Roop.
Thank you, Ray. Hello to you again, and hello to all our friends out there taking this in. Somebody might be listening to this, say, 50 years from the time we're making it.
Wow.
Like 50 years from today. But whatever time you're listening to it, whether it be immediately or sometime in the future, thank you for being here. We're glad to be back with you. And basically, because we're talking about Ray's history of how things are going as it applies to my career. We're both contributing, but it is my career we're talking about, basically. So Ray's doing me a big favor by letting me do that. So I also want to thank you all for letting me share it with you.
Yeah, absolutely. And this week, we do typically share your memories and your time in the business. But this week, we're actually going to talk a lot about what was going on in Georgia right before you arrived here. There was a lot going on in Ole Anderson's world as one of the promoters of Georgia, specifically in 1981, 1982. Jim Barnett, also one of the promoters there at the time. And hopefully we have time to get into the Barnett portion of the story this week. I think we're at least going to set the stage for what's to come because for those who don't know, Ole Anderson basically going to push Barnett out in regards to at least the finances. Barnett at this point is being able to put his hands on the money, and there's some things that come into question. We'll get into that later on. And Barnett basically forced out as far as he's still a partner because he still has stock in the territory, but he no longer is going to have a stake in actually handling the expenses, the finances, if you will. But before we get into all of that, I wanted to set the stage by trying to give you guys an idea into the mind of Ole Anderson and how Georgia Championship Wrestling expanded there in the early 1980s. Now, Bob, we were talking off air, and of course you had been in Florida and Amarillo and all over the world, Australia, Japan, Mid-South, and everywhere in between, Knoxville, of course, San Francisco. Everything's popping into my head now. But one place you hadn't really worked outside of that really quick cup of coffee was Georgia. And now you arrive in Georgia, right. And by the time you get there at the beginning of 83, Ole's already running Ohio and Michigan and whatnot. But prior to that, Ole had just expanded into those states the year prior. Now, in the fall of 1980, Ole begins to run Columbus, Ohio. So he's putting his feet in the water there, kind of getting an idea of what he can do up there in the Columbus market, in Ohio in general, and Huntington, West Virginia. Now, he does just simply run those two towns throughout 1981, but at the beginning of 1982, that's when, boom, he begins to expand into all of Ohio and into Michigan and whatnot. And that's the story I want to share with you right here.
Man, I'm all ears. A lot of it's news to me, especially the timing of it. I mean, it was all new to me in 82 when I got there, but I didn't realize at all the history of when things happen. So I'm glad to be listening to that today too. I'll get an education here in my own history.
We were talking off air, and you said for all you knew, because you had been working everywhere else, you didn't realize that Ole hadn't been running Ohio for the last 5 years at this point. So you didn't realize how new it was at the time of your arrival.
Well, and the other ingredient for today's listener, and now maybe if you're an older listener like myself, or even, you can be 20 years younger than me and still be 60. So, but even if it's an older listener, you need to remember that at the time, there was no internet. TBS was the only national television. There wasn't cable everywhere, and there weren't cell phones. So you wonder, how could I be unaware of what was going on in Atlanta when I was working, say, just only a state or two away? Was because you just didn't know, unless you were going to get on the phone and call people and ask them what's going on there. And when you were in the wrestling territory, I said the fishbowl, you came up with a bubble, which is better, but you're in the bubble for that territory. You really don't have much time unless you're working out of there into other territories. You don't have the time to be looking at what's going on in other places. So no, all what we're going to get on today is all going to, also, that's why I said it's going to be news to me, Ray.
No, I totally get it. When you're working 7 days a week, more often than not, it's eat, sleep, wrestle, repeat, right? Maybe some time to have a few beers in between and drive up and down the road. But outside of that, you're certainly not stopping at the payphone to get the 411 as to what cities Ole Anderson's running down in Georgia. So it makes total sense to me why you wouldn't have an idea of what was going on here. And this is a fun part of his book. I encourage everybody to go out there and pick up Ole Anderson's book, because it's just a treasure trove of great stories, and it's all in Ole Anderson's words. So it makes it all the more fun to read, because you can imagine.
And let me add, and that's great advice, but let me add, you can get a copy of Ole's book from Scott Teal, Crowbar Press.
Right.
In wrestling terms, crowbar is someone who's really stiff and actually wrestlers like they think it's real are called crowbars. And so he named his publishing empire. He's done a couple dozen books. The guy's really prolific, and he does great work. It's a great book. Scott Teal, Crowbar Press. You can go right on. You can do it on your phone right now if you want to. Go look it up. And you go to Ole's book.
Lots of great books there. Absolutely.
Yeah, lots of them, yeah.
Well, we're going to go back, Bob. Actually, I'm going to go back a little bit further than what I had said. We're going to go back to Ole Anderson's return to Georgia. He had left and he'd been working for the Crockett's and, of course, making money hand over fist down there with Gene as his tag team partner. But he returns to Georgia in the summer of 1980, and there's a big storyline, a big angle evolves there where Ole is a babyface coming back, but he immediately turns on Dusty Rhodes inside the cage. In fact, it was called The Big Turn of 1980. It was huge when it happened in the summer, and Ole Anderson turns heel, and then they go and they make a ton of money there. But eventually, Ole, as we talked about, he's going to book for Crockett, and so they try out a bunch of different bookers here in Georgia throughout 1981. We're actually covering that on my Regional Rasslin. We just finished that up recently, the year of 81, and all the different bookers that came through there, from Robert Fuller to Buck Robley to George Scott. And Ole would eventually return by the end of the summer and take over the book in late 81, and he would hold the book all the way basically to the demise of Georgia. So that's how long he was booker here moving forward. But Ole goes back and he says, when I returned to Georgia in May of 1980, I really began to study the statistics that TBS published. The printouts listed every cable system and the number of homes that were hooked up to the service. We immediately noticed that many small towns had over 20,000 subscribers on their local cable system, and they all received TBS. We began to ask ourselves, why aren't we running these towns? Our focus shifted to the towns that had at least 10,000 television sets, the towns that other promoters had overlooked. We began running Ohio, Michigan, and West Virginia. These were states that were dormant because the Sheik had given up. Johnny Powers was long gone from Ohio. And so Ole Anderson says, why isn't anybody running these towns? Because they all have cable, they all have access, everybody is able to watch the programming. Why is nobody running there? So it seems like common sense, but that's a large area there, Bob, where nobody was running at that point in time.
Well, think about this, Ray. One of the differences is the Powers or whoever else was running it. They weren't running it out of TBS. They didn't Powers would have to get TV in every town he was going to run. Maybe there was some that overlapped. One station might cover more than just the city it's in, but the television expenses would be so much more telling that would eat up your revenue. Just paying to advertise yourself, because that's what wrestling is. You spend all your time advertising. Think about it: a 1 hour ad every week, 1 hour. Martha Stewart doesn't do that. 1 hour. 1 hour promo every week for and on that, the people say in Flint, Michigan, if that's talked about on the show, when they do those interviews for Flint, Michigan, when the wrestlers or whoever the commentator, when they talk about it, well, the people of Flint, as far as they're concerned, the whole TV is aimed at them, because even though it goes all over the country, what they're hearing is they're going to see the card that's going to be coming, the wrestling lineup that's going to be coming to Flint. So by having that same TV and not having to pay every cost of running it in every city, Georgia Championship Wrestling had much less expense. If they didn't draw for a while, it wasn't going to kill them because the TV costs weren't killing them. But if someone like Johnny Powers or anybody else, once their gates fell off, their expenses didn't change. So
right.
I could see how they wouldn't last forever unless they had a great run. They just had things going and kept it going, which I don't know the history, so I don't know. But
right. So, and that's an excellent point, because TBS, anybody who has access to cable automatically can watch Georgia Championship Wrestling. And for the cities that didn't have cable access at that point in time, then they could work with those specific cities, but they didn't have to pay every city in order to air their programming, which really helped them expand into various states. And another thing that all those states have in common, they're all connected. Michigan to Ohio to West Virginia. So it's very easy. As Ole says, we would book 5 or 6 towns and go up there for an entire week. We made a tour of it. We would fly up after TV on Saturday for an evening show and work every day through Friday. Then we would fly back and work in Georgia the following week. We would do a weekend, go home for a week, and then go back up for another week. That was our standard 2-week schedule. We ran Charleston and Huntington, West Virginia. We ran Saginaw, Grand Rapids, Muskegon, Michigan, Canton, and Toledo, Ohio. Those people were big-time TV wrestling fans. Once TBS was running in high gear, we cut out the Macon studio show. Now, Bob, you might not be aware of this. They didn't just run TBS in Atlanta. They also had other TV studio shows in Macon, and Fred Ward had one in Columbus. Now, Columbus would hang on at least into 1982. I'm not sure how long it would go on before Fred Ward, they would cut the plug on that. But Macon and Columbus had their own Georgia Championship Wrestling TV program on the weekend. And I believe they were aired live or live to tape anyway the same day. And so basically Ole begins cutting some of those out, because why waste our time putting on extra TV for one small city in Georgia when we can go make an entire week's worth of money up in the northern states?
Just an aside before we get completely away from it.
Yeah.
I have a vague memory of working for Fred Ward, a show for him somewhere. It was just one time. I remember it was an odd place. It wasn't, but I do remember it was different. It was weird. It was the only time I ever worked there. But if you'd asked me before you gave me that information about them having their own TVs, if you had asked me if they had TV, I would have probably thought no, they didn't. I didn't think they ever had their own TVs. But you're right, having Columbus, Georgia is a big town, so it's just good if you can have a local TV as well as TBS.
At this point, obviously, they're going to start running these other states up north. So Ole says we concentrated on our Atlanta TV only and bicycled it into West Virginia, Ohio, and Michigan. Later on, we picked up Baltimore and Altoona in Pennsylvania as well. At first, the only exposure we had was from cable. We ran the towns solely off the TBS shows. We didn't have one local station, and yet we were selling out and drawing a lot of money every time we ran up north. We would do $200,000 gross or more for the week. Columbus, Ohio was already doing more than $50,000. Remember, they started Columbus back in the fall of 1980, so he had been running there for a couple years at this point. Ole says, each night when we began going up north, Michigan, Ohio, West Virginia, Cleveland was doing the same amount as Columbus, perhaps even a little more. We went to Canton and drew 25,000. Cincinnati and Akron were each bringing in 20 to 30,000, give or take a few bucks. Saginaw, Michigan, 25,000. Charleston, West Virginia, 25 to 28. Huntington, West Virginia, 22 to 25. The towns were all doing well enough that the boys were making decent money. Do you remember all of those towns doing pretty well when you were there? And was it a fact? Did you feel that Cleveland was as big a draw as Columbus, maybe even sometimes a little bigger?
It was hard. The buildings were really different. I think Columbus, if I recall, was at a fairgrounds where there was the seats and everything were spread out. It was a different environment as opposed to Cleveland had an arena. Yeah. But I remember the arena being full. Specifically, one night the ring was late. It was matches were supposed to start at 8:30. It was 7:45, and the ring wasn't there yet. And so I remember looking out there and thinking we have to return the money on this show. Oh man, give back $50,000. Yeah, but again, they were packed in. If you were looking at the two, you might think Columbus was bigger. In fact, until you gave me those numbers or gave me and our audience those numbers that they were the same, I didn't realize that. I know that Cleveland, I believe that building held 8,000 people. But I seem to remember as being their capacity. Yeah, 8,000. That would average, if you to draw $50,000, you'd have to average ticket was say $650 I know there was ringside and general admission were different, but yeah, $6.5 a ticket with 8,000 people, that'd be about 50 grand. So yeah, that's very doable.
It's funny you mentioned ticket prices because that's the next part of his story here. He says, since we weren't promoting in expensive places like New York City, we were able to keep our ticket prices very affordable. I believe that we had to keep our ticket prices comparable to the movie prices. Makes sense. He said Bill Watts, on the other hand, the cowboy, was the kind of guy who said, let's charge $75. Now, I'm not knocking that to some degree because it worked for Bill. Bill was filling arenas that held 25 to 30,000 people, like the Superdome, and more. Some of the fans were paying $100 a ticket. Who could argue with that? I never ran a town where 30,000 people came for anything, but Bill did, and he charged as much as $100 a ticket. Wow, that's a lot for back then. But he was successful at it, says Ole. He ran the Superdome and packed the building. Bill would do that a few times a year, just like Eddie Graham and Dusty would do it sometimes in Florida. But I was looking at going to those towns on a weekly basis. There's the key there. Not just every 6 months. Ole was trying to run these towns almost every week. He said, I just didn't feel there was any chance we could support a high-end ticket on a regular basis. I thought we could do it once in a while, but I looked at it over the long run and I asked myself, and this is where it gets good. Ole said he asked himself, do I want to draw $1 million over a year in the same building? Or do I want to draw $250,000 in that building for one show? That was the basis for my position. We were able to go back and continue to draw money consistently. So Ole was looking at the big picture, Bob.
Right. And Watts might have had an idea in his mind that maybe the history of the territory in Mid-South or what he had in his own personal plans. Mm-hmm. Maybe he saw what was going to be happening. I mean, Bill Watts a really smart guy.
Yes.
And he might have thought, well, I'm going to try to make as much money as I can here, as quickly as I can. Now, he didn't hot shot. He gave good solid stuff.
Oh, absolutely.
The matches are great. People got their money's worth. Otherwise, you couldn't sell at the Superdome $100 a ticket and not give them a great show, because if you did, you could never come back and draw there and do it twice. So, yeah, Watts was real good, and he could get away with doing that, but he wasn't looking at doing that for like 10 years, I don't think. It only might have been. I'm not sure. I mean, it might be in his book, and maybe you know it already, or we'll discover it. But and again, I agree with it. If Columbus did only say 40,000, but it's twice a month, right? Twice a month, every other week.
So every 3 weeks, I think Columbus was.
Was it? Okay, so it's about 17 shows. Even at 30,000, you're looking at close to 400 grand. So that beats
the 250 that Ole was hypothesizing Bill would make. So yeah, that makes total sense. So Ole was looking at the big picture, and I don't want to take away from Bill because we've talked about how intelligent both guys were as businessmen. In fact, I don't have an excerpt here in this, but I'm glad you brought that up because Ole admits, as he goes into the story that I did read, that it was Bill Watts that turned him on to looking into where the cable was playing well, like where people could see TBS. It was actually Bill Watts who came to Ole and said, you need to go figure out where people are watching TBS and start running there. So we go back to the cowboy again, words of wisdom. He kind of gives Ole some advice, and Ole's smart enough to take the cowboy's advice, but kind of parlay that into his vision as well at the same time.
I'm visualizing when you're telling these stories. I'm visualizing. I never saw Watts and Ole together where I was there with just the two of them and they were talking. I was maybe observing or whatever. I was never in that situation, but I can see Ole, if the two of them were together, not that Ole would be trying to dominate. He wouldn't be sitting behind the desk and insisted Bill sit in front of him or looking, he wouldn't be doing all that posturing crap. But Ole just always, if it were there in Atlanta, it's his office, so it's his building, his arena. So I can see him. He was always, it was very clear who was in charge. So if Watts came in there, I don't think Ole would in any way be competing with him, but it's just possible that Bill realized that, at least in Ole's mind, Ole was a superior person in that environment because it happened to be his home thing. Everything else about them being equal, because Ole was on his home turf, he was kind of predominant. He certainly would act like the boss. So, because I'm curious why Bill would give him advice.
I can't speak for the advice, but they were at the same place at the same time because Bill was booking Georgia right around that period, right there in the summer into the fall of 1980 when Ole was there. In fact, Bill would wind up being Dusty's partner in the feud against Ole and Gene Anderson. So it was Dusty and Bill Watts against Ole and Gene. So they were in the same place at the same time, which really fits into what Ole's saying here, that it was around this time I started running Columbus because he looked into basically the Cowboys' advice. So why Bill gave him the advice, I don't know. I mean, I would like to think the promoters are trying to help each other, but then again, it's wrestling and I should know better.
See, that's the thing. I know Bill, and I mean, Bill knew I was intellectual and all that. He never talked to me about stuff like that.
Uh-huh.
I mean, not that we didn't talk about, just crap or anything. We didn't actually talk that much. But I just see, when I look at the two of them together, I just see him tell him that to Ole in a way to give him, and think about it, you give a guy advice and he takes it.
Right.
You have done something for him. It doesn't make you his boss or anything, but you're like the teacher and he's the student, and at least in that particular thing. Mm-hmm. It gives you a little bit of an edge, a feather in your cap or whatever. And I can see Bill doing that. And you know what? He might have done it because I know he respected Ole. He might have done it for that reason. And he wanted, if you respect somebody, you want them to respect you too. And maybe if you like them, maybe you want them to like you too. And by giving advice to somebody that makes them money, and especially with Ole, because that's what he was all about, was money. If you make him money, he's going to like you a lot. But whatever reason Bill had for giving that advice, it was sound. And Ole, I've learned these things because Ole was running this well put together operation as far as I could see. I've been down there with Eddie Graham, and, great promoter, and places, and with Watts, great promoter. I'd been with those people already, and I was watching Ole in action, and we were going to these shows. And again, I didn't know that Ohio was relatively new. So when I went in there, it was still relatively new and it was fresh. So it was still drawing. It had that, we hadn't gotten into the law of diminishing returns or anything like that. And I thought that was the status quo, that it had been that way, say, for the last 10 years. So think about that. I mean, it gives you a completely different image of what kind of clout the company you're working for. If you think that you've had Ohio running and drawing, like you said, $200,000 weeks for the last 5 years, well, you're talking about a major league business, multi-millions of dollars, bigger than Jim Crockett almost. So it's not a surprise, but it's good to know that, because my philosophy is that life is a learning experience, and I think even as old timers, as long as I want to keep learning and keep my brain working, I think it'll help keep me alive. So thank you for letting me inform me about that.
Even if we're only learning wrestling, it's still learning something, right? So, no. And Willie's going to give credit to Bill back here again in the story. He says, thanks to Bill Watts' vision of promoting through cable penetration, I began to notice so many towns that had high numbers of cable subscribers. We went to a small town in Athens, Ohio, and promoted their high school. Who wants to go and wrestle in a high school? Nobody. But we drew $13,000 at that little spot show. The gym was packed, standing room only. Cable penetration, guys. We went to a little town in West Virginia that was nestled in the hills. We drove in on twisting, winding roads. When we drove up to the town, it was deserted. There was nobody on the streets. I was seething. This town wasn't too far away from Huntington, but when we drove into the town and saw a sign that said population 2,000, you had to think it was going to be a major waste of time. The show was going to be held at an outdoor stadium. As we drove through the empty town to the stadium, I was thinking, my God, there won't be 10 people there. When we pulled into the parking lot, we found 6,000 people waiting to see Georgia Championship Wrestling. The town was deserted because everyone was at the show. Not only that, but everybody from 30 miles around was at the stadium to watch pro wrestling. The stadium was jammed to capacity. People made it an outing, says Ole. So imagine that you're driving through town. Nobody's out of their house. Oh my God, we're done. We're through. We're over with. As we pull into this little, I guess, kind of a podunk, West Virginia, backwater city is the way he's describing it here. And you realize, no, the entire town's out to see your wrestling show. And then some. They come from out of town. to make the event. So that had to be a pretty good feeling, but just it's a fun story.
Yeah, it is. It is. I remember working in Akron, that little
Probably
show.
the Armory, I'm guessing.
I don't know. I do remember the name though.
Mm-hmm.
I do remember the town. Well, good. I don't think I remember the West Virginia one. I remember Charleston and Wheeling and Huntington.
Huntington was Ole's original West Virginia town. When he started running Columbus, I don't know if he did it immediately, but he would make it a double shot. Whenever they came up to Ohio to work Columbus, they started working Huntington as well on the same day. And that was throughout 1981 they would do that. That was before he expanded into the other cities.
You had mentioned earlier about us. I don't know if we talked in a prior show about we would fly into Columbus, Ohio, and if we were working just Columbus towns or Ohio towns, a lot of times the guys would stay in Columbus to get a motel room and bring in their clothes and whatever, and going to be coming back there. Sometimes if you worked in Ohio, you might work on the one side of Columbus, and the next day you're on the other side. You're working the town on the other side of Columbus, and so you would come back. You would drive to the one in the east side of the state, and come back to Columbus and spend the night, and then the next day you'd go the one on the west side. But if we worked in Michigan, normally you'd drive up to Michigan and stay up there because it was too long a drive to get all the way back to Columbus, Ohio.
Yeah.
And I think the West Virginia towns, some of them we drove. The ones that were closest to Ohio, we drove. But if we were doing a couple towns in West Virginia, normally we would stay overnight at least one night. So,
Makes sense.
Yeah.
We are going to talk a little bit more about Michigan and Ohio now. I grabbed some more excerpts from Ole in regards to how he took the towns, because remember, for the longest time, the Sheik owned the Detroit territory, and that basically stretched from the top of Michigan down into western into central Ohio. Now, Cleveland was considered part of the old Pedro Martinez, Johnny Powers territory. After they left, the Sheik started running shows in Cleveland as well. Vince McMahon Sr. owned everything from New York through Pennsylvania, all the way into the eastern side of Ohio, which was, they basically only ran Steubenville, Ohio, which is like an eastern city, which really isn't that big of a city. Youngstown is over there as well. I don't really see a lot of results in regards to Youngstown, but so basically Cleveland was right in the middle, and nobody really ran there after Johnny Powers. Sheik would come in and do some shows. The WWF at the time did not run any shows in Cleveland, to my knowledge, but for some reason, Vince Sr. had claims on Cleveland because it was part of Ohio. So that's just where we're at right here. I just want to set the stage as we begin to tell the story of how Ole took Michigan and Ohio.
Let me interrupt just for a second. It's mind-boggling to me that they wouldn't be running Cleveland. I mean, you're talking about a city of millions of people, right?
Yeah,
at least,
a couple million.
I don't know. Yeah,
sure.
At least a couple. That you would like not run in New York City or something like that. It's like, wow, you wouldn't run Cleveland. I was wondering, do you have any knowledge in your history booking? Did the Sheik kill Cleveland?
Johnny Powers killed Cleveland, essentially.
Powers did. Okay.
Basically, what happened there, Sheik still ran here. It was a lot of the same talent because Detroit, Cleveland, I mean, they shared a lot of the same talent. They come down from Toronto. It was a lot of the same guys. So Pampero Firpo, obviously the Sheik, Bobo Brazil, blah, blah, blah. So lots of the same people anyway. But they say Johnny Powers killed the town. He hot-shotted and overbooked and everything and ran out of ideas and kind of left town because he owed some money to some people. And
well, geez, wow. That seems very vaguely familiar to some practices in the wrestling business. With the Sheik, I don't think I ever saw one of the Sheik shows. Maybe way back, I might have watched it if he was running the TVs way back when I was a teenager, maybe. But I never went to a live one that I was aware of. But the Sheik himself, his shtick in the ring with the wild man, he never got a hold, I don't think, or had anybody get a hold on him. And there was always blood. He always had a knife or a letter opener or something.
Right.
He'd pull out of his, there was always blood. And you can only do that so long unless you're taking the rest of your card, you're having the opposite of that, at least on some of the matches, where you have because, you get people that if all you're offering is that ultra-violence, there's people that don't want to come. They don't want to bring their kids.
Sure.
You don't want to bring.
You're alienating a specific part of your fan base,
Yeah.
Basically, right? I get you.
Yeah, and you'd eventually dry up and like what you said earlier. That's what just brought that germ of an idea or a fact out of my head was when you said the same guys over and over again coming back, and after a number of years, every guy's worked for the other guy and done 2 or 3 different angles with them. And now here you're coming for the 4th go around. You're not going to get the response that you got from when you first started. And if you have basically the same fans, your diehard love wrestling under any aspect fans, if you got those, even when you start to wear them out and you haven't had something really exciting to come in to draw any new fans, well, that's where, because I keep wondering how the Sheik and Johnny Powers managed to kill those towns.
Right.
I just mind-boggling to me.
Those are the big cities, absolutely, and they've always been wrestling cities. I mean, even in later years, those are big towns for the WWE. They were big towns for Georgia, and Crockett taking over, or Turner or whatever, when they were still, I guess, running the cities and whatnot up in that way. They were still doing pretty well. Here's Ole's take on taking those states, taking those big towns. He says, "You name the town in Michigan: Saginaw, Grand Rapids, Muskegon. We were either selling out or doing very good business. Akron, Canton, Cincinnati, Dayton, we're all doing great business. I have no idea for the reason, but we struggled in Toledo." Ole struggled in Toledo. Apparently that was the only city, though. He says, "However, we could pick any week to go on tour and we would draw a couple $100,000 every time we made that northern tour. The original Sheik was a little upset about us going into Ohio. The part of the country was always considered to be his territory, but he had quit running it. Which is true. The Sheik stopped running Ohio before he stopped running Michigan. Even so, I talked to the Sheik when we first began to promote up there. We didn't want to take anything away from him, so he was offered a deal and a partnership. But the Sheik didn't want anything to do with it, so we ran without him. He didn't really own anything anyway. He wasn't really running shows anymore, so why not?" Ole goes on to say, "It was also during that time that I called up Vince McMahon Sr. if he cared for us going into Cleveland. Vince Sr. told me, Cleveland is a dead town for wrestling. You can't make a dime in that town since Johnny Powers killed it. So Ole asked, do you mind if we go? Vince Sr. replied, yeah, why not? Or he agreed, go ahead if you want, but you'll never make a dime there because the town is dead. Uh-huh. Well, I'm glad I didn't listen to Vince Sr., Ole said, because regardless of what he thought about Cleveland, we sold it out, and we continue to sell it out in the subsequent shows. So there you go. You asked why would people not run Detroit? Why would people not run Cleveland? Ole was smart enough to ask that same question over 40 years ago. Why are they not running these towns? He goes in and boom, immediately pops these towns, Bob.
Right. Well, I'm considering all these factors and trying to figure out why one variety or one brand would sell and another one wouldn't. I don't know if it's just look out of Florida and Georgia or whatever, but I know that the matches in Florida especially, and also up into Georgia, because the Fullers and the Welchers also over into the other southern states over there with the Fullers and the Welchers, you had a lot of wrestling on your wrestling cards. You had guys that got hold. Now, I don't know exactly I do remember when I watched TV, I didn't watch much TV, especially when I was wrestling. Why would you want to watch a television show where you just made one of your own, for example?
Sure.
I didn't even watch the ones I was on most of the time. Didn't have time. I didn't watch and see what kind of product they were putting out. But I do know one thing. One of the reasons that Philadelphia was dead for so long was because the WWF did their TV taping there. And they would tape 6 shows. They would tape 6 shows on one day a week. They were, I don't know, maybe I think one day they would tape 6 shows.
Yeah, they would do 2 days of tapings, 3 shows on each one. Yeah.
Okay, there you go.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what they would do, they would have an audience there, and they would maybe kill a guy on one show, have him carried out of there on a stretcher and bleed and all that, and then on the second match on the next show, here come that same guy back. half hour ago he was carried out of the stretcher. Here he comes back, got a little Band-Aid on his head, but you couldn't tell there was anything wrong with him. Well, basically, what I'm saying is by doing stuff like that, they exposed the business. So that when you went to Philadelphia to work, I mean, a lot of the people that came there, they knew that it was a work, but they didn't care. A lot of them came to hoot. You know, they liked
to cheer the heels. That was the heel town. Yeah.
Yeah. They came to, if you got the guys that really tried to impress them and make them think, well, my master's real. Oh, how would they do that? They would chop meat. You know, they would do the flare backhand slap or forearm smash, on a guy's chest, and you could hear it anywhere in the building. But the people just basically just farted at that because they knew what they were doing. They say, "Well, no, you're not going to convince. You're not going to convince us this is real. If you guys were really mad at each other, we'd be seeing some blood, some teeth coming out, and maybe an eyeball hanging loose or something. But all you guys are doing is just messing around." So it was really hard. I already told that story about me and Garvin, but what a terrible town, to Philadelphia and Baltimore. For two towns that are horrible to try to get the fans involved in what you were doing. Once I found out the history, I understood why. And now, if you had the same kind of thing that was going on in Philadelphia, if you had some touches of that in these other towns, I can see that where eventually they would turn a lot of fans off, and business would slump.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, we go back to these cities, these big cities, Detroit, Cleveland. Ole says, why is nobody running here? The Sheik, he tried to work a deal out. I don't want to piss the Sheik off. I know this is his territory. You want to work out some kind of deal because I'm coming up there. And Sheik says, I don't want any part of your deal. And Ole says, well, that's all right. I'm coming up there either way. It's your call. You can make a few bucks or you could, sit at home and be pissy about it, whatever. And so obviously that's what happens there. And I guess he felt Vince Sr. had claim on Cleveland. So he politely, Ole did the right thing for all intents and purposes. The wrestling business, they own those invisible line, those territories. And he, just didn't want to rock any boats. I give him credit for that. He calls Vince and Vince says, I don't run there. I mean, I own it, but I don't run there, pals. Or I'm doing Vince Jr., never mind. But he says, go ahead and do it. And Ole goes and takes the town, and we're off to the races. Now, something you may not know, Bob, and I only know because I lived it, Cleveland was one of the last bigger cities to get cable. It ran in all, it ran in all of the suburbs around Cleveland, but they started in the suburbs and wired it in towards the big city. And so we didn't get cable. I don't think it was even cleared or okayed by the city, the county, the whatever until 86. I think there was like some little rinky-dink cable that ran through that got like 10 stations, but until then we didn't have cable proper. And so there was no TBS here in Cleveland. However, it was on our local station, Channel 61, and you talked about how Johnny Powers would have had to go to every city and try to land a TV deal. And that's kind of what Ole did not have to do because he had TBS, but he had to do that in the cities where there wasn't a cable. And Cleveland was probably the biggest city without cable that Ole was trying to run. And so there's a story in here about how he acquired Cleveland and what he did to set everything up there. And I was going to read that next.
Let me interrupt just for a second while we're still on it. Mm-hmm. This is speculation. If Ole told me this, I don't recall it. But I think that what he did by going to the Sheik and to Vince Sr. and saying, hey, look, you had this territory, you had access to it, whatever, and offering him a deal, by them turning him down, now think about it. He starts running it and starts doing good. All of a sudden, they go to come in.
Right.
Now, if he hadn't offered them in the beginning, he wouldn't have anything to say. But he went to him before he started running there.
There's no argument, even if they get pissy like that son of a bitch. They can't say that he didn't come to them first.
But what he can say if they go to they say he goes to Cleveland and he gets a building manager says, oh yeah, McMahon Sr. called me, they're renting the building next month or whatever. He could call him and say, hey, what are you doing? I came to you. You told me.
Town wouldn't draw a dime. Right.
Yeah, and now you're going to come in against me. Well, he would, in terms of the ball being in somebody's court, Ole would have at least a high moral ground on that one.
Right.
And also, being able to look the guy in the eye and say, hey, man, you don't want to have anything to do with it. But now that I've got the town that all you people up here killed, now I've got it. I go run it again. Now you want to come in and go against me?
Right.
Yeah, I think Ole was supremely intelligent about stuff like that, and I just see him. Now it might be a variety of reasons that he did it, but I think that would be one of them. Was to be able to say if they decided later to come in against him, he could say, "Hey guys, I offered you a choice." Anyway, I just wanted to offer that.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It makes total sense, and I go back to what you were talking about in the TBS, the cable too now, and how that, it was basically running everywhere, but not everywhere. And it's not just Cleveland. There's other cities that don't have cable yet, or it's not widely out there with these cable channels, TBS and all the other good stuff that was on back in that time period. And Ole's going to explain up here now in this next excerpt how they handled things in cities without cable. And he said, we landed a big TV deal in Cleveland, Ohio. Jim Barnett flew in and I picked him up at the airport. We were going to call on the station together. Jim made a deal for $500 a week, even though we weren't going to run the town for another 3 months. So I stepped in and I told the station manager, we can't afford to do $500 a week. This was the winter of 1982, and I knew I was already getting ready to kick Barnett out. So I told the TV station manager, here's the best we can do. I'll give you $500 every time we run a show at the local Cleveland arena. The station manager didn't hesitate. He took the deal. When we left, Barnett said, oh my goodness, you're so good, Ole, my boy. So Jim Barnett was just praising Ole and what he did. He able to save him some money. And Ole said, we eventually did that with all of our TV shows. If we were running syndicated, if we were paying $500, we tried to do it on every show, but it was based on the house. So as long as the house did well, they would give the local TV station managers $500, but only when they ran there. And Cleveland was like every other week. So he went from having to pay this guy $2,000 a month to $1,000 a month.
Right. Well, very smart business. I didn't know these details till just now. And it's smart business.
It's good business.
Think about it.
And it was also smart. It's kind of hidden in the story there, but he mentioned that they're not going to run the arena for 3 months. So basically Ole came in and he knew, we need 3 months of TV. We need to introduce the fans in Cleveland to this talent for 3 months before we try to run an arena. We can't have TV go on the air Saturday and then run the Cleveland arena Saturday night. We can't do that. We need to establish the stars and the storylines and everything in between. And so they built it up for 3 months on television, and off to the races they were. And they sold out more often than not early on.
Yeah. I remember it being a really vibrant town. It was a good, it seemed like to me the building, the venue was really conducive to wrestling. Cleveland was like a theater, and people, if they want to see something, I mean, there were matches around the world, some in India where 500,000 people would come out and stand in a field. They couldn't even see the wrestlers,
right?
But they would stand there, that was the wrestling match. There were no bleachers. There were no seats of any kind. People would just stand there, 500,000 of them at a time. So, yeah, well, that's very interesting, Ray. Please proceed.
Yeah, absolutely. I think back again to the comment about not going to draw a dime, and I think back to you saying, why would you not run Detroit? Why would you not run Cleveland or any of those towns of that stature? And I go back to, there's footage probably about 10 years prior to this, in the early 70s, of a match that took place in the Cleveland Arena, the old arena. And it's jam-packed to the rafters, and it's Ox Baker versus Ernie Ladd. And Ladd's a babyface for whatever reason. And Johnny Powers, who had been Hulk Hogan, he was Americana, he was the babyface, he was the beginning and the end to the local Cleveland wrestling territory. As far as they knew, there was no other wrestling, and he was it. And he just turned heel like the week or two prior, and he comes out and he helps Ox Baker put down Ernie Ladd, and a riot ensues. And Johnny Powers hurdles a wall to get the hell out of Dodge right before they get a hold of him. I mean, it's right there on film. It's called the Cleveland Riot. The crowd goes absolutely nuts. And so I wonder, how did you take a city that was that riotous, that infectious towards the wrestling business and say 10 years, and maybe they did kill the crowd temporarily, but how do you feel that you can never make another dime there after you had people in that city that invested in the wrestling? You know what I mean? So it's good to see that Ole was able to bring him back up north here to Ohio, to Michigan.
Man, I don't know if Powers turned heel in a really disgusting way. I mean, there's sometimes you can do it in a way that when people believe in you, it'd be like if the Dalai Lama was having an audience with the Pope and he slapped him. It's just, you just don't expect it. And it's not heat, it's disgust and anger. And people say, well, hell with them, I'm not going there. They screwed us. I never thought Powers in a million years would ever turn heel. The other ingredient is that the kind of wrestling that they were having, we talked about it. We've talked about it a couple of times, at least I have. Poor guy, you have to listen. But the kind of wrestling they were offering, everybody that came in there, a lot of times their way of getting a town going was basically a semi-hot shot, where at least one or two of the matches, at least one, sometimes two, maybe more, there was blood, or there was somebody carried out, there was something, extraordinary, some kind of 3 or 4 guys beating the crap out of one, something. I had a picture in my mind. I told you the time when Dick the Bruiser was in the ring with Jerry Lawler, and it was a chain match, and Jerry took the chain, wrapped around his fist, and Dick the Bruiser had his back to him. And Lawler ran up and just smacked him in the back of the head with the chain. Bruiser didn't even register. I mean, he didn't blink. He didn't. You give him. He gave the impression he wasn't even touched.
Right.
And I heard the chain when it made a noise when it hit the back of his head. I mean, Jerry, it was a working punch. But the reason I'm telling that story again, it's very possible that was the style that they had, where guys like Bruiser and Crusher and some of those legends, those that worked in those places up there, was that they did a lot of meat chopping without a lot of selling, and there was very little wrestling, to where the point where eventually you kill it. It's so unbelievable. You hit a guy with a chain, he won't even blink.
How do you get sympathy on a guy? How do you tell a story? Yeah. I get it. Exactly. And there's always the time for, a guy to Hulk up, as they call it later on, where you kind of no sell and you're coming, that second boost of energy, the adrenaline's pumping, and you're going to make the comeback. It works in that instance, but to just do it constantly, consistently throughout every match, I don't understand it either. It never worked for me. It's not my favorite kind of match either. I've been calling a lot of Abdullah matches from Japan recently, and depending on who he's working with, he can be very uncooperative. And so there's a lot of unfun matches to go back and watch and call with Abby, because he's simply not registering anything, and neither is the other guy, because if you're not going to sell for me, I'm not going to sell for you. And then it just becomes 5 minutes of bleeding.
Just the Hulk up thing where he's selling, he's hurt and all that. And then he the guy's pounding on him 10, 12 times. Mm-hmm. And then this time he goes to pound on him, and Hulk doesn't sell it. Because now, like you said, the adrenaline's flowing and all that.
Right.
The point I'm trying to make is that the Hogan did sell it for 5 minutes or 10 minutes or whatever. Right. Mm-hmm. But these other guys, they didn't sell it the first time.
Yeah.
You're right. You never could get
Where do you go from there? Absolutely. Totally get, If it didn't hurt you the first time and it didn't hurt you the 8th time, then where do we go with this next exactly?
In fact, why should the guy be mad at you? Why should the British? Obviously, you didn't do a thing to him. Why would he be mad at you?
That's swatting a skeeter, man.
Yeah.
Hey everybody, Gene Jackson here, inviting you to check out the Retro Wrestling Review, where each week I'm joined by some great co-hosts who help me review classic episodes of USWA Championship Wrestling, and right now we are doing week-by-week reviews of 1993. But we don't just do reviews, sometimes we get a chance to interview some of the people who were there and lived it, plus do watch-alongs. It's a lot of fun, so check out new episodes that drop every Wednesday at WrestleCopia.com, and to find links to everything associated to the podcast, you can go to USWApodcast.com.
Hey guys, Ray Russell here, curator of the WrestleCopia Podcast Network, inviting you guys to listen to many of the programs here as part of the WrestleCopia brand, including, but not limited to, the Wrestling Memory Grenade, currently covering the 1988 and the WWF project. You can also listen to the Regional Rasslin podcast, where we talk the territories. You can also listen to the Wrestling Stoop with the legend himself, Bob Roop. But that's not all. You can also check out the Pro Wrestling Academy with the professor of Pro Resu, Mr. Dan Ginnity. Dan and I go back in time and cover the history of Japanese professional wrestling in the English language. And you can listen to all of those shows and more, all part of the WrestleCopia Podcast Network, located over at WrestleCopia.com. That's WrestleCopia.com, and anywhere your podcast streaming needs are met. And while you're at it, why not subscribe to our social media guys for all the latest goings on here at the WrestleCopia Podcast Network. Plus, I'm constantly adding old school video clips and pictures from throughout wrestling history. You can follow us over on X, formerly Twitter, at Rasslin Grenade. That's at RASSLIN Grenade. Also, follow and like me, Facebook.com/Rasslin Grenade. And why not subscribe to YouTube.com/Rasslin Grenade. And of course, now would be a fantastic time to become a WrestleCopia patron over at Patreon.com/WrestleCopia. That address again, Patreon.com/WrestleCopia, where you get so many gifts, including all of my insanely detailed show notes for every episode of The Grenade Show, Regional Rasslin, and the Monday Warfare podcast. You'll also get early access to a lot of the podcasts here on the WrestleCopia brand, where you can listen days and sometimes as much as a week earlier than the rest of the listeners. But that's still not all, guys. You also get at least a dozen digital downloads for your viewing and reading pleasure each and every month, plus random bonus video drops, and of course, the Patreon exclusive watch-along series covering many past WWF and WCW events. And if that's not all, videocasts, also now a part of Patreon. No subscription, cancel anytime. Give it a try for a month, guys. I think you'll like the content that I offer, and every penny of it goes right back here into paying the bills. So if you're looking to support that next up-and-coming podcast brand, please consider making it WrestleCopia. Help me pay some of the bills to keep the WrestleCopia Podcast Network and all of the great shows here up and running for the months and the years to come.
Hey, it's Bob Smith, and guess what? The Outdated Wrestling Hour is now part of the WrestleCopia Podcast Network. But hey, no fear, you're still going to hear the unique guests, comedy, music, authors, journalists, funny people. Who knows who's going to end up on the Outdated Wrestling Hour? Remember, it's all new and all old. So check it out in the WrestleCopia Podcast Network and wherever you get your podcasts. Listen if you know what's good for you.
I thought, I knew all of this took place before your time there, but I thought you would find it fascinating to some degree as to how everything got to where it was right before you got there. And that was part of it. There's some other fun little stories here. I don't know how much we're going to get into the Barnett story, so I do want to get into a little of that. But there was a line here that I saved. I just want to read it. Now, it really doesn't have anything to do with what we just discussed, but I do want to we talked about this a little bit in the past, so I wanted to mention this here at this point in the show, since we're kind of done with the business part for now. I titled this little headline, Overworked, because Ole said here after he talked about adding all of these extra towns in Georgia, he said, Georgia, Charlotte and the Carolinas, booking Toronto, Ohio, and Pennsylvania, Michigan now. I was programming more than 150 wrestlers at one time, just listing everybody on the charts to be sure I didn't double book them. Double booking anybody in two different cities was a major chore. I was running myself ragged. And I think that's the only point in Ole's 9,000-page book. No, I don't know how many pages. It was a lot of great reading, though. But I think that's the only time in his entire book where he admits defeat. Like, that was my one mistake in my entire life, was trying to book 47 different towns at the same time.
Right. We talked about that briefly last week or the week before about when he was when he fired Paul Orndorff, was that he knew he could make somebody else. He's got 150 guys in his head, figuring out, how to make every one of them. Put heat on the heels and how to put, on sympathy on the baby faces. He's thinking of all that, and think of the mind power, the amount of creative thinking that goes into that. Mm-hmm. And now he's going to focus all that mentality and all that experience and all that talent on one person, as far as how to build a guy, stay in 2 or 3 weeks instead of taking 10 weeks and doing it slower. Hot shot the guy in a way. Now, I don't mean the blood and guts, but, you do something, you bring on week 2 or 3, you bring the guy's mother in or something and get her pile drive or whatever, to where you get the guy, you get the guy over a lot quicker if that's what you have to have. If you just absolutely have to have somebody. But yeah, to think that Ole never had any doubt in his mind that he said, the business is a work. A lot of different people can do it. Now, when you have Hulk Hogan, I mean, that is a commodity that once he was built, it represented a lot of problems potentially if you thought about him leaving you and tomorrow he's on somebody else's TV talking about running in the same town you're running. That's the problem.
Well, Vern found that out, when Vince took Hulk from Vern. Hulk went back there eventually and worked Milwaukee, worked St. Paul. Those were the towns he had been big, over there. They even convinced Mean Gene Okerlund to wrestle a tag match with Hulk Hogan back in 1984. And of course, Mean Gene had been the voice of the AWA, and he came over with Hulk. And so they got Mean Gene in the ring with Hulk. I think it was in Minnesota, of course, Vern country. And it was unbelievable that they went and did that. And I'm sure they did very well, pretty good business there, I'd have to think.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Well, that's a gimmick match, They're not expecting a lot of heroics from Mean Gene.
No, it was comedy, but it was fun. It was funny. It was good.
Well,
for what it was.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's a good booking, because you're having it is a gimmick, but it's a gimmick with a guy that everybody knows,
right?
And has some feeling for, some respect or affection or whatever,
right.
Loyalty from him, giving him. Being part of a good wrestling program for a few years. That's a good booking. So I'm sure it drew.
Well, pretty shortly here, we're going to get into the Barnett story in regards to the shenanigans that may or may not have been going on behind the scenes. Keep your mind out of the gutter, guys. I'm talking about involving money here. But before we get there, I want to talk a little bit about money and things like the State Athletic Commission and local fire marshals. And I can't see you, Bob, but I have to think maybe at least inside your head, there's a little smile on your face because you know how these people operate. And from everything I've ever heard from anybody, I don't know anybody's ever had anything good to say about the State Athletic Commission, especially when it came to pro wrestling, unless you worked for the State Athletic Commission anyway.
Right. Yeah. Oh, well, yeah. The only time they affect you really is when they suspend your license. For the wrestler itself, it's not a big deal. You have to get a physical in a dressing room, and the doctor listens to your heart with a stethoscope and looks in your eyes and basically says you're okay. And it's not like any big. It doesn't take more than about 30 seconds. He's checked the guy, but it was for a promoter. Like the story. We talked about a story in Grand Rapids where Ole threatened to cancel the show because the guy wasn't going to let Ivan Koloff wrestle because he had been carried out the night before in another Michigan town across the state. The commission doctor wasn't going to let him wrestle, and Ole threatened to cancel the show, which meant that they were, they got 10% for doing nothing really.
Right.
They had an athletic commission. I think that if hopefully the athletic commission, where they could really do some good is protecting boxers. A lot of times there were terrible abuses in boxing where they get some poor guy who was, just not equipped to go against someone who was going to slaughter them. They didn't know they were going to get slaughtered, or they wouldn't have gone for it. But the doctors are there to prevent guys who are already hurt, maybe, or I told you about taking a physical to work in the garden, and there was a boxer was waiting to take the test or took it. I think he was taking it when I got there. And he was basically blind. He couldn't see the letters. He started 10, 12 feet away. He moved up to within 3 feet. He couldn't see hardly. He had to turn sideways to see it all. And he was looking out of the corner of his eyes. I mean, the guy was basically straight ahead. He was basically blind.
Wow.
And so I thought, well, he was supposed to be, they had a show the next night, a boxing show, big show, Madison Square Garden boxing. And I thought, well, he'll be canceled. I checked the paper a day or two later, and he was on the card. The commission can protect people.
They can, but in pro wrestling standards, it seems like more often than not, you hear tell of crooked State Athletic Commission. They're just looking for a couple of bucks in the pocket, and they would find simple little things wrong with the show in order to maybe grease the wheels, so to speak. I've heard stories in the past anyway of things like that. And Ole tells a couple of them here. You just mentioned one of them. I believe it was Grand Rapids there with the Ivan Koloff situation where they didn't want Ivan to work or whatever. I don't know if it was high blood pressure, whatever the deal was, but they didn't want Ivan to work. And Ole said, well, I'll go out there and announce that, we're going to cancel the entire show. But they're like, oh man, that's a lot of money we're going to lose. Well, okay. Well, guess what? Now he can compete. And so there's another story here that was in Saginaw, says Ole. The commission was paid a few bucks at each show. Imagine that. In one of these towns, the commission representative told me that we had to adjust the height of the ring because it was too low. I said, what does that have to do with anything? Asked Ole. Well, this is not a regulation-sized ring, he explained. It has to be so-and-so inches. Whatever the height was, in my opinion, he was just looking for a little bit of a payoff. I asked him for his name, address, and phone number. What do you want that for? Asked the commissioner. I summed it up for him. I'm going out to the ring to make the announcement that Commissioner Joe Smith ordered us to cancel the show because the ring is too low and everyone has to get their money back and go home. If you're still alive when I finish making that announcement, I'll be really surprised. Suddenly, the ring met the standards of the commission. He relented. Okay, you can have the show, but next time, I just walked away. And so there's Ole using that, okay, we'll just go cancel the show and nobody gets paid deal. And all of a sudden, magically, everything, he's puts it right out there. It's like, it calls the bluff, basically.
Oh, yeah. And, when he did it, I don't know, maybe the Grand Rapids time was after Saginaw, but he knew it would work.
Yeah.
When it happened, when I was there, I was generally seeing it. That was the only time I saw it. I figured he wasn't, I know Ole Anderson wasn't going to give back 17. I think it was a 17 or maybe $27,000 house that night. He wasn't going to give that money back under any circumstances.
Well, that's why I called it a bluff.
yeah, but it looked like he would. He had me convinced. He said, go tell the boys to all take their boots off.
He was a convincing man, Bob.
Oh, yeah. And very brusque. Yeah, very matter of fact about it. Like, okay, that's what we're going to do. And all of a sudden, the guy who's the commission guy, was waiting for Ole to go in his pocket and bring out some money, or at least offer it. And Ole didn't go anywhere near his pocket. He said, all right, back up. We're canceling the show. The guy said, oh, my God. Any money. I not only said he paid a few bucks, my understanding was all over the country was that it was 10%.
I don't know how all that worked. I thought state to state athletic commission deals were different. I could be wrong. Yeah, I know they were getting paid something out of there. And some states even called for the wrestling promotions to use their state athletic appointed referees, at least for some of the matches, which had to be just awful. You would see that in New York a lot, even in Madison Square Garden, but they would specifically give those guys like the crap matches, that didn't really matter. It's like, okay, well, if you got to work, they're not working Bruno or Backlund or things like that. So, or anything with a convoluted finish that they could screw up.
I seem to remember one of those, at least maybe where they tried it, because you're going to have to pay the guy, or they said, well,
that's the deal. Pay our guy. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, they say we're paying him $300. Of course they weren't, but they would ask Ole to give them the $300 to pay the guy. Of course, they're probably going to give him $10. Ole was way ahead of him on all that stuff. Ole didn't drink, he didn't smoke, he didn't do drugs. And so, and he was an intelligent guy, and he was a healthy guy. He didn't overeat, he slept, he worked, he did, he was all business.
Yeah.
So they were messing with the wrong guy there. I mean, again, 99 times out of 100, whoever he's talking to, he's going to be smarter than they are. And I was happy and lucky to be able to work with them for so long. As far as the athletic commissions, I don't know if they're all affiliated in terms of belonging to like one large national athletic
I don't believe
commission.
so. I think they're state appointed, I believe.
I agree. What I'm saying is that we just want to point out, not an exception, but just a condition, was that my understanding was if I was unlicensed or delicensed in California, I was delicensed all over in 28 states. But the states that did, at least that's what I was told from California, was sure I can't go back to the East Coast and work in any states that have a commission. I won't have a license. I won't be able to work.
Right.
Although, we didn't have to apply to get licenses from them. I'm curious how that would work. They would have to be on the lookout for you, I guess.
Yeah. That's kind of interesting, especially with no internet and all that computer knowledge back then. So it would have been interesting how that would have worked back then.
My understanding of why the main motivation, and this is good. I'm so glad I'm talking to you about this. I'm curious. My understanding was the reason that Vince Jr. exposed the business as a sports entertainment was by doing that, he didn't have to, it was no longer an athletic contest.
Correct.
He didn't have to pay the commission anymore.
Yeah, he avoided dealing with their rules as well.
Well, think about that Detroit, the Silverdome. What was that? It was 93,000 tickets sold, right?
Sure.
Well, that was a multi-million-dollar house. He's got to give 10% out of the way to commission. Can you imagine having to write on a check for $300 or $400 to some people that aren't doing a damn thing for you? Yeah, oh my God! I don't blame him if that was McMahon's reason for doing it. I don't blame him. It was a smart move.
No, yeah, and obviously the state commissions, they were smart enough to know this wasn't on the level, and they were just taking advantage of the situation anyway. They want to call this real? Well, we'll teach them. Basically, I'm assuming that's how they looked at it. Now, Ole was smart enough to bluff these guys, and it worked in most instances. But he says there were also some cases, like in Atlanta, where there was apparently a shady fire marshal, where Ole said, I just paid the guy. One night, the fire marshal said, you have too many people in this building. I looked around and I said, what are you talking about? There's empty seats all over the building. And there was. He wasn't going to take no for an answer. He said, I'm telling you, you have too many people here. I directed his attention to a section of bleachers. Look over there. You have a whole section of empty seats. Once again, he simply said, you've got too many people. I handed him $100 and he said, okay. So that's an instance of somebody taking advantage of the situation.
Of course.
Fire marshal. And, we're going to have that in any walk of life, I suppose. And that was just an instance where Ole realized, this guy's not going to take no for an answer. And he throws him $100 and the guy's on his way, which is unfortunate, but that's the kind of thing you had to deal with. And I told that story because it kind of sets the stage for things to come here in the Jim Barnett story.
When we talked about Roy Shire, we're talking still about athletic commissions. Mm-hmm. We talked about Shire stealing the money from the towns. They had commission in California too, and him taking money, especially out of the Cow Palace in cash in his briefcase.
Yes,
there had to be a commissioner in the box office to check the gate and verify the gate because they were getting 10% of it. So what happened was that Shire. And just what we heard at the time, he had a guy on the tape. I happened to be coming back, I don't know, a few years later, I happened to be coming back from, Australia or someplace. I was reading an old Sports Illustrated on a plane, and in the first couple pages of the Sports Illustrated, they had these little pictures, little boxes. They had like 5 or 6 in a row on the page, and they have a little blurb about something about them. And one of the pictures, the second one down on that one, was a picture of this guy, and I was reading it. It was a guy who had been the commissioner in San Francisco in California, who had been found guilty of stealing money, and that had from the box office from the Cow Palace, and he had just been given 5 years in jail. And that was at least one of the guys that Shire was signing off on Shires. He'd do just like Ole did. He slipped the guy $100 or I don't know, 500, whatever. If that allowed him to steal 20,000, he didn't care.
Right.
He'd give him as little as he could get away with giving him. He wasn't going to spend a nickel.
Spend a little money to make a lot, right? So throw away 500 to make 20 grand. What the hell? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I totally get it.
But you think about it, man. When you know that there's a box office, if you know that Columbus or Cleveland, whoever. Last time they drew $50,000, you know that. Well, now it's 8:00 on the evening of the next show, and the Masters are getting ready to start, and most of the people are there. There's close to $50,000 on the premises.
Right.
What we talked to a few minutes ago, you mentioned, well, the reason the guys were there were for the money, right? That green stuff is laying a bunch of it's laying around. It just happens to be in somebody else's position, so our possession. So how can we figure out some way to get our hands on some of it? And the Athletic Commission is a great gimmick.
Boy, that's the Athletic Commission, and some of these promoters, as you mentioned, Roy Shire, in this case, Jim Barnett. That was actually an excellent segue into the next story we're going to tell here. Chapter 31 in Ole's book is titled Power Play, and it's all about missing money. And we'll begin there, and we'll see how far we get into this part of the story, Bob, and we'll continue it on the next episode of the program.
Sounds good, Ray. Sounds good.
So Ole says it wasn't uncommon for promoters to take money out of the box office every night to cover incidental expenses or to pay off politicians and the sports commissioners, to grease the wheels, so to speak. At least that was the reason they gave us for dipping into the till. When the towns were doing good business, the amount of money being taken ran into the thousands. We were running up to 20 towns in Georgia alone, all of which were a potential source of unreported income. As an example, a good house in Rome, Georgia was $3,000, but over a period of a year, the town would probably average around $2,000 a week. In a small town of that size, a promoter could knock down $300 to $500 a week off the top. Skim from the top is what Ole's saying here. So right. when we were running Columbus, Ohio, where the gate was often $50,000 every 3 weeks, Jim Barnett had me and or Ronnie West and or Bobby Simmons and or Charlie Smith bring $3,000 or more of that $50,000 in cash back to him in Atlanta in the office. In some small towns, Barnett would tell Charlie Smith, "Hey, Charlie, we have to pay some politicians off, so we need $500 out of the house." If the house was $2,200, the report would come back $1,700, while Charlie delivered the other $500 to the office and Jim Barnett. Ronnie West would bring money from Statesboro. "Oh, Ronnie, when you run Statesboro tonight, I need $500, Jim Barnett said. Doug Smith was working for Barnett in Marietta. Charlie Harbin was handling Rome in Augusta, Georgia. The amount of cold hard cash being delivered to the offices of Atlanta was huge. And the funny thing about it was almost everybody was taking money to Barnett without even realizing that everybody was taking money to Barnett because nobody was talking to anybody else." So right. We can stop there for a minute and just get your take on that alone.
Well, it's interesting, the part about not telling anybody. Barnett probably told him that. I don't know if Barnett tipped anybody, like he gave him the 20 or whatever to do that. But, he probably told him, like keep this. I don't know what he would say. I never did that with him, of course, that kind of transaction.
Right.
I'm sure he didn't want the guys talking, so he would probably do something. I mean, Barnett was very sharp. He was very smart person.
You don't get those kind of connections and have that kind of success in the world unless you have some sort of intelligence behind you. So, yeah, he didn't get there by accident.
When Richard Nixon got inaugurated the second time, Barnett was standing on the reviewing stand in front of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. I saw that picture. I thought, was it doctored? And it wasn't. He was a big deal. But how could he possibly be there? But he had some ends. He had some connections in the government. And if you think about his personal sexual identity, that would give you inroads. If, people with like gender preference or, who are also homosexual, you have a circuit. You have people you can connect with on that basis alone. I don't want to typecast or anything. You have people of all natures, genders, races, religions, creeds, codes, whatever. Again, they had something at the time. It was looked down upon. You had to hide. You had to be in the closet, and of course, would create kind of a closeness in a sense. So there would be all kinds of people that Barnett could reach out to. He and Ric Flair were the two people that always dressed to the nines. They looked like $1 million outside the ring. I never saw Barnett in a pair of sweatpants and a shirt. Every time I saw
it's so funny thinking of Jim Barnett dressed up. We just did a video cast yesterday. We went back to 1975 in All Japan, and Barnett was over there front row watching the show, and Abdullah and Dory Funk spilled to the floor and it had to be a rib, began fighting right over top of him. And he gets up, oh my boy, he gets up and runs the hell out of, gets the hell out of Dodge. He wanted no part of the blood, no part of that.
Oh, yeah.
It was hilarious.
Yeah. Abby wanted to bleed all over him, I'm sure. I could just see Barnett taking off. Yeah, and he was You got to give guy credit in a way, because he was obviously, he was a queen, what's called a queen. He was he was feminine in his nature and the way he acted, but he looked like $1 million, and he wasn't. Oh, I think a guy weighed about 130 pounds. He wasn't very big,
right?
But he had that $500,000 or whatever $1,000 suit on, and jewelry, a Rolex watch or something, crystal or something, to where he looked like he looked like a wealthy man. In Australia, he took me around and introduced me to all the top executives at 3 different television stations. The president or the owner of the television station, not the manager, but the owners of the stations. So I mean, obviously he had a way of getting to the very inner core,
right,
of where the authority and the power is.
I think that's why a lot of the guys didn't question bringing money back to him, because he's saying, I got to pay off these politicians and so, because Barnett really knew the politicians. He knew the inside people in a lot of these areas, which was just crazy to think how to go back in time and try to figure out how the hell he cultivated this big group of inside connections. But it's kind of funny going back, just to the story too, real quick. If you think about it, even on the low end, even if you round down, if he was taking $300 out of all the small towns and even just $500 out of all the big towns, that's well over $3,000 a week that he's pocketing, allegedly pocketing, according to Ole. And that's why there's a little more to the story here. As Ole says, I questioned Charlie Harbin about the Augusta money and a few other deals that were taking place. Charlie was an old timer who was loyal to Barnett for one reason. Barnett paid him. He didn't care for Barnett, but he knew where his money was coming from. Augusta, which was usually a sellout, ran anywhere from 10 to 12,000 on a weekly basis. If you multiply the houses times 50, that's a cool 500,000 plus for the year. But for some reason, that money didn't go directly to Atlanta. Charlie used to bring the money back from Augusta until one day when he suddenly began depositing it into a bank account right there in Augusta, an account set up specifically for that money only. And I asked Charlie, why are you depositing the money in Augusta? That money should go directly to the Atlanta office. Charlie replied, well, that's just to avoid getting hit over the head and robbed. I called Barnett and asked him about the situation. Why doesn't Charlie just get the cashier's check and bring it back? Oh, Ole, you don't understand how that works. You have to bank there because one of the board members of the bank is Carl Sanders, the former governor of Georgia. If we didn't use his bank for the Augusta proceeds, he'd be all upset. The account was used to pay the wrestlers, but it was also used to pay somebody else, says Ole. In other words, not all the money was getting to the stockholders of Georgia Championship Wrestling.
Wow. I feel like such a chump, because it just came to me when you talked about, and what you just said just verified it. Mm-hmm. You know why Barnett was standing up on the reviewing stand at Nixon's inauguration? Was because the money he was taking, he was making political donations.
You think?
Yes, he was. Of course he was. Okay. That's what how would he get up there?
So he bought his way on the stage. I get it. Okay, now that makes sense. You're right. Yeah, I never thought of it that way. Okay, that makes sense. I was always wondering what he was doing standing up there, but now it makes sense.
I was always wondering what he did with all the money he was stealing. What are you doing with all that money? What he was doing was buying his way into, like those TV executives in Australia. He didn't have to buy his way into theirs, but maybe what he did, maybe he sent him a $5,000 or $500 bottle of scotch. Or I know he had me take around booze and stuff to a bunch of newspapers. So yeah, of course he was doing that. He wouldn't send us $18 bottle of scotch to them. He sent something that cost several $100 that was like really special. That opened doors for him. And once he got in there,
sure,
he had the intelligence and the connections that he could take advantage of it. So yeah,
we can't prove any of that, but that certainly sounds like a good hypothesis as to how Jim Barnett found himself in some of the positions that it appear. Looks can be deceiving, but at the same time, perception is reality. And so when Jim Barnett's standing on the stage with the president-elect, obviously that's a big deal, right? So
yeah.
So yeah. Ole goes on here real quickly. This is we're going to wrap up this part of the story. He says, "What I do know is that a percentage of the money from Augusta from many of the shows was being delivered directly to Jim Barnett. I made many of these deliveries myself. That's how I know. But the proceeds from Augusta, cha-ching," says Ole. Basically, he's saying Jim Barnett was pocketing almost all of the Augusta money. I don't know why he chose Augusta, but apparently it was working out well. Ole agrees that there may have been some politicians to pay off. He's not doubting that, but not on a scale in the respect to the amount of money that was being collected. For the most part, the commissioners were only interested in measuring the height of the ring, making sure that you had the proper wrestling attire, and making certain that their cockamamie doctor had given you some kind of a physical. So basically, the money doesn't add up is what Ole's saying. Maybe we had to give this guy a couple $100, but Barnett took $5. So what happened to the rest of that? And so I see where he's going with this. And that basically sets the stage for the next part of the story we're going to get into, which is Ole basically calling Barnett out and having some conversations with him in regards to where's this money going, Jim?
Yeah. I'm sure Barnett had all kinds of explanations, but it wouldn't matter. Even if, say Barnett came completely clean.
Yeah.
Of course, that's hypothetical. He would be too smart to do that. But if he did, he said, well, I'm tell you what, Ole, I am giving it to. But the people that he was giving money to, it wasn't all about wrestling. It was about other aspects of his life, too. To have the clout that he had with the federal government, for example. He could certainly protect his wrestling investment. Think about this. How many times did people go before the Congress, National Congress, on the antitrust stuff about pro wrestling? Mm-hmm. Then several times, right?
Sure.
And they always got just sent home, right?
Essentially, yeah. That's pretty much how it would end.
Well, geez, I wonder if Barnett knew any of those guys that were sitting on the panel that was hearing that case brought against the promotion, his promotion. I wonder if he paid any of those guys up there. I imagine he paid all of them if he could.
I think that works in any world of politics and business and law, though. I mean, I hate to say it, but I mean, if the price is right, we've seen some things disappear, right?
I doubt very seriously if Roy Shire would give him a nickel.
Well, that's Roy Shire. He's more of the
I don't know
the exception, not the rule.
I'm trying to visualize Fritz doing it or Vern. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. But I know Barnett, he would certainly protect himself. In a day when gays were in the closet, you couldn't. Now there's complete acceptance. Well, maybe not acceptance, but at least awareness. People are making their personal qualities, or nobody's hiding it anymore, which is great, I think. People should be able to be what they are, whatever they are. Most of the time they're born that way. So Jim Barnett, being little and effeminate and small physically, again, he bought protection for himself. That's what I think he was spending a lot of his money on, was looking at every way he could. I don't mean personal bodyguards. He didn't have like a Cato or, I can imagine like the James Bond movie, The Odd Job.
Odd Job,
he
right.
I always looked at Charlie Tanaka as would be a great bodyguard for somebody. He looked like he could kill a moose. But Barnett looked for ways to have influence, let's put it that way, and be able to call in favors. Who knows what kind of parties he might have had, where he would be the host and all kinds of things would be going on. A party might cost him $25,000 to run, but he would have movers and shakers there, and by doing that, he would gain influence and recognition, and he'd become a lot more powerful. You know what? I've actually gotten more respect for Barnett through this last couple hours than I had when we started, because I see what he was doing. I think that I don't know for sure, but logically, I mean, we never saw where Barnett was spending his money. And he took a lot of money out of the wrestling business over the years.
Right.
So, but the way he was connected, you don't get up on the reviewing stand with the president being sworn on your looks or whatever. You have to purchase your way up there, and that's what he did.
Certainly, yeah. Big contributor, obviously. It's a shame though. By the time he passed away, I'm not saying he was destitute, but he certainly wasn't the big millionaire that he was, back in the heyday, his prime years, if you will. And Ole's going to get into that a lot. We probably won't get to that here on this episode, but just a little bit more here before we close up this week, Bob, in regards to skimming some money disappearing, and business in a whole. Ole talks a little bit about some financial woes throughout a part of 1982. He says Georgia was in trouble at a time. Money was continually being siphoned out of the houses for incidental expenses. If we did 51,000 in Columbus, only 46,000 showed up in the books. If we did 22 in Atlanta, only 19,000 would show up in the books. Nobody wanted to ask Barnett for an accounting of the money because Barnett was the power. He had been around the business since 1948, and he had a lot of connections. We just talked about that. Everyone was under the impression that Barnett was a multimillionaire. The truth is, by the 1980s at least, Barnett wasn't a multimillionaire. He wasn't even a $1 millionaire. Eddie Graham told me that he loaned $100,000 to Barnett to help him finance Australia at one point, and they were having a tough time making any money. So you talked about when you were sent over there, and there was questions in regards to Eddie Graham kind of checking in how things were going over there. And it makes me wonder if it's because, again, we go back to Eddie Graham had some investment multiple times, it would seem, in trying to help people run the Australian territory. But we come back here, the promotion obviously shuts down. Barnett packs his bags, comes back to the United States, sells it to the Fuller family. At that point, Eddie Graham asked Barnett, "Whatever happened to my $100,000? Do you have anything left of it?" Eddie laughed and said, "Wouldn't you know it, Barnett told me that he spent every penny." So he never paid Eddie Graham back the $100,000. Fred Ward, Fred Ward was one of the promoters in Georgia. For those who don't know, he ran Columbus, I know for sure, and a couple other towns, I believe.
Macon.
Okay, Macon. That makes sense. Yeah, Macon and Columbus. Fred Ward told me that Jim Barnett would ask the partners for money on occasion. This is the story as Fred told it to me, says Ole. Barnett would let things run their course for a year or so, and then he would tell his partners, Fred Ward and Paul Jones, "Oh my goodness, we're in financial trouble. We all need to ante up $50,000 apiece." Barnett was referring to Ward, Jones, and himself. All of them $50,000. Fred would kick in his 50. Paul Jones would add his 50. Barnett would say that he kicked in his 50. But according to Fred Ward, he and Paul Jones always wondered if Barnett actually kicked anything in. So basically, Barnett implying we need 150,000, but he probably only really needed 100, maybe less than that. And he got the other guys to pay for all of it, is what Ole's saying here. And he goes on and says, regardless, Barnett now had $100,000 of capital to play with. 2 months later, as the company made a few bucks, Georgia would repay $50,000 to Fred Ward, $50,000 to Paul Jones, and presumably $50,000 to Jim Barnett. So they're getting their money back, and Jim Barnett's getting $50 for free.
Yes,
isn't that now? You can look at that any which way you want. That's obviously some shady business practice, but at the same time, I mean, that's a hell of a con job. Hell of a con job.
Pretty smart. Yeah. Well, we talked about another program. We talked about money in paper bags. I'm curious. I know that Fred Ward and they didn't give him $50,000. They didn't give him $50,000 in cash in a paper bag. But I'm curious, how were that kind of money is supposed to be taxable. How were the taxes handling all this money passing hands? I mean, it sounds to me like there was a lot of criminality going on there. I can't imagine everybody.
Come on.
Yeah, of course. What am I thinking? Of course, there wouldn't be anything untoward in any wrestling promotions. Oh my God, I can't see Fred and Paul Jones. I wonder if they would put that on their taxes or not. There's a deduction.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but basically it was Jim Barnett basically playing stocks with other people's money and then hitting.
Oh, yeah.
And they get their money back, so they don't really ask a lot of questions, although they suspect that Jim's the one handling all of the money. They don't ever actually see any of this going on. And so I can say, hey, I need $6,000 to go buy this over here, and I'll give you your money back later. Really, I only needed 4, right? So I could potentially take 2, keep it for myself, and pay you back the 4, and then whatever the deal might be, and then I don't have it all, but they would be happy in that instance as well. But in this instance, they're not even going to question anything, even if they are questioning it in their minds, because they're getting all of their money back.
Well, the rest of the stockholders paid Paul Jones and back the $100,000, and Barnett got their $100,000 to spend, and then he got another $50,000.
Yeah, for himself.
He got paid back the money he never put up.
Yeah,
but hey, we'll say you got to hand it to the guy. The guy that's getting the money first is the guy that's in the driver's seat the whole way. In fact, he's not in the driver's seat. He's an engineer on the locomotive, and there's nobody else in there with him.
Right.
So yeah, he's running the whole train. Yeah, having that position, that's what Ole had to get if he was going to have be able to actually have the power. The power was that money, the money that was coming in.
Yeah.
You're talking about just 2 weeks alone when things were going good was $400,000. Coming some serious money.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And so, I don't know what Georgia was doing, but you have to figure the other 2 weeks, they had to do at least, they do more than 50. Let's say they only did 50. You're looking at $500,000 a month. That's $6 million a year of business. $6 million a year. And I don't know how much would be expenses. I don't think, of course, certainly a lot of it would, but maybe not even as much as half would be, because the wrestlers we're supposed to get 30-some%, 31 or 33 or whatever. I'm not sure anybody, if they ever did. And the other thing, get 33% of what? The 17 that they brought back instead of the 22 that it really was from the little town we were talking about.
Right, absolutely.
And getting paid on the $45,000 in Cleveland instead of the 50, or in Columbus instead of the 50,000 at Drew. That's why the guys were always complaining about payoffs.
Sure.
Because the guys that worked in these buildings, over and over and over again, they knew what the game was. So they could tell if the building was sold out at a certain ticket price. They knew even if you didn't, if nobody told you, you could figure it out. And so when they got paid off, they weren't getting paid 30. They might have been getting paid 30-some%, the correct percent, but it was on that lower figure after the money had been taken off the top. So yeah, they were getting screwed the whole time.
What do you make of Ole basically saying that Barnett may have been a millionaire at some point, but for most of his run here, at least since coming back from Australia, he really didn't have the money that he presented himself as having. He would basically rob from Peter to give to Paul, so to speak. It looks like he's skimming from the top of all of the towns in Georgia, according to Ole. He's finding ways to con his partners into giving him money. He's paying them back, but he's also making a lot extra for himself there. He talks about borrowing $100,000 from Eddie Graham and not even having to repay it. So it seems like his clout and his stature enables him to kind of walk around and make money for doing absolutely nothing other than being a really clever con man.
Yes, he was good. He was really good at it. He looked the part. Like I said, he was always immaculate. He had money. Everything about him spoke money. Even his glasses looked like they cost a couple of grand. He had a $500 haircut, probably. So yeah, he looked the part. His shoes were always shined. His clothes always fit immaculately. He looked the part. He looked great. The fact that he was so effeminate. He got Dick the Bruiser on one side and Abdul on the other. And, here he is standing in the middle of them. And if you walked in, you look at the three of them, especially if Bruiser and Abdul are both just come back from a match where they're bleeding, and Barnett's standing there between them, you would assume, well, who's that little guy? What is he, their little manager or something? Who is he? What? No, that's the boss. That little bitty guy. Mm-hmm. Those two big monsters over there, they do exactly what he asked them to do or tells them to do. He was good, I tell you. He had a life that he always had plenty of money to throw around and, buy whatever kind of life he wanted to have. He did it probably from the very beginning. So
yeah, he got his start, I believe, for Fred Kohler, which predates the Dumont Network, but he worked for Kohler at the Dumont Network, I think, for Chicago Wrestling. He goes and starts running his own outfit in Indianapolis or Indiana, somewhere thereabouts. And
Indianapolis.
Yeah. And and it goes on from there. It just gets bigger and bigger. He goes off to Australia, has to this day one of the most successful wrestling territories financially that ever existed. And then, he comes back here. They need help in the Georgia war with Ann Gunkel. He comes back, runs Ann out of business, and gets his, hand in a whole lot of different drawers at that point and pulls money out of him, apparently, is what he's doing. But, yeah, and he goes on and even somehow works himself into a job with Vince in the mid-'80s there. I don't think he did anything other than he sold his stock to Vince, and so he got to keep his name around, and he probably got paid a little bit for a few years there till they realized, we don't need you, pal. And then, Vince cuts him loose, and he didn't really do a whole lot after that.
Yeah. You asked a minute ago about what I thought about his money. I'm getting old information tied together with new stuff from our conversation this last hour and a half.
Yeah.
I think that Barnett, he spent a lot of money on buying his position. I think he was the kind of guy that he wasn't giving $5,000 donation. If he was doing it like twice a month. Otherwise, he was given $25,000, and maybe he did it every year, and maybe he was bribing 4 or 5, or supporting.
Right
now, they do it legally. You have these political action committees that, where they can just bribe guys right up.
Donate, yeah, absolutely, man.
Yeah,
for the cause.
But that was illegal back in Barnett's day. But there was always ways to do it. I mean, you could do it, just slip it under the table. Here was, yes, of course. Of course. Think about it. His money was never reported, right?
Sure.
All the money that they were bringing back, the $4,000 from all those different guys were bringing back to the office, if they were all bringing them, every week, if they was getting $20,000, that's $80,000 or $90,000 a month. For him to take 40 of it and give to a politician, he didn't have to report it. He didn't, and the politician didn't have to report it because the money wasn't traceable. I doubt very seriously. Barnett didn't list it as income. He took that money and he gave it. He bought things with it.
Oh, no, absolutely. This is under the table money. It wasn't even claimed.
Yeah, all under the table. And he just took it and he handed it out to people who could do things for him. He bought himself into a position where he was under secretary or something for art in the government for somebody, where he actually had a role in the government. I doubt the pay was very much, but yeah, he had all that. He could take cash.
It looks nice to put that on your wall, though.
Yeah. Oh, of course. Yeah. I tell you.
Credential. I work underneath the president for the government in the art department. Oh, wow. You are somebody special, apparently. So
when he brought that picture back from the inauguration with him, he brought the picture back. I thought it was a joke. I thought he had it as a phony, And then I found out from somebody. I looked it up, and it was genuine. So in order to get up there, you have to been. What else could he have been doing for him? He had to be giving people a lot of money. Had to be going out. He was bribing the right people. Let's put it that way. But he was always working at the very highest echelon. He was talking to movers and shakers most of the time. He wasn't go to the bar and have a beer type of guy. Yeah, very interesting. I think there's a lot more to Jim Barnett that meets the eye. I'd like to find
certainly.
out. I thought, you know what? We've talked a lot about what goes on behind the scenes, and what was going on with Barnett behind the scenes was a lot more interesting than what was going on with someone like, Nick Goulas behind the scenes. He was a mover. He was a mover and a shaker, no doubt about it. And a very interesting guy. Another thing, think about it. For a guy so flamboyant and visible to have so much secrecy about his personal life, very few people know anything about his personal life. Personal life, again, I knew Jim Barnett starting back in 68, 69, when I first went to Australia, and I knew him the rest of my career. And at one time, he and I were, I don't want to say close, but he liked me. He liked my girlfriend, and it wasn't until I got my own idea about what I wanted to do in the business, and I wouldn't stretch people for him. Then he didn't have much use for me. But yeah, but he managed to keep his private life just that, very private for a guy that was so out there.
Well, when you're allegedly siphoning this kind of money, you need to keep everything on the quiet, I guess.
Oh, well, that's true. That's true, too.
We're going to continue on the Georgia story. Last week, we left you off, guys, with the story of Ole Anderson kind of starting to figure out, wait, where's my money going? Where's the stockholder money going? Something doesn't seem right here. They would draw, say, $22,000 gate, and then 17 would pop up, or a $20,000 gate and 16 would pop up. And there was a lot of money being shaved off the top, and we come to find out that there were a lot of guys taking money off the top for political reasons or whatever you may say, to go pay some people off here and there. That's the story anyway. But come to find out, they were all taking the money back to Jim Barnett for him to pay these supposed politicians and whatnot. Meanwhile, nobody was talking to anybody, and nobody realized that everybody was taking money back to Jim Barnett. He was getting money from every city on the loop.
Well, there weren't really payoffs being made. There was a payoff being made, and there was only a person who was getting that payoff. Apparently, it was Barnett. Is that your take on it?
That was Ole's take on it. I'm just going along with what he says here in his book. I haven't seen a lot of people debate that. Ole Anderson, I've heard people say, and you hear that from pretty much almost every promoter on earth, even the fair ones, that, they felt they deserved a little more, obviously. A lot of wrestlers feel that way when they got paid. But in this instance, I would say that Ole likely paid them from the gate fairly. It was just the gate wound up being less than it actually was because, if you believe the stories, Jim Barnett was essentially skimming off the top.
I'm just making a connection way back to the problems I had with Ron Fuller in Tennessee. Those house shows where I talked about where I counted, I was able to see the ticket takers and all that. Well, that's what was happening. Fuller was paying on the amount that he claimed that they made,
right,
rather than what they actually made. If he had been smart, he just would have, because to make up the difference, he still would have been able to, keep a couple thousand at least in money that should have been paid to somebody, taxes or the building. He could have kept in his pocket, but he wanted to keep every nickel he could. So, and especially after you go to him or something. So, well, anyway, somebody like Ole coming after Barnett, a lot different. If I had stock in the company, for example, if I had in some way ended up with percentage of Fuller's company, I might have been able to do some of the same kind of actions myself if it had come to it. But I didn't have. The other thing that Ole had was, of course, was having a connection with Ted Turner, or at least access to him.
Right.
That I didn't have. So anyway, well, you're going to be the one educating us about this part. So I'm ready and eager to listen and find out what I can find out.
Okay, so Ole does not break this down in a simple paragraph here in regards to who owned what in the stock right now of Georgia Championship Wrestling. So it took a lot of reading and a lot of math on my end to keep jotting down names and numbers and figures and things in order to get the people involved at this point in time in the early 1980s. I believe this is the full list of people who had some form of shares in the Georgia territory, and it starts with the Briscos, Jack and Jerry. Between the two, I don't know who owned what, but Ole said Jack and Jerry together combined owned 15% of Georgia. Jim Barnett, of course, owned a small percentage, as well as Jim Barnett's friend, Jim Oates. I don't know if you're familiar with Jim Oates or if you remember that name. It's not Ted or Jerry Oates, the wrestler, but rather Jim Oates, who, the way Ole references him here in the book, may have been Barnett's companion at one point.
The name's familiar. I'm not sure if I met him or not. I'd have to see a picture.
Okay.
But I'm sure. I knew Barnett wasn't. He wasn't married, at least not to my knowledge. But the idea that he wouldn't have any companions, I know in Australia, Barnett was very discreet. But I knew very few people knew much about his private life. Now, there might not have been a lot of people who cared about his private life or needed to know. Somebody in Ole's situation would have been more interested in what was going on behind the scenes with Barnett than I would have been, because Ole could have might have been able to use some of that information in a financial struggle, whereas I wouldn't have anywhere near that kind of interest in Barnett's personal life. But okay, where are we going next?
Well, we got a few more guys here with some percentages in the territory. The Briscoes together with 15. Barnett and Jim Oates own small percentages as well. Ole doesn't specify exactly how much, but he says Paul Jones, who was longtime promoter of the Georgia territory, just as long as Jim Barnett, before Jim Barnett, really. Paul Jones had been there forever. In fact, I believe by this point he was already 80 or something along those lines. But right. Ole simply referred to Paul Jones having a lot, and I think that's what's going to put them over the hump when we get to the part where they sell to Vince, is being able to get Paul Jones, or at least his wife, in on it, because right. I don't know that Jones was handling a lot by then. On the other end, and the reason I lumped those guys together, because those are the names you guys will listen to later when they sell to Vince McMahon. Those are the names that went along and sold the stock at just a little over 50% in order to move the company over to Vince. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ole's group, Ole said he had 10% of the stock. He bought it from Cowboy Bill Watts. Gene Anderson had 2.5%, which he bought from Mr. Wrestling Tim Woods. So the Andersons combined for about 12.5%. Ralph Freed, who was the son-in-law, I do believe, of yes. Fred Ward. And, of course, Fred Ward himself owned 30%. And Fred Ward had been there for a long time as well. And so Fred Ward had a big percentage on the Ole side of the camp. And so right. we're looking at almost 50-50, but not quite. And, of course, that's going to come into play later. So those are the names involved. The Briscoes, Paul Jones, Jim Barnett, Jim Oates, Fred Ward, Ralph Freed, his son-in-law, Gene and Ole Anderson. 9 people at this point in time in the early 80s all had stock in the Georgia territory. Now, that's a lot of names to own a piece of the pie.
Right. I think in a prior episode that we did, we talked about the idea that, that 30% that Fred had, for example, Fred Ward, was very, very important. But a lot of times when you got down to the nitty gritty, to the end thing, sometimes a person with 2 points might be the one to carry the day, because without those 2 points, somebody's stuck at 49 and the other person has 51%. So you're 49%. You even though you own supposedly almost half the company in terms of share proxies, you don't have much say so in what's going on. The shareholder meetings were, remember the one that where Ray Gunkel died, and the people that had an interest in his territory got together. They decided not to invite the principal stockholder, which was Ann Gunkel, and they just said, well, we're going to start a new company. We got new shares out, and we got 100% of this one. If that's the typical way of doing business in pro wrestling, and because of the fact that these things are not written down, it's not. I don't think it was registered with the Securities and the SEC, the Securities and Exchange Commission. I don't think that these companies were registered with them with a legal, like the Los Angeles Lakers or whatever, somebody like that.
Right.
That's $1 billion. That's a $1 billion business. Well, just about every facet, every aspect of it is covered, is being litigated somehow, to where you know what it is and what it produces and what to expect from it in terms of revenue. But that was the farthest thing from the wrestling business, was the farthest thing from that, because there was no, to my understanding. Now, maybe you're going to educate me along with everybody else in terms of what kind of organization was set up to arbitrate whose points were good, whose weren't. They certainly all had to agree on it. When they got in there and they're talking about stock, it's very fly by night. Or let's put it this way. You go from having say we're talking about the Lakers I was just talking about. Mm-hmm. If you have a shareholders meeting there, you might have 500,000 shareholders meet in a huge auditorium or coliseum someplace that could serve that number, and have a stockholders meeting where everybody gets to hear exactly what's going on, how their money is being used. The closest thing I can think to it would be with the NWA would be their annual meeting in Las Vegas, where they got together and partied for 2 or 3 days. They talked about business for maybe 5 minutes a day, and then they would just share stories about what kind of bacchanal they'd all been on the night before with booze and women and drugs and whatever. And I don't know so much about drugs, but anybody out there who's got information and knowledge about how business is supposed to be run would have to be absolutely horrified to hear the way it was run in the wrestling business, right?
Yeah, everything was wrote down on a napkin, it sounds like, right?
So. Yeah, paper bags and napkins, yeah. Yeah.
So, well, by my math here, it looks like Ole's side, the Fred Ward side here, has roughly 48 points in the territory, which would give the Barnett side 52 points. And so it's amazing how close it was, though, to it not happening, the sell to Vince McMahon, and everything that came along with that, because that's pretty close. But like you said, it only takes, 2 or 3 points and boom, that's it. You got the war is won. And that's what's going to happen when we get to it is the Barnett side's going to win out because there's enough guys involved there with the correct percentages to sell out to Vince McMahon. And, the rest is history there. But in order to get there, we're going to get to Ole's suspicion. We talked also, I don't want to forget last episode, I'm sure you recall this too, Bob, where Jim Barnett would go to the other major promoters and Paul Jones and Fred Ward every couple of years and say, oh, we're out of money. We need a little extra money to kick in here. And he would get them both, Jones and Ward, to give him $50,000 each. And on his word, Jim Barnett was also supposedly kicking in $50,000. And of course, they would get their money back and Jim would get a free 50, it would seem, based on Ole's version anyway.
Right. Well, it's theft, it's grand larceny, but it's brilliant because you're in a business. I mean, you couldn't get away. Even with it being $1 billion company, like back to the Lakers for a minute, I don't think it could get away with that kind of stuff without somebody being aware of it, because you couldn't be just tossing around $50,000 casually back and forth without something people wanting to know. Well, I'm sure there was a whole company or maybe several companies full of bookkeepers taking care of the figures. Yeah, that Barnett could get away with that is not surprising at all.
Isn't it amazing that wrestling promoters in general are seen as some of the most crooked, carny people on the face of the earth, yet here we have some promoters trusting other promoters with their money? Yeah, sure, Jim, I know you're not going to do anything shady. Here's $50,000. I don't need to see any receipts. I don't need to look into what you're doing with it. I trust you. It's so peculiar. But Jim Barnett, and Ole's going to say it here later on in the story, but he had a hell of a gimmick going here because everybody trusted him. Nobody questioned him. Nobody talked to each other about it. So he was essentially making money from everyone in this, every city, every promoter, everything. So he did have quite a racket going here, it would seem, if all of this, is true anyway, which I don't doubt that a lot of it is.
Right. And, I look at Barnett in a way, if I'd liken him to an element in nature, I would say Black Widow spider. That might be deceiving because that's a very fear-invoking little bitty creature like that. It can kill you, if it bites you and you can't get to help soon enough. Anyway, even if you're not killed, you're made very sick. Well, Barnett, just to set the stage a little bit, remind our friends out there that I had direct evidence of Barnett in action in Australia when it started out with my first tour there when I was getting to know him. And he was taking me around to meet with television executives and all that. He was showing me off that, he had a wrestler that was a college graduate and an Olympian and all that sort of thing. And, I'm sure he was glad to have somebody. Now, don't get me wrong. I sound like a snob here. But I was just a stooge in a sense. I mean, I wasn't being brought in there to give a speech or anything. I was just like, I might as well have had a leash on, my pet gorilla. It was like that gorilla that they've trained does sign language and can talk to you for an hour in sign language. I was like a trained gorilla, but also found out when Barnett asked me, I can't do him like you, but, Bobby, my boy, Well, did Eddie Graham and Buddy Fuller ever say anything about me? And I don't know why. I just somehow it came out. I just happened to remember that, yes, they have said something about you, Jim. I said, I don't have any idea what they're talking about. And of course I did. I was dissembling. Let's put it that way. I said, they said that you killed territories. That's about all I heard is somewhere where you worked before, you killed the territory and then you left and went somewhere else. And I said, I find it hard to believe myself. I said, I'm going to these shows over here every night and we're sold out, or great houses, and you've been doing this for years over here. And so, I find that very, very hard to believe. Well, when Barnett heard that, he got hot, and he set up the whole deal. He set up the deal where he somehow got Fuller and Graham interested in having a piece of Australia. And that was a perfect time to do it, too, because they had basically hotshot the territory for so long. And I think Barnett wanted to come back to the United States, too. His power was in the American government, not in Australia. I
think it all worked out perfectly. They wanted him back. They thought he was their savior. They called upon him. Hey, we're having trouble with Aunt Gunkel. We need you to come back down here to Georgia and help us down here. So I'm sure Jim loved that. That had to feed his ego. But at the same time, like you said, Australia had been hot for so long. It was cooling down, and they were hot-shotting. Crazy stuff going on over there. And he knew it. He knew, like, all right, let's just give him everything else we got left in the tank, and then we'll get it to some sucker here before we leave town. And that's essentially
that one in Adelaide was the one that, again, just mind-boggling. It was a movie theater. It was on a main street in the city, and they fought out of the ring and up the aisle. It was a movie theater but you had that ramp, the aisle going downward towards the front, and they fought all the way up the aisle and out onto the street. And King Curtis and Mark Lewin. And they fought about half the fans came outside with them. And they're out there in the middle of the street. Lewin ran Curtis into a bus. And, the bus was stopped because they were out in the people blocked the street. Lewin took Curtis and ran into the front of the bus. You talk about hot shot. What more can you do? Burn the theater down? So, yeah, they had hot shot a little bit. Yeah.
For that era, that's absolutely insane. You might see things like that much, much later in the world of wrestling because the cameras are out there and it looks great for television. And I don't know if they're going to go stop traffic, although I can't say that they didn't a time or two. But we're talking decades later when they would pull things like that. So talk about ahead of the time. King Curtis and Mark Lewin. I'm not really surprised with the guys involved, but
I was just trying to make a reference to Barnett and his ability to get revenge.
I got you.
And when he found out that when Ole took the cash register or the money printing apparatus that print money that Barnett had control of, he took it away from him. It wasn't just a financial loss. It was a loss in stature too, because here was this guy, who's 140 or 50 pounds. He's very diminutive, and he didn't look strong enough to snap a pencil. And he always looked great, but he was small, very effeminate, and acted in a very effeminate way. And here he is giving orders to great big guys like Roop and Skull Murphy and Andre the Giant. I don't mean ordering them around like a slave master, but telling them what to do. And he was their boss. So that had to be the height of, especially among his colleagues in the gay world, that he had to have a lot of stature, that he had attained this position where he was able to be the visible face of the company. A lot of times, someone in that situation would be kind of a behind-the-scenes person, but Barnett loved he loved the power that he had with that, because power is very addictive. So I was just trying to make a reference to now Barnett's going to apply that same venom once Ole made the switch that we're talking about. Mm-hmm. So I'm sorry. Let's go ahead and go on with that.
Yeah, I got plenty to get into here. So chapter 31 in Ole's book is titled Power Play. And it is a power play made by Ole Anderson towards Jim Barnett. And the story starts like this. The question Fred Ward had was, did Barnett ever put any money into the pot himself? And that is in reference to what we were just talking about when he would go to Fred Ward and Paul Jones and ask for $50,000 apiece and then say, I'll put 50 in as well. And Fred Ward basically asking Ole Anderson, do you think Barnett's even putting that $50,000 in? So now even the other promoters beginning to be a little curious as to what's going on. Ole then says, I can't stress it enough when I say that we, Ronnie West, Charlie Smith, Bobby Simmons, Charlie Harbin, myself, and who knows who else, were delivering a lot of money to Jim Barnett from the towns. I can't swear to what the money was being used for. Supposedly, it was being used for payoffs, politicians, commissioners, or whatever. What I do wonder is if it ever made its way to the corporate accounts or if the stockholders ever received any part of that money. I do know that people used to ask me, years later, why Jim Barnett was given such free reign over the corporate cash. The answer is simple. Nobody was about to ask Jim Barnett because they all saw him as a multi-millionaire and the boss. Nobody had the guts to even question him about it. He was able to run the company any way he wanted to run it. In addition, neither the NWA nor Georgia Championship Wrestling had any system of checks and balances. Imagine that. Fred Ward once told me, Jim Barnett has created one of the best gimmicks ever in the wrestling business. Talking about the scam that he's got going on here. Right. The shareholders let Barnett run the business, and that being the case, nobody questioned Jim Barnett about the financial transactions of the company. And that's kind of where it starts to, everything's starting to fall into place now. Ole speculating, Fred Ward speculating. These are guys on the other side, right, of the people that didn't want to sell the stocks to Vince McMahon. And they're the ones that are starting to feel like something else is going on here in regards to some of this money. It just doesn't make sense financially. Ole goes on, and this is where you talked about revenge or maybe kind of planting seeds. This is according to Ole, of course, but he talks about some other issues. He says, other problems began to crop up during this time. Vince McMahon was beginning to get upset about us promoting in his backyard. They were expanding into other cities in Pennsylvania and whatnot. Ole said, I was concerned that Barnett was pushing me to expand into Vince's territory so that he could say to Vince, basically lay the blame on Ole, put it on his shoulders, and to Vince or any other promoter that may get upset. And he said Barnett would pass the buck a few times, saying things like, well, you know how difficult Ole can be. So basically Barnett encouraging Ole to go run towns that may not necessarily be in his territory, if you will, and then turning around when the promoters are getting upset. And Jim's the one going, well, I'd love to try to tell Ole otherwise, but he's so damn stubborn.
Barnett was, and again, in a business, everybody was secretive. There was nobody nobody was examining books, and financial ledgers. There weren't any checks being made. So,
right.
The paper bag thing of carrying money around in a paper bag, that was typical of the business. I'm not a bit surprised that I'm picturing Barnett having the personal lifestyle of a multimillionaire, of going out. I mean, think about it, he's getting every night he's getting at least several hundred, maybe $1,000, $2,000. Well, he could go out. He could go to the most expensive places in town, wherever it was at, and order the best wine and the best dinner and all that, and have guests and treat them to the wine and the food. Sure. He could be the host, and also he had that position as a advisor of some sort with the United States Department of Art and Commerce. So here he is officially plugged in, and then he's throwing the money around. So it wasn't just the boys, as all of his associates probably figured he was a millionaire too, the way he could spend money like that. So yeah, I can just see him in his heyday, just having the greatest life imaginable. He gets to tell all these great big burly tough wrestlers what to do, and then he can go out and tell all his friends about it and laugh at the wrestler. If any of his friends were in on his practices, actually how he was getting that money, he would be laughing about that too.
Well, I see this too as Jim Barnett may be taking this cash off the top and supposedly using on the politicians, and maybe he is. I'm sure they're getting something out of this, but like you're saying, maybe not just donations and things of that nature, even though I'm sure that was involved in many instances, but he's taking them out to these glorious dinners, these lobster dinners and these champagnes. Yep. So he's not just, he's smoozing them, right? So that's how he's getting in with them. So yes, indeed, Ole, he is paying for the politicians. He's just doing it in a different way. It's getting him over at the same time as, as Georgia Championship Wrestling is basically footing the bill is the way it plays here. It's kind of that no checks and balances deal is kind of a double-edged sword for the promoters, because they got to love that on one end, because it's like, dude, we can report whatever we want to the IRS and yada, yada. But on the other end, it's like, well, we don't really have any proof that any of this exists, so anybody can come and take it. So you're kind of screwed in that. It's like, it's very shady, I guess, at the end of the day is what I'm trying to say.
Oh my God. What kind of business could it be? Go back to the Gunkel situation for a minute. That was $1 million business. And the founder dies, or one of the major stockholders die, and all of a sudden people can get together and say, oh, well, hey, guess what?
It just
that $1 million company over there, we're going to just take that.
Yeah.
Because when you buy a wrestling company, all you usually buy, the sucker who buys it, usually all they really get tangible is a wrestling ring. Nothing else. Everything else, all the TV contracts or situations and all that, most of them are personal in some way. And so if you're not figured in and you aren't given the okay as a new owner by the TV people and all the movers and shakers, you're stuck. You're not going to be able to make it as a promoter. So yeah, I think Barnett was walking a fine line where he wouldn't say that, oh yeah, it's Georgia Championship Wrestling taking you out. He wouldn't even say that. I doubt very seriously he would claim to be the just he was treating everybody to dinner on his own merit, not on behalf of the company. That would be why Jim had so much clout. I mean, how did he originally get that place in the government? It had to be for I talked about it in another program, making political donations to people who went on to become senators or congressmen. That's one way to get yourself. A lot of the ambassadors to foreign countries, when a new administration comes in the presidency, you get a new president, you get a lot of new ambassadors too, and a lot of them are people who have no knowledge or ability at all at being an ambassador, but they contribute a couple $1 million to the campaign.
Yeah.
So they go over there and they're the ambassador, and a lot of times they're just a figurehead. They have the administrative staff is the one that's running, and they're still in place. They don't leave. You just get a new ambassador. So you can buy your way in there is what I'm saying. And I think that's how Barnett did it too. But he was bought in. He did get his ticket. When I saw him especially looking at being from wrestling, I thought that was his main claim to fame. When I saw him on the reviewing stand at the presidential swearing in, I couldn't believe it. I thought it was a fake. I thought it's got to be a trick shoot, but it wasn't. He had that clout. So anyway, yeah, he was a master deceiver.
So now he's trying to get Ole some heat with the other promoters, at least in Ole's eyes. Hey, let's start running Erie. Let's start running here. Let's start running just outside of our boundaries and see what happens here. And then, according to Ole, he feels like Barnett was going back and saying, oh, that was Ole's idea, and he's not going to listen to me. I can try to talk him out of it, but that was on Ole. And so Anderson here in his book says, I knew that when it finally got to the point where the promoters were really upset with us for running into their cities, he simply was going to say, well, I'll just have to let Ole go. And so basically he's saying Barnett would fire Ole Anderson as booker or having any kind of control because he's pissing all of these other promoters off and he wants to keep the other promoters happy. But then Ole's fearing, I won't be able to get a job anywhere because these people think that I was the asshole trying to run their towns. So that's basically what he calls the last straw. Is if I get fired here, I won't even have a job anywhere. I need to put a kibosh on this, is basically what Ole's saying. And that's when he decides, that's it. We're going to do something about this before it gets completely out of control. And so he says, in the last week of December 1982, Ralph Freed and I went over to Barnett's apartment. I did all the talking while Ralph acted like he didn't know what was going on. I laid it out to Barnett in simple terms. You owe me 20 grand and I want it. The company owes a lot of money too, because you're running the company into the toilet. We had serious debt. The company owed a lot of money to television stations, newspapers, and radio stations. I said, there's going to be a change. We're going to call a stockholders meeting and there will be a vote. I'm going to be elected chairman and president of Georgia Championship Wrestling, and I am going to run the company. So Ole comes in there and tells him there's going to be a vote, and I'm going to win. I'm going to win this vote. Jim Barnett, he says, you can tell people anything you want to tell them, because I'm not going to tell anybody other than the stockholders. You can tell everybody you're the president of Georgia Championship Wrestling, kind of stroking his ego there. Right. So basically saying, I'm taking over. The stockholders are going to know all about it because we're going to vote on this and we're going to get it done. But you can tell anybody else. You can walk around and with your head held high and tell everybody else you're still in charge. I don't care about that. Ole Anderson wasn't one to peacock. He was just trying to get the business done here. So he comes in and matter-of-factly tells Jim Barnett, you are no longer going to be in control.
Wow. Well, that had to be a really unwelcome surprise. But it sounds to me like Barnett wouldn't be surprised by that. I think when Ole first started, the first time he ever started making or asking questions about the money, Barnett saw him as a potential threat. Anybody that would step forward and say, "Hey," well, I mean, I can just hear the chills going up and down Barnett's spine when, say, some stooge came in there and said, "Hey, Mr. Barnett, so-and-so Ole Anderson was asking me about something about the money." I can just see Barnett's spine curdling, especially with it being Ole. He couldn't control Ole. A lot of guys he could control because he did have that thing that you mentioned earlier. He did pose as a millionaire, and you're dealing with someone who's got millions of dollars of personal money, who's got all kinds of attorneys that can sue you for any reason he feels like if he wants to, even if it's totally groundless and has no basis in fact. It can tie you up in court and with attorney's fee for the rest of your life. It's a lot of power. Ole had to be Barnett's absolute worst nightmare because Ole wasn't afraid of him.
Let's remember, too, at this point, Ole still presumes that Jim Barnett is the millionaire, the multimillionaire that he seems to be. So this is before Ole comes to the deduction, thanks to some conversations with Vern Gagne and some other guys, that, maybe this guy isn't everything he's pretending to be out here. And so Ole goes on with his story here with Jim Barnett. He says, you can tell them you're the chief executive officer. Tell them whatever you want. I really don't care. The only thing you won't be able to do is write a check or have free access to any of the money. Hey, you've got millions of dollars, Jim Barnett, so you can live on those millions of dollars. Right now, we need every single dollar that we can lay our hands on in order to keep Georgia Championship Wrestling around, keeping GCW, helping it survive, basically. He says, that was exactly how it all went down. Barnett didn't like it, of course. I don't know if my final statement had anything to do with his decision, but it may have played a small part. You don't have to accept those terms, Jim, but if you don't, I'm going to dump you over the balcony railing. Okay, so of course at that time I was kidding, but now, years later, I wonder why I didn't. When the afternoon of the meeting rolled around, the stockholders were all aware of the situation. I had a lot of conversations with the Briscos, Ralph, Fred, and Gene prior to the meeting. The only stockholder who didn't know about it ahead of time was Jim Oates, Barnett's Pookie pal. And we'll leave it at that. So basically they hold the stockholders meeting and they have the conversation, and I guess Ole's elected in, but I do love that he said, I don't know if my final comment when they went over to Jim's house had anything to do with him going along with it, but apparently Ole threatened to maybe hang him out of his window or toss him out of his window.
Right. Well, I'm sure Barnett would pick up on that because the Ole could even make that threat or even allude to it, show that he wasn't in any way intimidated, that Barnett's apparent stature, whether it be based on money, connections, or all of the above, that Ole wasn't bothered by that. Or in spite of that, it didn't matter how rich you are. If somebody drops a couple stories on your head out of a window, you can be as rich as you can be. You're still going to be either dead or crippled. It's like having that story about you have a wall holding back the water and somebody's plugging a leak. Once that Ole pulled the kid's finger out of the dam, and Barnett could see that if he went, I'm speculating here. I'll just make it quick. If Barnett saw that in order to defend himself, he was going to have to show what he did with the money. Ole had a way of finding out basically how much money Barnett had been taking. Ole had been one of the bagmen himself, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so he could get all the other bagmen together and kind of figure out, well, the last year or 6 months or whatever, Barnett's taken, say $150,000 off the top, and then plus the thing with Fred and Paul, the 50 grand alone just from them. So make it $250,000, say, a year. He's taken off. Now what did you do with it? Who did you pay? If nothing else, show us on your taxes. You would certainly deduct it from your taxes. Show us. There's some record somewhere of where you spent that money.
Yeah.
Well, Barnett probably didn't have any. I mean, he didn't have enough to cover it all.
Well, this was free money. They were taking money. They weren't claiming the money. I mean, he could do whatever he wanted with it. Absolutely. So, I'm 100% behind you there. That wasn't going to make the taxes.
Right. No, they treated the IRS out of so much money. Fuller over there in Tennessee, and I mean all of them.
Yeah, all of them, obviously.
Yeah, all of them. I don't know. Paul Jones. I think Paul Jones was probably honest.
Paul Bosch, you mean?
Paul Bosch. Okay. Sorry. Thank you for correcting me. Yeah, I think he was honest. I know he paid honestly. So I have to think if he paid based on what the house really was, either you're honest or you aren't. If you lie one time in your entire life, I'm sorry to say, even if you've never told another lie, you're a liar, even if you only did it one time in your life.
Yeah. And
so I think Paul earned the reputation he had by being honest, and he certainly gave the appearance of it because he's a man who obviously respected himself. And I never saw that with many other promoters that they showed respect for themselves.
I don't know if you know this, but when Paul Bosch died around 1989 or so, President Bush was in the office, and him being from Texas as well, I don't know what their friendship was, but he actually sent a presser to the funeral of Paul Bosch. And even if it's your friend and you're the president of the United States, you may not have time to really, dive into something like that. But that just shows you, how far up Paul Bosch went in the world of Texas as well, right? So if Bush knew him to some degree, enough to send a letter, expressing sorrow and whatnot. So Paul Bosch definitely had some people, I don't want to say in his pocket like Jim Barnett here,
not at all.
But, certainly people that respected him higher up. So it's a different way to make it to the top.
Well, he might have donated money to his campaign, sure, but he would have put it on his income tax too. It wasn't anything. He wasn't anything. You know what? It's hard for me to believe that Paul was duplicitous. I didn't know him that well. I was only around him 3 or 4 times, but the first time we sat for a half hour and talked, and he just came across all my instincts, and to this day, was that he was a decent, honest person.
Okay.
That's a rarity in the business we were in. With all this money flying around, in paper bags. Yeah, it was hard not to be tempted. I can take this $10,000 and nobody's going to know? Yeah, all you got to do is keep your mouth shut. Here, it's in this paper bag. Put it in your back pocket. I think Paul was on the up and up.
Well, we have come to the conclusion that maybe Jim Barnett was not. So this is how it all goes down. They have the stockholder meeting, and Ole comes in there, and he's going to represent the stockholders by going up and saying that I told them we were in trouble financially and that Jim Barnett was the one bleeding the company dry. He said this right in front of Jim, by the way. We had a stockholder meeting, and Barnett made the announcement. Barnett conceded. Ole will be running the corporation, and he will be the president. 2 days later, our new arrangement was finalized. So just like that, Ole comes into somebody's house and says, I'm taking over. This is a guy who had all the power, all the money. Everybody was paying him money. I mean, just tons and tons of money was coming, siphoned. It's insane how much money's involved in this. And it only takes one guy to come in and say, I'm on to you. And you can't imagine how much he was taking for him to just go, oh shit, the jig's up. All right, you got it. I mean, it only took somebody to come in and call him out. And within a matter of days, he's just no longer in power of any kind. So that's just insane to think about how quickly it went.
Barnett knew how to withdraw. I mean, there's ways you win war. At the Battle of Waterloo, the Duke of Wellington, actually, one of the most strategic moves he made was a retreat. because he got Napoleon to follow him into an ambush that basically turned the battle and won the battle for the free world, because that was going to be, if Napoleon had won, then England was going to be subservient to him too. He would have had an empire. But yeah, the thing is, the dread that Ole brought with him was the idea that if he ever mentioned, we want to take a look at the books of where all this money's going, that would have to be Barnett's absolute nightmare, because what he was doing was grand theft larceny. Felonious to the point of a lot of times your sentencing at trial is based on how much money you stole. And Barnett might have stole $500,000 or more in that time he was in there. Who knows? I mean, that's not a ludicrous figure with him.
No, not at all. In fact, I would say you're being generous. It could be quite a bit more, honestly, based on what Ole's. Now it depends on when Ole or Barnett would have started this specific scheme. I don't know what he was doing up until, it dawns on you upon time. You might try it out in this city, try it out in another city, and then it expands. And of course, Ole then expands into Ohio and whatnot. It sounds to me like Jim started taking those towns pretty quickly. But here's what's funny about this whole thing. So Jim gets called out and he passes the buck, or he passes the promotion over to Ole. Ole's the new corporation president. He's handling everything from this moment forward. And then Ole says within that same week, Barnett called wanting to meet me for lunch. And as we ate, he told me that at the very least, he wanted to continue drawing his salary. Now, up to that time, he had been getting what was referred to as a pittance of a salary, $1,500 a week. I thought that was interesting. Barnett was a multi-millionaire, but he still felt it was important to take a little something from Georgia Championship Wrestling. His reasoning was, how will it look if I'm not drawing a salary? It just looks funny if the president of GCW doesn't make at least $1,500 a week. I laid it on the line. I'm not going to pay you because we need the money to pay our bills, Jim. A few days later, he comes back to me and said he would be willing to settle for $500 a week. I said, Jim, you have millions of dollars. What's $500 to you? So it starts off Jim Barnett basically owning the world. He's trying to settle for, how would it look if the president didn't get paid? I don't really need the $1,500, but I don't want it to be suspicious. So Ole, why don't you just give me $1,500? We'll call it even every week. And Ole says, we need this for the company. And Jim says, all right, how about $5? And Ole not budging anywhere here, but just a hell of a story here. Jim Barnett is quickly deflating here as a promoter.
Wow. That's just mind-boggling. Although, he doesn't sound like a millionaire, does he? The question is, again, where did all the money that he took, where did it go? What was he spending on? His personal life he kept very personal. He was very discreet. Really curious to where he spent all the money he stole, because for him to be able to come back after figure that year before he got ousted, say he took $300,000 off the top, and I'm going real low. Well, let's see, 350, 52, about 6,000 a week. 300,000 wouldn't be out of would it?
No, I don't think so.
No. Well, how would you spend all that money? How would you spend that much money?
I mean, and do the math, guys. We're talking 300,000 in early 80s money. That's over $1 million today.
Yeah. How would you spend it? I mean, what do you do? Buy jewelry? What do you buy?
Well, I'm sure we'll get into that because Ole does break down some of the things that that Jim Barnett would have. That would kind of make sense then. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know where it's at here in my notes. So hopefully we do get to it here.
We'll get to it.
I tried to get everything in order here and sorted. So hopefully it's where it needs to be in the story here. But imagine this, Bob. He says, once I cut Jim Barnett off from the expense fund, the money suddenly began to accumulate, and I paid off the company debts in less than 6 months. So by the middle of 1983, Ole had paid off all the Georgia debts, he says. It must have been at that point that Jim decided to work a deal with Vince McMahon, Jr., that is, to see if he could get hired over there. I mean, it falls in line. Now, the deal with Vince is not going to happen until 1984, but it certainly didn't come up over a week's time. So I'm sure Jim Barnett planted the seeds once he realized, I'm not going to be able to live off this anymore. Not the way I used to anyway.
Right. Yeah, that was, I don't know what he was doing. That would be interesting. I don't know if Ole had access to that too, that he put in his book, but imagine going from having, well, let's say, again, a low estimate of $10,000 a week in cash, dark money, the paper bag type, that you can just reach in the bag, and as long as it's, the thing is, it's a bag that's got two openings, one that you take from and the one that put the money in, because you take some out, maybe later that day, there's more going in. Come another town, people came back with a payoff for you. So I'm just curious again, how you managed to spend all that money. Maybe Ole will tell us.
Well, I do see it. Yeah, he's going to, because I see it coming here very shortly. So,
okay.
Basically, Ole speculating that this may have been around the time that Jim Barnett might have been starting to work in with Vince McMahon Jr. and the WWF. But at the time, Ole says, I didn't realize that all the stories about Jim Barnett being a multimillionaire were complete fabrications. I believe them all. I think Ralph believed them. Jack and Jerry Brisco believed them. Everyone believed them. The only person who knew the stories weren't true was Vern Gagne. Years later, when I talked to Vern, I mentioned something about Barnett being a millionaire. Vern looked at me in amazement. So he's still telling that story? Vern started in Chicago back in the 1940s with Fred Kohler, the old promoter who ran Chicago wrestling on the Dumont Network. Jim Barnett was initially his right-hand man, for those who don't know. And so Vern knew Jim Barnett before he was anything in the wrestling business. So Vern knew before anyone else that some of this, or a lot of this, may have been a charade from the beginning in regards to Jim Barnett, but not his lifestyle. Ole said Barnett absolutely lived a high lifestyle. And you asked, Bob, where did all this money go? Well, Ole says that Jim Barnett had an apartment in downtown Atlanta, a high-rise. He had a chauffeur who was a black kid who wore a uniform and drove him around in his Rolls Royce. So this wasn't a limo, like where you're renting the limo and the guy's going to come pick you up and drop you off and you might see him, at the end of the day. This was Jim Barnett purchasing a Rolls Royce and keeping this kid on payroll. He probably sat in the car all day to drive Jim wherever he wanted to go. So that's just one of the many things. He says Jim Barnett had his own cook and his own maid. So he was on, he had a lot of shit going on, right? So that's, you want to know where the money went. He's hiring people talk about trying to live like a millionaire.
Oh, yeah. Well, there you go. That's all that is expensive. And the fact that Vern Gagne was the only one that knew about it is also surprising. Yeah, I'm not a bit surprised, though, to find out that he wasn't from money. He came into it.
Oh, did he ever? I mean, he found a way to have a maid and a cook. It was, I could see living lavishly, right? You got a nice car, you're living in a nice penthouse. Okay, I get that. But you go so far as to, I need my own maid, I need my own cook, I need a guy who just sits in a car all day driving me around from town to town or wherever I want to go. I mean, that's insane. Talk about, payroll. He's got his own payroll that has nothing to do. The stockholders are paying for Jim Barnett's home payroll, basically, is what's happening here. It sounds like to me. So Ole says Jim Barnett was a pretty big figure. He was on several boards in Atlanta, the hospital board, the arts council. He was well connected, so well connected that you can see him standing on the stage, as we talked about, at the presidential election. And yet at the same time, I was loaning Barnett as much as $20,000 at a stroke. I still have a note for $20,000 that he owes me. So even when he was writing this book, Ole still had a note somewhere of money owed from Jim Barnett. He said most of the time the loans he asked me were pretty small, $2,000, $5,000, but adding them all together, it amounted to a lot of money. And I found out later that he was also borrowing money from other people. And even though he was constantly borrowing money from other people, I still thought he was a multi-millionaire. Eventually, each time I loaned him the money, I would ask, why do you need this money when you have millions of dollars, Jim? Jim would always reply, Ole, cash is hard to come by because everything is all tied up in my stocks and bonds. Mm-hmm. All I need is $10,000 in cash to give some of the politicians. So basically, Jim Barnett creating reasons why everything's tied up in stocks and bonds. I love it.
He might have had a hot date that night or something. He needed to impress, the limo, the Rolls Royce, and take him to dinner at the penthouse restaurant on, down in the middle of Atlanta, to be seen and respected and all that by the movers and shakers. That was a company he moved in. And, you're starting to explain where the money's going. It's hard for me to believe that he was able to garner these connections based on his personality alone. Although he was educated, he could talk to you, he could discuss things, and he was artistically educated. He could come across as being someone of class, especially if he's throwing money around. Yeah, the money was like a suit of armor for him because he could have a barriers, for example, having his own maid, his own cook, and not having to worry about someone, because, those people are going to be privy to his personal life, whether he has guests, at night or whatever, people who have an opportunity to see the inner circle, so to speak. All that took money. So, it's starting to come clear where his money was going. First of all, he was throwing it around. He didn't seem to care.
Well, when it's a constant flow, you don't really have to have those worries. And now that it's no longer a flow, he's trying to hit Ole up for a measly $1,500 back in early '80s money, by the way, guys, a week. And then he breaks down to $5, and Ole's not budging, but he would still come in from time to time and ask for X amount of dollars for a politician, and Ole would agree. He didn't realize Barnett was going around doing this to various people at the same time. And so he was still finding ways to grab a buck here and there. Ole said, how could I refuse to give him the money? It seemed feasible. He was allowing me to have a salary of $2,400 a week, main event money on top of that, and eventually I got 5% of Michigan, 3% of Atlanta, and 5% of Augusta, did Ole. So with all these big things going on, Ole's making all this money. How can Jim Barnett be all bad? So, all right, I guess I believe him. He needs this money here, so here you go. So Barnett's still finding ways to nickel and dime himself into lavish lifestyle, it would appear. He said everybody was of the opinion that Barnett was a multimillionaire. As such, they felt that he was untouchable. He ran the company the way he wanted to, and nobody ever questioned it. Ralph and Fred Ward, were the only people who might have had a reason to question it. But they were dependent on the book in Atlanta to help their towns draw. In addition to that, Barnett was smart enough to give the stockholders rather decent dividends from time to time when excess money was available. So Barnett was smart enough to keep people fed, so to speak, when the time was right. They seem to be getting a little antsy. Let me toss them a little money and they'll stop questioning me here. But that's another good point in regards to Fred Ward, who owned his own towns, is that they were using Georgia TV. They were using TBS to promote those towns. They were using the talent from the Atlanta territory. So Fred Ward couldn't really, just with part of the stocks, he really couldn't rattle the boat too much at this point.
Well, I don't know if I got the information, or maybe I need more information. Mm-hmm. He asked Fred Ward and Paul Jones for $50,000 each, and then eventually ended up giving them the money back.
Correct.
That's a big payment, but it's basically their own money he's given back, right?
And meanwhile, their money that they gave him, let's just look at it like this, Bob. If I went and asked you for $50,000 and someone else for $50,000, and I claimed I was also putting $50,000 into something, and I take this and I go and I purchase something that cost $100,000, and then I take that property and I sell it for $150,000, and I give you guys your money back, I get to keep $50,000, and I did absolutely nothing. And that's kind of what Jim Barnett was doing, according to Ole anyway. And everybody just assumes that, he bought in, or at least, initially they thought that he was buying into the whole situation, and come to find out, likely not. And again, hell of a racket. Kudos to that. I guess I have to admire that in some degree, although I don't know that it's the most moral thing in the world. But hey, man, I guess if it gets you paid, whatever. It's the best business in the world to steal from. I don't know, the mafia might be better, but I remember a picture I saw of Giant Baba was lighting a cigar with $100 bill, and I thought, oh man, I said, he had a TV company that he didn't own it, but he was making I don't know, millions, I think, a year. Sure,
and money just meant nothing, and that again is like indicative of the wrestling business. It's like I always said, money for nothing in a sense, because of the fact that that was wrong. It was incorrect, because the fans were getting something for their buck. They were getting, it's like if you go see a great movie, it didn't really say it's made up. It's not a real story, but still you were immensely moved by it. It was a great movie to see. You're not going to go and say, oh, well, wait a minute, I found that's not all true, so now I hate it. No, you were turned on by it, or you were say it was The Shining or some horror movie that The Exorcist or something that scared the crap out of you, and none of that's actually happened or hadn't been seen. But in the wrestling business, it was just wide open for loose money. Let's put it that way.
Mm-hmm. Well, the jig is finally up here, and Ole essentially going to find out for himself. It is a matter of fact, at least according to Jim Barnett himself, he was never a millionaire, it would appear. At least that's the way the story goes. As Ole states, I mentioned earlier, the last time that Jim Barnett borrowed money from me, he asked for $20,000. It was supposed to be for a city councilman who had strong political connections in Atlanta. I gave Jim the $20,000 in cash. As I said earlier, he never paid me back. Years later, I sued him for it. I showed my attorney the note that Barnett had written out and signed, and I asked my attorney, is this note worth anything? My attorney replied, yeah, he owes you $20,000. I perked right up. Great. How can we collect it? He went right on the offensive. We'll file a lawsuit immediately. He'll have 30 days to answer the suit. I wasn't leaving anything to chance. I asked him, what will we do if he doesn't answer it? Then we'll get a judgment, he said. If we have to, we'll go to his apartment or whatever the case may be, anything that he has of value. And if we have to, we'll take the paintings off his wall. So basically, Ole coming for that 20 grand. He wasn't going to be. I decided that it was worth pursuing. So I told my attorney, fine, go ahead and get things rolling. That's what they did. When 30 days passed, I called my attorney and asked him if he had received the answer from Barnett. My attorney's reply, he hasn't addressed the lawsuit. We gave him a 15-day extension. I thought I was hearing things. Why would you give him an extension? He gave me the typical pass-the-buck lawyer double talk. Well, right. It's a courtesy. That's the common practice. They also get a little more money out of Ole that way. Bear in mind, just 30 days before that, he told me he would go for a judgment if we didn't get a response. Anyway, 15 days later, Barnett's attorney responded to the lawsuit, which put it into legal mode. He set it up so that we could now go on for the next 3,000 years. Of course, the next stop was to call Barnett in and take his deposition. I still have a copy of that deposition. Barnett was asked the question, were you ever a millionaire? His response, oh no, I was never a millionaire. Barnett would do clever things. He would be on the phone in his office with the door closed. Sometimes during the day, he would get up and go out, leaving the office unguarded and unlocked. Doug Smith, I'm not familiar with him, would walk in and then he would walk out. Hey, Ole, come look at this, Doug would claim. Barnett had accidentally left a note on his notepad. Doug picked up the pad of paper and read the words out loud. Barnett had written, sell 20,000 shares of AT&T, $4.75 per share. He had notes strewn around his office that referred to huge transactions that amounted to hundreds of thousands of dollars. In my opinion, it was all bogus. He created fictitious notes up and casually left them on his desk for people to find. No, Jim Barnett was never a millionaire, but he was riding in a chauffeured Rolls Royce, had a maid, and an apartment in Atlanta's high-rent district, all courtesy of Georgia Championship Wrestling.
Oh, my God. What a life Barnett was leading. It was all an act, and he was getting paid handsomely. He was paying himself handsomely to be the star of his show. He was the one that created it. He didn't ask any of the other people if they wanted to play their part. He conned them into it. The guy was brilliant. Let's face it.
Leaving the notes around so that when you walk in the room, that is the pinnacle, the ultimate con man. To think that deeply. Oh, they'll just walk in and see these notes, and I'll look like I am a millionaire. And that's right. And the money they were making in Australia, I want to be clear, at some point Barnett had to have been a millionaire, but at the same time, you have to actually save that money. And the way he was spending it, I don't know how long he was a millionaire. I don't know how long he kept that status. At times, I'm sure he definitely toyed with that level of money in his bank accounts. But at the same time, likely not by the 1980s. And it's just unbelievable that he would go in there and write these share notes and things of that nature. It's crazy to go to that level. That is an ultimate con man.
Yeah, well, the think about it, he was juggling in the sense that I'm not going to say it was a house of cards, but in a sense it was because of the way that eventually the house of cards fell down was when Ole removed himself from support and actually went in and toppled the rest of the cards by saying, we're going to do this and I'm going to take over. Then it all came down at once. For the time that I don't know how long he was there, years.
Barnett
Yeah, Barnett.
He came back during the Georgia War, so he probably about 10 years at this point.
Wow. Imagine the amount of money he took out in that time.
Yeah, 10 years is a long time to be running the show. And remember, they called upon Jim. It was trustee Jim. Jim, we need your help. Ann Gunkel's kind of kicking our ass over here. We need a little boost. And Jim Barnett comes back. So he was asked to return. It wasn't like he weaseled his way back into the territory.
Well, he was smart that way. He played the role of the guy who was connected. He played that to he should have gotten an Oscar. He played that role so well, and he did have connections. Now, I'm not saying he had power or leverage, but he had people that he did know people in government and in administration. These are the people he was whining and dining. I think some of them anyway, and some of it would be his personal life. But what a fun time he must have had going around and living the life of a millionaire for, 10 years there in Atlanta. I'm sure he didn't start out as strongly as he ended up at the end there, where he was, he was getting money from every town every night. I'm sure he didn't start out that way. Although he might have, I don't know. Yeah, what a story. What a story. What a con man he was.
Well, the promotion continues on, and we're not done with Jim Barnett necessarily. Obviously, he's going to be part of the sell job to Vince, but there's some other things going on here, and we're moving into the later half of 1983 now. This is well after Ole had taken over control of the company. He said, by late 83, we were playing a new ball game. That was when the crap really started to hit the fan. It was a ball-busting time for me. I was facing opposition from people who should have been helping me build our business. Jim Barnett, the Briscos, and Paul Jones' wife. I even had to fight the management at the TV station. They assigned a girl to us to review our TV program before we went on the air. She was a heavy-set, repulsive bitch. We called her Land Rover. My God. Do you remember Land Rover, Bob? I got to ask you.
No, I remember a female who was fairly prominent. She had to do with pay-per-views, and she was... but she was attractive. She wasn't a Land Rover.
Oh, no, I know who you're referring to. No, this would be this is long before pay-per-view. This is early 80s Georgia. So this is somebody working for the company. Not Georgia, but for TBS, I guess is what it is. They hire this, higher up executive sort of person here at TBS. And apparently she was a heavy-set, repulsive bitch named Land Rover. At least that's what Ole called her. He said, we never took her suggestions, but I had to meet with her once a week. Just to placate her. On her first week, she asked to review our script. Well, as soon as we write one, I'll personally hand you a copy. A script, All right. We never wrote a script, so she never got one. So she called and said, I want to know what you're going to do on TV this week. I said, I can give you a list of the wrestlers who are scheduled to appear on TV. I can't guarantee that they'll all be there because if somebody gets hurt the week before, they might not make the TV. But other than giving you a list of who's supposed to be there and what matchups there are, I don't have anything else to give you. So Ole, not going to break kayfabe. This lady wants a fucking script, Bob. Which there may be a layout sheet, right, of what you're going to do to a degree. I mean, you're still not going to break kayfabe on that back then either. But at the same time, this lady's wanting a full-ass script back in 1983. I want to know what you guys are going to do.
I wonder if she was talking to him on the phone. It wouldn't matter. She could have a tape recorder in her purse. And here you get the president of the company to explain how they're going to be telling everybody what to do on TV that day. And then next day it's on, it's on international news. Ole wasn't never going to do anything. That's stupid.
Well, it's funny because she didn't let him off easy. He said, he says, she didn't let me off that easily. She said, come on. You have to give me some kind of outline of what you're planning to do on TV this week. Ole responded, well, the first match is going to have a 10-minute time limit. We might not have a winner if it goes to 10 minutes. If it goes less than 10 minutes, then we'll have to come up with something else to fill the rest of the time. I don't have any idea what that's going to be yet, but I won't worry about it until it happens. She went ballistic. She wasn't breaking, according to Ole here. Like she knew that this was not on the up and up, but Ole going to play this thing right to the end.
Oh yeah. Oh, he was kayfabing her, and she didn't like it. She wanted, I'm sure that she probably looked at the wrestlers as being
below her,
below her. Yeah, I would say beneath, but right. Below her, and that the fact that this crew and Ole came across. Sometimes Ole came across like he wasn't all educated because he didn't have manners all the time. He wasn't diplomatic a lot of times in the way he talked to people. He would cut all the BS out, and what would normally take a 5-minute conversation, he could get done in about 20 seconds by cutting out all the BS. So a lot of people didn't like hearing that. But the thing is, Ole was so smart. He really was very, very bright that he could deal with all that. No matter what it was, he had a way of dealing with it, and he sure wasn't going to expose the business to someone he didn't have any confidence in.
Yeah, well, this lady cracks me up. I mean, the way he described her, obviously, it's as only Ole can do, and then obviously she's not laying off the thing. So Ole said, I did my best to make her believe that the show and the matches were spontaneous. Once in a while, she would take me aside when the show was over and tell me what she considered to be unacceptable. It was always something very important. For instance, she might say, that guy in that second match there was wearing wrestling trunks that were too tight. They revealed too much of his private parts. So this lady was all up in this stuff here. Very important stuff like that is what Ole would discuss with her apparently.
Wow.
Yeah. So prior to that, there were no restrictions on anything other than the fact that they didn't want any blood. Even so, we did have blood once in a while, and that usually got me a meeting with Ted Turner, no doubt. So if you ever want to talk to Ted Turner, all you had to do was bleed on TV, apparently. So.
Wow. Does he go into detail about the meetings with Turner?
No, not in this part of the book anyway. I'm sure at some point in there's got to be conversations he had with Ted, but it doesn't really play into any of this at this point anyway. I'm sure something's going to come up here when we get to the part where everything goes awry and Vince takes over.
Right. Well, I know what he could have told Turner was that, hey, Ted, accidents happen. That wasn't planned or whatever. He could at least say that. I mean,
right.
But yeah, I'm sure he had a way of dealing with it. He knew the amount of goodwill that the wrestling company had with Turner. He had a lot of leeway to play with.
And apparently it's at this point, Ole said when they were running Ohio, that he noticed Vince McMahon began raiding their television. And I guess he's talking in reference to taking over their TV slots. And I know right. Vince did that, and obviously he was starting to expand himself. And Ole talks about, I remember in the book here, I don't have it in my notes, but Ole talks about Vince offering to pay the TV stations $2,000 per week, which is just, remember, Ole was telling Cleveland, I'll pay you guys $500 every time we run the arena for Channel 61. That's, I think they ran Cleveland, every 3 weeks? Even if it was every 2 weeks, it's $1,000 a month, let's say. Vince is offering to give them $8,000 a month. And you can't compete with anything like that. And that's kind of what starts it there in the syndicated markets. Right.
Well, in a previous episode, when with Global Championship Wrestling, when Dr. Red Roberts and I went up to talk to the program director at Channel 44 in St. Pete, we ran into that. We were offering our show with not paying them anything, but allowing them to take the commercial time of 12 minutes per show and sell that commercial time. That would be their payment for, and the guy brought out that Turner had 2 hours on every week, and they were $4,000 each, I think. I think that's what he said. But anyways, something a heck of a lot more than we were offering. We weren't offering any positive money. So, yeah, I ran into that. And I only tell a story to say how defeating and deflating that is to deal with. What are you going to do, matches? He couldn't. Well, he probably could have afforded to if it meant keeping Cleveland. So he's paying $8,000 a month, but he's going in there. Well, he'd still be turning a profit, but he probably didn't want to start a precedent of paying these TV people because word gets around real quick.
Well, yeah, if you do that in one city, then you got to do it in another city, and eventually it's very counterproductive to making any kind of income out of this whole thing. And Vince has got the money, the capital to play with when he's doing that. And Ole said the whole entire situation started in Cincinnati, Ohio. That was the first TV station that Vince took from Georgia Championship Wrestling. He said Vince called in. Ole had it on authority that Vince called in and said, "We're the WWF wrestling organization out of New York." And the station manager perked right up when he heard that, the words New York City. "We have a wrestling program that's much more exciting to you than Georgia Championship Wrestling. You probably already know about it, but if you don't, we thought we'd let you know that Georgia will no longer be booking their shows in the Riverfront Coliseum." So it sounds to me like Vince didn't just take the TV station, he took the building away. He took the lease away from Ole at the big arena.
Well, it sounds like it, doesn't it? Well, when he talks, that was one thing that.
I mean, that's business. I mean, at the end of the day, whether people like it or not.
Yeah, it is, and that Ole admits that himself in his dealings with McMahon. When McMahon wanted to shake hands with him, and they're meeting in Atlanta, and he just said, "Hey, it's just business." Ole, it's true. Now, it's just business. You're trying to steal my company here,
right?
But think about it. That's how Ole got it. Was by, rounding up enough stockholders to vote Barnett out and to put him in a situation where he was the one to be able to collect that money for several years. And the fact that it happened to him, well, certainly, a big deal. You go from having your hands on the money first to not having it at all. That would be a major shift, but I don't think Ole was prepared to go and start paying for all these TVs.
Oh, absolutely not. And that's another thing Ole points out here right around this point, if I remember correctly in the book, is that even if they hadn't gotten the Riverfront Coliseum, Vince McMahon was still offering to pay Cincinnati, the station, $2,000 a week versus the $500 you might run Cincinnati once a month that Ole was going to give them. And so as Ole put in his book, $2,000 is better than no grand, or $500 in this instance. So they were going to take Vince's offer no matter what, especially given their track record, being from New York, being Madison Square Garden, et cetera, et cetera. So he was doomed from the beginning in this instance, and it was really just a matter of time as Vince slowly started to pick apart some of the other towns. Ole says, "In my opinion, the WWF made the deals they never intended to fulfill. They would come in later and say, 'Gee whiz, we think $2,000 is a little more than we can afford. We just can't justify it.'" So kind of brilliant on Vince's part. He makes the phone call and he says, "We'll give you $2,000 a week, pal, if you take us." And they say, "Okay, we'll do it." And by the time we get to the contracts, after they've already ousted Ole from the TV station, maybe about $1,500. We can do that instead. How about that? That's a little bit much. And they're still going to take the 15, but the $2,000 sounded better, right? Yeah, absolutely. So I'm not saying Vince still didn't pay them more than Ole, but I am saying that, obviously he highballed them.
Right. Well, the thing is, once your competition is gone and out of business, you have a way of approaching people like the TV stations and saying, there's not anybody else looking for your services. We're the only company in town, and we do feel that $1,500 is too much. How about the 1,000 or 500 or whatever?
And by that point, Ole's long gone. George is long gone. So you got to take it for what it is.
Oh yeah. Well, at one time, I mean, the NWA and even when they tried to get together with Vern Gagne, for example, they could never come to terms about if they were going to get a group with Fritz and Vern and Ole and Bill Watts and all that. They could never determine who was going to lead it, who was going to be in charge, because they all wanted to be in charge. They just never could come to any kind of agreement, and they all ended up with their own companies being, put out of business because they couldn't agree. It's like, well, I've got right now, or I'm used to having the whole pie to myself. Now McMahon's coming in. He's looking like he wants to take my whole pie, and if things go according to what they look like they're going now, he's going to be able to do that. But now if we get together and us four promoters work together, then we all get a quarter of a pie, and we're going to be making less money, but we can stay in business. Well, that would make sense, but obviously you're dealing with egos, and nobody wanted to be let's put it this way, they were used to unlimited power. Nobody wanted to back off and give up any of it, so they
certainly.
just couldn't. Well, Bill Watts, Ole told a story of Watson. Gagne moved the furniture out of whatever hotel they were in,
Sure.
moved the furniture out of the living room and it had a carpet on it or something, and got down and wrestled. They got in an argument about something, and so they had a wrestling match. I mean, they weren't punching or anything, but
right.
Or maybe they were, but I don't know. Yeah, so you got guys that are
talk about too much testosterone, man. Millionaires down wrestling. I'm right.
Yeah.
No, I'm right. Well, let's wrestle. Well, that'll settle who's right. That makes sense.
Yeah. So it's hard to do business with people who, again, if you've had unlimited access, and you're going to still have some sway, but it's going to be like 1/4 of what you had. Is that okay? And the money's going to be less than that probably, but at least you'll still be in business. No, they didn't want to hear that. I don't know what they expected to happen, but hindsight's always 20/20. You can look back now and say, "Oh, I should have done this, should have done that." But I don't know. I've always admired Ole, and I like the part too where he admitted that his way of dealing with McMahon wasn't the best. That he could have probably done better if he'd been less aggressively hostile. I mean, later on, he's
right.
I think he was
Hindsight.
talking about, hindsight. Again, when you're used to being in charge, and Ole was a millionaire for real.
Yeah.
He did have the money and the assets. He didn't just have money and stock. He had property and things that were real assets or tangible assets. Mm-hmm. With his sawmill and everything else, he had a business, and he had bought property for timber, for lumber.
Oh, absolutely. And I want to cover one more excerpt here this week, and we'll wrap it up because it's going to set the stage for the entire Vince McMahon takeover and everything, which is going to be fun in itself, and definitely going to get your memories of everything that was going on, the best you can recall at that point in time next time around. But this is basically how the whole thing works in regards to TV, and how obviously Vince doesn't have TBS yet, but he's slowly taking some of the other towns away. And it's very brilliant, honestly, when you listen to what Ole says next. He said, "We did not have contracts with the TV stations." That's interesting. He said, "Sometimes we had a handshake deal, but for the most part, it was only to provide them with a TV show. There was nothing binding. The station could do whatever they wanted to do. Up to that point, that arrangement worked for us well because we could do whatever we wanted to do also. As long as we provided a TV show, they promised to put it on the air. Let's face it, we didn't have any contracts, so what were we going to do? Go after the TV station? Hey, we had a verbal agreement and you gave our time to Vince." The TV station would reply, "That's right. Now what do you do?" Apparently nothing. I guess a good point there. He said, "Then Vince's people went to the other arenas and the other TV stations and said, 'I don't know if you've heard yet, but Georgia Championship Wrestling just lost its TV contract with Channel 11. Call the station and verify it.' When they called the station personnel would say, 'Yeah, we have the WWF show now.' The WWF people would then say, 'We know you have shows booked in the upcoming months.' That was true. We booked as much as a year ahead. We'll be more than willing to take those over from you, Ole. Whatever deal you have with Georgia Championship Wrestling, we'll do better," Vince is telling the arenas. So basically it started with Cincinnati, and then they started calling some of the other cities and saying, "Hey, call Cincy, ask them. Georgia's out. We're the in thing. Use us." And then they called to verify, and sure enough, it's true. They've lost the Coliseum. They've lost the TV station. And now, well, I'm going to follow in their suit. I'm not going to let Cincinnati outdo me up here in say, Cleveland or Toledo or wherever. And so it begins. And this is how it begins.
Wow. Oh, man, I think of the pressure on Ole and all those guys. But,
oh, my God, yeah.
I mean, I don't have any animus towards any of them, but I liked Ole personally. But you know what? I mean, it wasn't a tragedy. He made millions of dollars while he was there. Mm-hmm. How can you look at that as being
failure? It's not a failure. It's just it was over. The party was over.
Right. And he was lucky. Well, it wasn't luck. I mean, he knew where he wanted to go, and he went there. That was the thing I admired about him his whole career. He had a purpose and aim of going to the top where and being the top worker, not to knock anybody, it's not a knock, but even to be a Ric Flair, where you're champion for 10 years or whatever, and you're getting that main event payoff every night for all that time. Ole still made more money in a couple of years than the champion would have made maybe 10, with being able to take, not just a salary, but money up. I don't know how much money. I'm not saying Ole stole any money. I'm sure he could pay himself whatever he wanted. At least when I was there wasn't anybody checking on him. At least they weren't coming to the office to do it, because I never saw about anybody in there with a team of accountants behind them. But yeah, it was the end of the free lunch as far as the local promoters were going, wasn't it?
Yeah. And, we'll talk a little bit more about that at the top of the next program. Some of the other promoters that Vince starts to take over their towns. And then the NWA promoters meeting in 1983, Ole stands up and has some things to say about Vince Jr., but Vince Sr. is in attendance. And we're going to talk about what Vince Sr. had to say to Ole after Ole basically bashed Vince Jr. there on the microphone at the meeting. And then from there, we're going to hear what happens when Ole is offered the chance to go up to the hotel room where Vinny Jr., who was too smart to be part of this NWA promoters meeting, by the way, he was waiting. And we'll see if Ole accepts that request, what he does with that. Also, Ole speculates that Vince Jr. may have been making some phone calls when Georgia Championship Wrestling was in town. It seems like Vince got wind of some of the guys who had issues, we'll say, perhaps some drug issues, and turned the local police on to certain talent to have them searched. And it's some crazy stuff we got going on. And that's all to set up what's to come here, guys. Black Saturday, 1984, of course, when Vince McMahon takes over Georgia Championship Wrestling, takes over WTBS. And
wow, that sounds great. What you just mentioned, I was with Jake the Snake and I. We flew in one of the times we flew into Ohio from Atlanta to start our tour up in Ohio and Michigan. We got off the plane. He had some cops waiting for him, and they took him. And I went and got the rental car, and I was waiting for him. And eventually he came out, and they let him go. I said, "Well, you weren't carrying anything then, I guess, huh?" And he said, "Well, I don't know." He showed me he had a carry-all thing, a bag, like a shopping bag, but it was kind of fancy. He had some string support and everything, and he had some, I don't know, books and some stuff in there. It was just like a convenient carry-all, and he showed it to me, and he turned it around, and on one side of it there was this lump of a little bag, a little lump sticking out. What it was an eighth of a gram of cocaine, that an 8-ball that he had it there the whole time, and they never found it. So, in fact, he did it all that night, I believe.
I'm so sure he did. He did all of that in an hour or two, I'm sure.
Yeah, he invited all the coke heads over. He wanted to get rid of it in case they followed up and busted his hotel room. He got rid of it all that night. He had a coke party. And
I'm glad you shared that story, because there's actually a second story Ole has here with Jake as well that happens in Atlanta due to this. And Buzz Sawyer also going to they're going to try to crack Buzz Sawyer. We're going to have Ole's response to all of that. We're going to bring him back onto the show right now. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Couldn't do it without him, Mr. Bob Roop.
Well, thank you, Ray. It's good to be back. And I'm not sure exactly what my voice sounds like, but the person behind it is fine. So I'm doing good. Oh, man. Being sick, I'm telling you, I've been very lucky in my life. I have very few illnesses. I've never had a lung problem. All I had was just an infection, but I couldn't breathe. I mean, at least not as much as I wanted to. Let's put it that way. Even though I've got a couple of days I had a 10-day medication. I'm on my last 2 days, but I feel much better. I'm not coughing. My lungs are clear.
Well, that's good.
So you talk about life is good. I'm telling you, anybody out there, if you've got good health, even if you've got bills to pay and all kinds of problems, if you've got good health, you've got something good going for you. And my advice to you is to try to do your best to try to stay in good health, because when you lose it, I'm telling you, when you can't breathe, how much money you got in the bank doesn't matter a dang bit, because it wouldn't matter if you got 50 million or 10 cents. you can't breathe, and none of that matters.
Right. Yeah, that's for sure.
So take care of yourself out there, my friend.
Bob, you had a lot of people, I guess a few people worried, but a lot of people just supporting you, backing you, giving out thoughts and prayers. I announced last week that there would be no wrestling stoop because you were under the weather. And I left it at that. I didn't want to give out all your personal information, but they poured in, Bob. Oh, that's my favorite podcast, one of my top 3. It's always in my streaming list. They missed you. They really, really missed you, Bob. And everybody, just a lot of well wishes came out for you. And I guess the power of prayer, or whatever you want to call it, it worked. And of course, the medication didn't hurt as well.
On that note, my good dear friend, I love her, and her husband, Joyce Postian, and her husband, Woody. Joyce texted me that she had heard through the podcast, that I was under the weather, and she sent me her regards. So that connects with what you just said. She was one of the people who heard your message. So I appreciate you getting that out there. And listen, all those good wishes, I tell you, I believe in that. And I believe they had an effect. I believe that they helped me recover. So I want to say thank you to everybody out there, because, again, it doesn't matter whether it helps or not. If I believe it helps, then it does help. Right. So thank you very, very much.
Yeah,
I love you all dearly for doing that.
This would have been our week off, but since we missed last week, I wanted to get another one in. I don't want to rip anyone off. And since you were doing better, and you sounded great when we got on the phone here today, you were like, I feel great. Well, there was actually an expletive in there too I left out, but it was good to hear you in such a positive mood and positive vibes coming out of an illness like that, having the lung issues and whatnot. So it's great. I'm glad we're back, and we're ready to roll back into Georgia one more time.
I was going to say Roll Tide, but that's the wrong state.
Wrong state. So, close.
Go you dogs. Well, the Georgia football team is my favorite team.
Okay.
I really like their coach and the way, their philosophy and the way they play and everything, and they're fun to watch. That's one of the reasons. I don't like a football game that ends up 3-3 or 3-0 or whatever, because sure. they're boring. But those games that are like 53 or 52 to 42, I like that. There's a lot of action, a lot of things to watch, and back and forth. And anyway, and Georgia, I lived in Atlanta for 3 years, and sure. I always enjoyed. I like the state of Georgia very much.
Brother. All right. The Peach State of Georgia. I am a Buckeye myself, of course, OHIO, but being from the state, I guess I'm a little biased there, but that's okay. Georgia games are fun to watch. Like you said, there's scoring to be had, and that's always a good time. But it's even better if you bet on them and they win. Yeah, you can go far with that. But don't bet out there. There's a gambling number across the bottom of the screen. Every time they tell you, don't do that. Don't gamble.
Oh yeah, that's my own philosophy. I'm not a gambler. I remember coming back from Japan one time. The plane from Los Angeles back to the East Coast got shunted to Las Vegas, and we had to spend the night there. I was in this casino. I went down. I just was bored. I went down into. The hotel we were staying at had a casino, and the hotel that the airlines put us in had a casino, and I went down to the casino. I had about $5,000-$6,000 that I just all $100 bills I had just been paid in Japan. I went down there, and for some stupid reason, I played blackjack. In about 15 minutes, I lost $700. Oh, I was so sick of. And I was only betting like $10, $20 at a time.
Sure,
but I don't know how to play blackjack very well.
No, that'll get you real quick, Bob, if you don't know what you're doing on that table, because they can get you even when you do know what you're doing.
Well, the fact that I still remember that, because most of my money is hard won. I have to earn it. It's not given to me. So,
sure.
Just to blow, it was like not a week, but most of a week's pay in Japan, I blew in like half hour. You talk about feeling like a mark. Oh, man.
And let's be clear, that's $700 in yesterday's money. That's a lot more today. Yeah, that's not cool, Bob. What are you doing? Anyways.
Yeah, I should have just, I could have just taken it out in my room, tore it up, and flushed it down the toilet.
I would have gladly taken a tip if you wanted to pass the buck there.
Yeah. So anyway.
Man. Well, good stuff. Good fun story there. So Bob's not much of a gambler. People would say I am. I have 40 kids, so you'll have that. And so, if anybody gets that joke, we're going to go back to Georgia one more time, back to the mid-'80s now, as Vince McMahon begins to make his play. On the last episode, we closed up talking about Vince coming in to Cincinnati, the very first town that he took from Ole Anderson in Georgia Championship Wrestling. Vince comes in, takes their TV station, takes their venue. And the fallout, we go back to Ole's book here, Bob. He says, I was on the phone that same afternoon after Vince took his town, talking to Vern Gagne of the AWA. We were having one of our phone meetings where we were trying to decide how were we going to fight Vince McMahon. Spoiler alert, guys, you really couldn't. But as Ole was telling Vern about the tactics that Vince used, Vern was laughing and poo-pooing it. He couldn't believe it was even possible. They can't do that, said Vern. But 2 hours later, Vern got a call from a person he had handling the San Francisco area. And the guy said, Vern, we just lost our TV station. Vince's people had stuck it to Vern too. They took the Cow Palace right from under him. And then they took his TV. Or maybe it was vice versa. But Vern called me back and said, we just lost our TV in San Francisco. So it didn't start with TBS. Vince began taking the cities little by little here, especially in the, well, look at it. Cincinnati was a town that Georgia ran, but not as often as Columbus or Cleveland. And Vern, again, in the AWA, they weren't running the Cow Palace every week. And that had been a Shire territory, as you know, back in the day. And so it was easy pickings. It seems like Vince was coming into the old territories and taking city by city the places he felt were maybe easy to take to begin with.
Curious if that was around the time that Shire went to the, I believe it was the Los Angeles Times, and did a 2 or 3, I'm talking about whole pages.
Yeah, the expose on pro wrestling, exposing the business.
Yes.
Right.
My
now,
sister.
That had been before this, for sure.
Okay. Yeah, Roy Shire, he was if I can't have it, nobody's going to have it.
Right.
You know, he what a venal, he was a very venal person. Thank God I hadn't say look down, but we can look back and say, you know, I was very, very fortunate neither one of us are that way, because I think we'd be as miserable as he was. So, but yeah, the thing that strikes me is that one thing that just about all the promoters had a deal where they weren't paying for the TV, they were bartering. They were bartering their commercial time. I don't know about Vern, but he had been promoting in the, I want to see ESPN that went into the Caribbean. When I heard about that, I was in Florida getting ready to try to promote the Caribbean. And so I looked into it, and it turned out, I'm not 100% correct, but I believe that he was paying $4,000 a week to the people who were, to ESPN, because that's what they wanted to charge me to run our show in there. The thing is, with Ole and Vern and Shire or anybody, the thing they had against them was that they weren't used to it and they weren't accustomed to it. I don't think they wanted to ever have to buy TV time. They wanted to do the barter, which, if you think about it, if you're running a show once a month and you have to pay, say, $1,000 a week to have your TV on that in that town, you're $4,000 in the hole before you ever even have a show. So I can see why it would be, it would be, now if you had like 10 towns like that, you're talking about $40,000 a week out the pocket before you even run a show. So I can see why they would not want to do it that way. A junior could just come in and buy. He just would come in and pay for it.
Well, it became paid programming versus the local television stations having to find commercials, advertisers.
Yes.
Vince basically comes in and says, I'm going to pay you for this hour and let it be my problem to find the advertisers.
Oh, he had his own stuff. At one time, I think it's a pay-per-view, the one in Detroit at the
Silverdome.
Silverdome.
Sure.
I think one of the items they had was some kind of jacket or something. It cost $500, and people were buying them.
It just came out recently that they made over $100,000 just in selling their programs, the magazines at that event. So yeah, I'd say that was just a hell of a coup for Vince in general. Just everything they were making, the profits off of that show is just insane.
Leave aside anything that had come out lately about personal values and behavior. But as a businessman, Vince was very, very, I don't know if it's lucky, but he was very bright. Because if you have your own products to advertise, to sell, you're in business because you've got 12 minutes at every hour of your TV. You've got 12 minutes to promote, to advertise and sell those products.
Yeah.
So, Ole didn't have that. We didn't have, I don't know how many millions of dollars of figurines, those little dolls. I know I was talking about Iron Sheik getting checks for 2 checks, both of them right around $100,000. Those are basically for dolls, selling dolls. So imagine how many dolls, if you sold a doll for, say, $5, $10, I don't know what they cost, but say you sold it for $10, the wrestler probably only got 10% or whatever. How many of those would you have to sell to make up $100,000?
No kidding. I've heard stories of some of the guys lower on the totem pole, much lower than the Iron Sheik on the roster, and they even had a figure made of them, and they weren't really making a whole lot of money on the road, but just selling those action figures, if you will. A lot of people, the men out there want to call them action figures, but they called them dolls back then, the wrestling dolls. And for the amount they were making just off of selling the figures, they were able to compensate the lack of maybe money. I'm not saying Vince didn't pay the guys. These guys were getting paid. That's why they jumped to that territory. But maybe some of the guys that weren't higher up on the roster weren't getting, as much, obviously. And so I even heard some of the wrestlers say, and again, this is, looking back decades ago, but they said, I was getting ready to quit the territory 350 days a year. I just couldn't do it. It was driving me. Not that you didn't do that in any territory, but Vince was going from coast to coast, and some of these guys were going a little crazy. And they said, but then those royalties would come in, man, and you knew you couldn't quit. I mean, this is where the money was in the royalties, because like you said, everybody else was in the wrestling business. Vince was in the marketing business. I mean, he saw, it's not just, all right, we're going to have an angle and we're going to sell out the arena and we're going to have a good wrestling match. Vince said, no, we're going to have figures and posters and magazines and every kind of toy you could possibly imagine. Imagine how much money they were making that had nothing to do with the on-screen product.
I read some books. Mick Foley wrote several books, and they're great, by the way. Mick Foley is one of the most successful wrestlers. I don't care about Dory Funk Jr., Harley Race, Jack Brisco, Hulk Hogan. I don't care who you're talking about. This guy's one of the most successful wrestlers that's ever been, because he's a multi-millionaire, and he's got a great reputation. And I read his books, and who was the announcer? Jim
Ross?
Jim Ross. I also read his book. I did it actually to prepare for our endeavor together here. I wanted to get as much information as I could. Mm-hmm. But by reading those books, I found out kind of what was going on. Ross was sitting in an office right down the hall from Vince Jr. Sure. So, you're right there. And I figured it was a good way to look and get an inside look. But, those guys, Nick had the advantage of, first of all, he had very good books. They're excellent. I advise anybody out there who's a wrestling fan, maybe the library has them, who knows, if you don't feel like buying a book, but they're a great read. They're very, very enjoyable. He's a very talented, very, very warm and caring person, one of the finest guys. I don't know him very well. I wish I did, but I admire the heck out of him, much more than I admire. And don't get me wrong, I don't look down on anybody. I just don't think about, but some people I don't think about. I guess that's my way of, I don't want to look down on anybody. So if I can't think of something positive about anybody, I just don't think about them. But Nick wrote about some of the money that was coming in, and him having the advantage of being able to promote his books to the WWE. What a blessing!
Yeah, what a machine! God. What a market! Yeah, that's.
Yeah.
Well, Vince was doing it back here. It was just getting started. He was selling T-shirts and things of that nature, but he was also taking over the country, basically city by city. And then comes the 1983 NWA promoters meeting. And Vince Sr. at that time was still, the WWF, still a member of the NWA, at least until August of 1983. That's when the story goes, and it's on the Dark Side of the Ring, and I believe it's in Ole's book as well somewhere, that was when Vince Sr., Jr., someone stood up and said they would no longer be affiliated with the National Wrestling Alliance at that point. So they were stepping away, which should have brought some idea of what was the things to come, I should say. And so Ole says in his book here, he says, I had voiced my feelings on the situation of Vince taking over these cities at the NWA promoters meeting in 1983. Vince Jr.'s father, Vince Sr., Vincent James McMahon, was a member of the NWA, so he was there. I stood up in the middle of the meeting and I said, "What a bunch of bullshit this meeting is. Here's Vince McMahon, a member of the NWA, and while he's sitting here in this meeting with us, his bastard son is out there stealing our TV stations." I don't know how well that went on. Now, old man McMahon approached me later that day and he said, "You know, you and my boy are very much alike." I was stunned. I remember thinking, does he mean I'm a piece of shit like his son? Wow, Ole, what a book. He said he wanted me to meet upstairs with Vinny, that's Vincent Kennedy, guys, to discuss things, but I wouldn't do it. I didn't want any part of it. I said, "You guys have been out there stealing our TV, stealing our buildings. I don't have anything to talk to him about." At the end of several days of meetings, Vince Sr. stood up and announced that the WWF was withdrawing from the NWA. And now, according to the Dark Side of the Ring, Jim Barnett makes the same call that he is no longer affiliated with the NWA at this meeting. And I never saw that in any writing before. And it comes out, it looks like Barnett was able to finagle selling all of his Georgia stock at some point. Now, nobody can prove it, but to Jim Oates, his business partner, if you will. And so they claim, at least the way they show it on the Dark Side, that Vince and Jim Barnett leave basically side by side. I don't know if that was for entertainment purposes on your television screen or what the deal was, but you have to think, talk about screwing Jim Barnett over in a way. Now, Ole felt like he was screwing them over, the other promoters involved in the Georgia territory, but Ole essentially taking all the money away from Barnett, taking all the power away from Barnett, who had been in the business since the beginning of time, since basically the inception of television. And Barnett was not a guy to be fucked with from everything I could gather.
Think about it, again, knowing both of them, Barnett and Ole. Think about after what Ole did to Barnett, it wasn't just taking the money from him. It was also taking his position. When he was running the company, I mean, he was one of the major players in the country because of TBS, because their product went worldwide. So he got that taken away from him. What do you think, Barnett, the last thing he thought about before he went to bed at night, and the first thing he thought about when he woke up in the morning? He thought about bending Ole over and use your imagination.
Well, probably the wrong person to get to that with. But yeah, I totally agree with you. I can imagine that Ole Anderson was on his mind and revenge was very close second. Yes. And so clearly he started plotting and planning at some point with the McMahons, or at least one of the McMahons.
I likened him in a former program. I likened him to a black widow spider, which is small and innocuous, but when it bites you, you don't usually don't even see it until it bites you. And sometimes even then you don't.
And it can be too late, right? That's an excellent analogy.
But I knew Barnett. I don't want to say well, but I did, because when we would fly in Australia, sometimes he would ask me to come up and sit by him.
Sure.
Because we would talk about intellectual stuff, about books and different things. And he enjoyed having some, I mean, don't get me wrong, I sound like a snob here, but.
No, I would say the average professional wrestler didn't really get into it. I'm not saying everybody, but a lot of the guys were just there to do their job and go about, daily life as well. You hear a lot of the guys just like to drink and have a good time, and there's nothing wrong with that. But I could see someone like a Jim Barnett trying to pick someone out of the pile that he could have a conversation with beyond, just wrestling talk.
He was a promoter in Australia. Everybody talked about Australia in their territories. The guys that went to Australia had got a tour would always come back, and of course, now they're world travelers. They, maybe Australia would be their first trip out of the country, or maybe Japan, but they would come back and they talk about it because it was a way to kind of put themselves over a little bit. Mm-hmm. And they would always praise Barnett as being a good businessman, and even if they didn't, the fact that he was the one calling the shots. He was the one that would bring you over. He's the one that made the decision. He was the authority figure in my mind.
Right.
So I gave him all the credit and respect that came with that. But I admired him because he was obviously a great businessman. Here's this guy. The first time I ever actually saw him in person was in a dressing room, and there's all these guys, Mark Lewin, King Curtis, Big Bad John, who's about twice Barnett's size, all these guys are sitting around or standing around listening to this little diminutive, queen-like man give them instructions and tell them what they were going to be doing. And he's looking like $1 million. He's probably got a $1,000 suit on and immaculately coiffed and all that. And I admired him. I didn't care about it. In fact, if I'd have thought about it, I thought, that he is able to do this in spite of what he is personally. Sure. It's even more admirable when you think about it. Mm-hmm. So, especially in our business, we're all supposed to be so rough and tumble and all.
Manly men, absolutely.
The man's man, the boy, be a pro wrestler. Yeah. So, I always admired him, but I admired what he had done. Him personally, I didn't think about it. First of all, you never got to know Barnett well enough to make a personal judgment. You only had his behavior. He never told you his values. What he thought or, what his values were. He just, I'm telling you, he was a very, very bad enemy to have because he was powerful, he was connected, he had ends politically, he contributed. I'm convinced to this day that he spent a lot of the money he spent making political contributions and buying his way into having some say-so. So
after you pointed that out an episode or two ago, that makes a lot of sense. Did he keep all the money for himself? Well, he probably spent a little on those chauffeurs and those chefs and things of that nature, but that's a lot of money to be taken out just for a chauffeur or a chef. So I absolutely 100%, I could see him, like you said, basically buying himself friends, if you will, in high places, yes. low friends in high places, basically. Yeah. Is what the political scene is like. And so I gotta tell you, man, that's great that we're able to get some insight into the Barnett guy and that Black Widow spider thing. That you hit the nail on the head with that, because you're right. By the time he bites you, it's too late most of the time, and it's going to be too late for Ole here in just a little bit as we continue with the story. But there's some other things that go on, and you kind of touched on this at the end of last episode as well. You talked about a time when Jake Roberts was hit up basically by maybe a tip from someone, and he was searched by the police or whomever it was. And there's some stories here in Ole's book about similar things involving Jake and Buzz Sawyer, and I wanted to read those real quick to you and just get your opinion on them.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, so Ole says here in the book, other things began to happen almost immediately. I don't have proof that Vince had anything to do with it, but 8 to 10 squad cars pulled up at the TBS TV station in Atlanta one Saturday morning to pick up Jake the Snake Roberts. They had been tipped off that he had drugs with him. He was on enough crap that it wouldn't have surprised me if they did find something, but I asked them, where did you get this information? And of course, they wouldn't tell me. All they said was, we had a reliable source who told us he was dealing in drugs. And they took Jake to jail, searched all his bags, and didn't find anything but prescription drugs to Jake. They were legal prescriptions, but they still took him down to the station. And I told the police, your reliable information wasn't very reliable, now was it? I had to send somebody down to get Jake out so he could make it to TV, but by the time they got back to the studio, it was too late. So that was a story on Jake, and I know you have a different one as well. They also arrested Buzz Sawyer at the airport one time, turned all of his bags inside out, and threw them all over the place. That happened several times with some of the talent here in Georgia. The police would be waiting for us when we got off the plane, searching bags, making guys take their clothes off. We had our cars trashed, windows smashed, and tires flattened. Wow, okay. He says things like that began to happen on a frequent basis. We had shows canceled. We would call the building manager, hey, how are the ticket sales going? We stopped selling them, would say the ticket taker. What do you mean you stopped selling them, asked Ole. We got a call from your office last week. They said you were canceling the show. Interesting.
I got it.
At other times, someone would call the building manager and say, our TV didn't air this past Saturday, or the guys got into a car wreck. We're going to have to cancel the show. When we would get to the building, the morons would tell us, you called us yesterday to cancel the show. We gave everybody their money back. Things like that happened over and over. There were all kinds of weird things going on. Was Vince behind any of it? I don't have any proof to say he was. Do I think he was? Sure. Nothing like that ever happened until he got involved, but I don't have any proof and probably never will.
Barnett would be perfect for that, to be doing that kind of...
well, he would know who the druggies are, for certain.
Yes. And he would, Barnett loved gossip. That's one of the reasons that he and I got along so well, especially when I had my girlfriend with me, because he could gossip with her, and then he couldn't gossip with me in the same way. More of the feminine type values and things. Oh, he would be perfect for that because, again, doing it sneaky, doing it from behind, doing it out of the bushes where you couldn't tell who the saboteur was. He'd be perfect for that. And what a way to endear himself and prove to McMahon that he was someone that would be useful to have in your organization, is to be a spoiler. If you can't make things happen, can you make things unhappen? Can you tear things down?
Right.
That's a very valuable asset. Attila the Hun wasn't known for building up major cities. He was known for tearing them down and piling skulls like 20 feet high in a big pile. He didn't want to tear down every city, but he would tear down one or two and let the people know, listen, if you don't just give up and give us all your money and give us your women and your children, whatever we want, this is what's going to happen to you. And he usually only had to tear down one or two cities before everybody would go, okay, yeah, come on, take what you want. Just don't destroy us and tear down the whole place. That's a way of doing business that is very effective. And totally negative. You're murdering people and doing horrible things, but it works. And that was Barnett's forte too. He could be like with a spider. What more can you say?
Well, he can, obviously, you think about this. Vince probably has no idea, outside of maybe seeing a match or something when he's trying to scout some talent, but he has no idea who a Jake Roberts or a Buzz Sawyer is beyond their wrestling personality on a TV screen at this point, I would imagine. And so for him to know where these guys are going to be, on what day, and that they are the guys who are most likely to be carrying things in their bags, that doesn't seem like any information Vince McMahon would have himself. So it easily seems like it would come back to Jim Barnett once you do the basic math in your head.
Barnett would keep, I'm sure he had allies or people who he was sympathetic to, or, maybe people that were getting payoffs from him that when Ole took over, those payoffs stopped. The guys who brought Barnett money, I'm sure he gave them something.
Yeah.
And, something, not $100, whatever. Well, that all stopped when Ole wasn't taking money like that. He wasn't letting anybody get hold of the money. It was smart that way. So the guys that had been getting the money from Barnett would at least have some appreciation of the fact that their economic life had been better under Barnett than it was under Ole. So if they could get Barnett back, they would be in better shape. So I can see why they would conspire to work against Ole, because Ole was take no prisoners. It was like, we talked about that at length about him just saying, somebody that really was a piece of shit would come out and just say, well, no, I'm great. I'm not a piece of shit. I'm great. Well, get in the ring and show me. And Trip getting in the ring, I almost fall down. Say, get out of here, you piece of shit. So that was Ole. Barnett would have said, oh, my boy, that was so unfortunate. He probably wouldn't use the guy, but he wouldn't be quite so uncomplimentary about the guy. But yeah, I can see why there'd be a lot of people from Barnett when he was running things. There'd be a lot of people that he left behind that would have been glad to see him come back.
This is Wrestling Nostalgia, the podcast that dives into wrestling history. Hey, wrestling fans, I'm Dave Dynasty, and if you enjoy podcasts that are knowledgeable and history-driven, then Wrestling Nostalgia is for you. With great guests and fun interviews, there are over 200 episodes in our archives. We chat with several first-time guests and often cover topics not discussed on other podcasts. Look up Wrestling Nostalgia on your favorite podcast platform and visit all of our links at linktree/WrestlePod. That is linktr.ee/RASSLEPOD. And remember, wherever you go, whatever you do, be good, be safe, and keep on growing.
Hey guys, Ray Russell here, curator of the WrestleCopia Podcast Network, inviting you guys to listen to many of the programs here as part of the WrestleCopia brand, including, but not limited to, the Wrestling Memory Grenade, currently covering the 1988 and the WWF project. You can also listen to the Regional Rasslin podcast, where we talk the territories. You can also listen to the Wrestling Stoop with the legend himself, Bob Roop. But that's not all. You can also check out the Pro Wrestling Academy with the professor of Puro Resu, Mr. Dan Ginnity. Dan and I go back in time and cover the history of Japanese professional wrestling in the English language. And you can listen to all of those shows and more, all part of the WrestleCopia Podcast Network, located over at WrestleCopia.com. That's WrestleCopia.com, and anywhere your podcast streaming needs are met. And while you're at it, why not subscribe to our social media guys for all the latest goings on here at the WrestleCopia Podcast Network. Plus, I'm constantly adding old school video clips and pictures from throughout wrestling history. You can follow us over on X, formerly Twitter, at Wrestling Grenade. That's at RASSLIN Grenade. Also, follow and like me, Facebook.com/Wrestling Grenade. And why not subscribe to YouTube.com/Wrestling Grenade. And of course, now would be a fantastic time to become a WrestleCopia patron over at patreon.com/WrestleCopia. That address again, patreon.com/WrestleCopia, where you get so many gifts, including all of my insanely detailed show notes for every episode of The Grenade Show, Regional Rasslin, and the Monday Warfare podcast. You'll also get early access to a lot of the podcasts here on the WrestleCopia brand, where you can listen days and sometimes as much as a week earlier than the rest of the listeners. But that's still not all, guys. You also get at least a dozen digital downloads for your viewing and reading pleasure each and every month, plus random bonus video drops, and of course, the Patreon exclusive Watch Along series covering many past WWF and WCW events. And if that's not all, videocasts, also now a part of Patreon. No subscription, cancel anytime. Give it a try for a month, guys. I think you'll like the content that I offer, and every penny of it goes right back here into paying the bills. So if you're looking to support that next up-and-coming podcast brand, please consider making it WrestleCopia. Help me pay some of the bills to keep the WrestleCopia Podcast Network and all of the great shows here up and running for the months and the years to come.
Hey everybody, Gene Jackson here, inviting you to check out the Retro Wrestling Review, where each week I'm joined by some great co-hosts who help me review classic episodes of USWA Championship Wrestling, and right now we are doing week-by-week reviews of 1993. But we don't just do reviews, sometimes we get a chance to interview some of the people who were there and lived it, plus do watch-alongs. It's a lot of fun, so check out new episodes that drop every Wednesday at WrestleCopia.com. And to find links to everything associated to the podcast, you can go to USWApodcast.com.
All right, now there was another story, you had alluded to. We touched on it a little bit on the last episode, if I remember correctly, but you were involved. That wasn't necessarily this story that Ole told about Jake, but you had a story involving Jake, and you were there to witness his firsthand witness, eyewitness here, Bob Roop. Tell us about your time watching Jake basically get searched, I believe.
When we flew into, it was a deal where every other week we'd fly into Ohio, into Columbus, rent the cars there, and then we'd go out wherever we were working, Ohio, Michigan, West Virginia. We're coming out of the Columbus airport, and Jake, when we got off the plane, they were waiting for him. And so I waited for him. He was with me. I waited for him. And after, 15, 20 minutes, he came walking out the front of the airport. I knew he had drugs on it. So, but he came walking out, and I said, well, what happened? He said, they searched me and everything. And I said, well, you didn't have anything on you? And what he did, he had a bag. He had his wrestling bag, but he had another bag. It had like a netting that the bag sat in. And he held it up, and he turned it around, and in that netting was, on one side of it, there was a lump of about the size of a silver dollar. That was a bag of cocaine, and they just hadn't seen it.
Wow!
So I don't know if they searched that bag, but they didn't look it was on the outside of the bag. It was right there in plain sight. Jake was just lucky, and he knew it too. He did all that cocaine. He had a cocaine party that night. He got rid of all the cocaine.
Yeah, I remember you telling that part last time. Yeah,
okay. Yeah. Oh yeah. Jake was one thing about Jake, and it's to this day. I mean, I see him occasionally, his rehab and his trying to get his life back and all that. Let's put it this way. He's interesting enough that people are still willing to cover his life. Even when he sank all the way into about as low as you can go, he's still a fascinating character. And he was then very interesting. He was fun to be around, always upbeat, nice looking. I took him home with me one time when we were working in Michigan, and we stayed overnight at my house. He charmed my mother. I mean, he made her feel like a young belle again, the way he flattered. I think he wasn't hitting on her, but he was just very complimentary.
Yeah.
And my mother was very attractive, and so she was so impressed. She talked about him for years, like, you brought a bunch of wrestlers around, but that Jake, that guy, he was really, really nice. Wow. And he was. So, like I say, you talk about a close call. You got an 8-ball of coke on you.
Well, again, we go back to the names that were getting searched as well. I don't think that was by accident. So definitely, I feel like somebody certainly up high that knew exactly what was going on and where you would be exactly what time of day and what date. That certainly sounds like someone that would be in that level of Jim Barnett, right? Like a promoter, someone who knows the schedule and things like that. And so Jim Barnett leaves the NWA reportedly. We know Vince leaves the NWA in 1983. We move into 1984. And things are going to start changing here because this is when Black Saturday around the corner, Vince McMahon going to take over TBS. But in order to get there, I did some digging, got some information online, took a little bit from the Dark Side of the Ring and also Ole's book, obviously. And I was going to go into some more notes here with you, Bob.
Sounds good.
All right, so we're going to go into, it's coming soon, the selling of at least a lot of the stock here in Georgia Championship Wrestling. But Ole says that Georgia was a subchapter S corporation when I took over. I studied all the articles of incorporation. The entire document was 20-some pages of legal gobbledygook. I was concerned about the wording of the buy-sell agreement. The buy-sell agreement stated if a stockholder wants to sell his stock in GCW, they must first offer it to another stockholder. If none of the other stockholders want to purchase that stock, then they can agree to allow that holder to sell it to someone outside, subject to the approval of the other stockholders. Well, Jim Barnett had been violating the article all along because he had been selling his stock to Jim Oates. However, everyone chose to overlook that. You can study all 20-plus pages of the articles and argue all the fine points and nuances. When you get to the bottom line, one little paragraph destroys the entire document. If you can get 51% of the stockholders to go along with you, you can do whatever the fuck you want. Well, that's a hell of a little clause there in the contract.
Yeah, and that adjective you used is appropriate too. It's like, what the fuck, Yeah. Well, it cost only $42,000 with a lawyer to find that out.
Yeah, it was a lot of money. He goes into that quite a bit here, and I didn't really take any notes in regards to everything he spent and all the nonsense that went on in the attorney's office because it could have been a chapter in itself in his book, just insane. All the nonsense. But at the end of the day, we know the story. And that's when we get to the old blood oath story, Bob. And it's a little silly, but they told it on Dark Side. Ole tells it in his book. It happened, right? Jerry Brisco's told the story. Basically, the Briscoes are at a bar. They're having some drinks. Ole comes in. He starts drinking alongside of them. And he's trying to make sure these guys are on his side. And so Ole decides, we're going to take a blood oath. And Jerry kind of quipped something. I don't remember exactly how he worded it, but he was like, my word was my word. Or a handshake's fine, but Ole pulls out some sort of a knife or something and gigs himself. I thought, when I first heard this story, I pictured him doing it Blood Brother kind of deal, on your hand, cutting the, right. But the way they tell it, Ole slices his head and then forces the Briscoes to slice their heads as well. And they, swap blood or something along those lines, vowing they had to promise Ole that if they were ever going to sell their stock in Georgia, they would come to Ole first.
Thinking back, I don't know, I'm sure as champion, Jack Brisco had to, get blood at least a few times when he was a heel. I know Jack really didn't like the blade at all. Well, you're talking about multiple thousands of dollars, hundreds of thousands of dollars. So, yeah, it was big stake. Yeah, and the thing is, that stock only has value as long as the company is viable, as long as the company's running and everything's fine. If the company, tanks, your stock's worth nothing. It's like any other business, I guess. If you sell toilet paper, all of a sudden toilet paper becomes extinct, well, your company's extinct too. So I can see where Ole came back from that. He came back to the office from that meeting and told me about it. I didn't know it was from the forehead. I didn't look. He didn't show me any marks or anything. I thought maybe it was a finger or a thumb or whatever. But
sure. So Ole comes right to you and tells you, yeah, we took a blood oath. Like immediately, this is the conversation you're having with him about this meeting that he had with the Briscos. Okay.
Yeah, as soon as he came back, yeah. Oh, yeah, all the meetings he had, the one with Vern and Fritz and Watts and all that, he'd come back and tell me about them, yeah.
Okay, so I got to ask you, Bob. He comes back and he tells you, yeah, I took a blood oath with the Briscos. What is your first thought? Are you fucking serious? Like, what was going through your mind when he goes, yeah, I gigged or whatever. He cut himself. He took a blood oath with the Briscos there, about, trying to get them to basically say that, yes, Ole, if we ever plan to sell, we will come to you first. What were your thoughts? Did you just kind of go along with it? Did it make no never mind to you? Or were you like, what the fuck's wrong with Ole today?
No, I didn't think that. I thought, first of all, I respected the heck out of Ole. And I could see why he would want to do something like that, because what else are you going to do? Make them put up, say, $50,000 warranty guarantee or something that if they sell, they lose the money. So that was one thing he could do. And, one thing we have evolved into or seen is that Ole was not wise to the way of the world in terms of drugs and some of the crap that went on among the wrestlers.
Yeah, he admitted that he was a different cat. He was, he wasn't a pro wrestler minded type of guy. I mean, obviously he was a booker, he was a promoter, but and what the boys did, Ole wasn't necessarily one of the boys in regards to the everyday life of what the average pro wrestler was doing in this era.
No, not at all. He was his own man. And there was a lot of things that, he saw a lot of stuff, guys, getting wasted all the time, coming to work sometimes wasted. And, he had no respect for that because he grew up with a strong work ethic. Talked about his grandfather carrying shingles up to the roof when he was in his 60s, carrying a bale of shingles on his shoulder up a ladder, stuff like that. That he had a completely different value system than a lot of the guys did. And Ole never, even though he had a staged name, he never changed in terms of who he was personally. All the things that went into him, including his college, including being in the service, what that did. It was the same with me, but nowhere near to the same extent. Ole had more ability to be a leader, like to be a shark in terms of business. I never thought about doing anything to the level he did of taking over a promotion. I always tried to do a separate thing, I had to go opposition. He went and just took one that was already working.
Right.
He bought into it first, looked for his opportunity. I'm not saying he went into it with that in mind, but I know he would always be looking because Ole was about money. He wanted to make money, and he always gravitated towards where the money was. And the big money at TBS or with the wrestling company was running it. Right. That's why he got Barnett out of there, and where he was the one that they were bringing the money to.
You talk about money. Ole says, he talked about this over 82. Well, at the end of 82, they basically pushed Barnett out of it, literally threatened to hang him over. That's even told in The Dark Side as well. Kind of allude to dropping Jim Barnett off of his apartment. Was it his apartment or whatever? But his the penthouse that overlooked, let's say, concrete, if we will.
Yes. Yeah.
And so Barnett, basically steps down, and we're waiting for something to happen there. But in the meantime, Ole says he takes over the finances, and over the course of several months, they're finally out of the red and into the black. They're making money, or at least they don't have any debts, which is very important to begin things. That's one step in the right direction. And eventually Ole talks about having some capital. They have $200,000 in the bank, and the Briscos find out, and they want their shares. And Ole's trying to explain to them as a businessman, no, we leave this in the bank because this is for our upcoming expenses. We have to pay for advertising for the towns. We have to keep a little money in here in case anything goes wrong. We have to have it for the venues. We need this money for X, Y, and Z. And the Briscos are just looking at it like it's their money, their percentage. They want their money out of it. And that's Jerry's reasoning was, Ole was holding this money and we wanted that money is the way Jerry looked at it. And Ole's looking at it like this technically is our money, but it's actually the company's money, not our money to spend. It's not like a payout, basically, is what Ole was trying to explain. And the Briscoes simply wanted their fair share, I suppose, is how it was from their end. And that kind of helps persuade them, I'm sure, into siding with Jim Barnett, selling to Vince McMahon. Of course, that blood oath did very little. I mean, you're asking professional wrestlers to blade. I mean, that's not like the end of the world or anything. I mean, I'm sure they were like, what the fuck? But at the same time, I mean, it's not some big new thing to them. And so they go and do this blood oath thing in front of Ole, and obviously it amounts to nothing because they do wind up selling. And that's the next part of the story here. As Ole tells it, in March of 1984, my mother died. I called Jerry Brisco and I said, my mother has died, so I'm going to be in Minnesota for a week. I'll call every day and you can let me know what's going on. Here's the number where you can reach me. While I was gone, several of the board members held a quick late at night meeting. McMahon reached an agreement with the shareholders of Georgia Championship Wrestling. His ace in the hole was Jim Barnett. I had gone back to Minnesota because my mother died. 2 days after I left for Minnesota, I got a call from Louise Bennett, who was our secretary. Louise was crying, saying, Ole, they took our company. What are you talking about, Louise? Who took our company? Vince McMahon. So he says, we went to court, and there was lots of pages about the court. We were talking about how much he spent. And, I think Ralph Freed threw in some money as well. But, Ole lost a lot of his own personal money fighting this in court. But at the end of the day, Black Friday happens. And, he gets everybody out of debt. Everything looks like, positive moving forward. I know there were some issues. People started saying the booking got lazy. Maybe he wasn't paying for all the biggest talent coming in at that point in time either. When you watch 1983, you can kind of see where it's kind of in a lull, but I think that's a lot of Ole trying to get back out of the red is what that is. People don't look at it from the business side. They look at it as a fan's point of view. And so, but this is Ole's version of it. And unfortunately, after all the courts, all the attorney fees, all the nonsense involved, it happens. The sale goes through. Vince McMahon takes over Georgia Championship Wrestling, or at least the time slot on TBS.
Right. Well, if you think about it, some of the things Ole did, what came to mind was him firing Paul Orndorff that day at the Omni and just walking him out the door.
Right.
I'm sure the other stockholders, because Paul was a major draw for the company. He was a good draw. That was the only reason that he thought he could get away with missing towns in Georgia, was because he was a big number. He thought that he was locked in because, well, with Ole, that didn't matter. But with everybody else, with the other shareholders, they said, you did what? You fired Paul Orndorff? You have anybody? Well, think about it. You have anybody to replace him? I don't know. I don't remember if business fell off or not. It always seemed to be doing at least fairly well. It wasn't capacity. It wasn't a deal. However, he was all sold out, but it was always decent. I don't remember ever going to a place that was even less than at least half full. Usually it was at 3/4 or so. And also the way that Ole ran things, he was the boss. He was going to want to be the one to make the decisions. And that might have rankled with guys because the other stockholders were going to have to get, like you say, get 51% in order to tell Ole what to do. Then they weren't going to be able to get it. So I'm sure that rankled with them too. Going back to the $200,000 in the where there's $200,000 in the bank. I'm curious if Barnett was paying dividends even when they weren't making a lot of money. It's one of the reasons that they went into such debt was because he was paying dividends to the stockholders to keep them happy.
Right.
If they were making, well, think about it. I don't know, but think about it. If they were making money, then if Barnett was making money too, in case it came out that he was getting all this extra money brought back to him, then he would have something to say. Well, yeah, I'm just taking my share. I gave you your share too. And that's where they went however many hundreds of thousands of dollars they went into debt. Maybe that's where it came from.
We talked about this an episode or two ago where Ole alleged that every time one of the stockholders got a little upset, they weren't making any money. all of a sudden Barnett would give them some dividends, and I'll use quotation marks around dividends there. But and then they were finding it, and I see where you're coming from, because if Barnett gets outed at some point in regards to this money disappearing or maybe taking a little off the top, these stockholders can always say, well, he's always treated me fairly. I always got my dividends, right? So that's the way they're looking at it. Like, he's not cheating me. So I don't know what he's doing with the rest of the money, but I'm getting mine. So it's very wise. Jim Barnett is one of the craftiest, smartest guys, not just in wrestling, but in business. You know what I mean?
Yes.
So absolutely. I can see why he was on top for so long,
Well, not really, because the black widow spider always kills and eats its mate after it mates. It kills the male.
Sure.
And eats it. So you talk about treacherous. Talk about expensive sex.
That analogy gets more and more just like Jim Barnett, the comparison. I can see it, man. But unfortunately, there's nothing Ole can do at this point. He's tried everything he could. He spent money on attorneys. I mean, lots of money, guys. I mean, do the math, do the inflation there. My goodness. And it didn't work. And Vince McMahon's going to take over the time slot. And eventually Vince is going to wander into TBS studios. And Ole says the first time he showed up at our TV taping with Gorilla Monsoon, a.k.a. Gino Marella. Gino was doing his best to smooth things out. I told Monsoon, listen, Gino, I don't hold any hard feelings against you, but I don't want that asshole anywhere near me. Let me tell you, if anybody looked like they were ready to take on the world that day, it must have been me, says Ole. Gino had an excellent background as an amateur wrestler, but as mad as I was ready to take him on and anyone else. Danny Hodge even might have had a hard time with me that day. I was ready to fight anybody and everybody. Tell me about that day with Gorilla Monsoon and Vince Walker. This is the first time Vince comes up there. This is pre-Linda.
Yeah, I think it was a TV station. I seem to recall it was at the TV station.
He says it was at the TV station, yes.
Yeah, it was Monsoon and Vince, and then Ole asked me to come along. Just, I don't think he was worried, but just, I don't know, maybe to have a witness or whatever.
That's what I was thinking, a witness, someone who can repeat what happened here if we need it. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, and I was there for the whole thing. Vince offered to shake hands. Ole said, well, why should I shake your hand? You're trying to steal my territory. Fuck you. Pardon my language, but
it's in the book.
Yeah, and I couldn't blame him. I always admired, while that might not have been the smartest way to do it, I always admired the fact that Ole didn't change his personality. He didn't change in midstream. He was Ole from the start to the finish. And then Ole McMahon tried to introduce his wife, and Ole said something like "fuck your wife" or something like that.
Yeah.
And that killed it.
Yeah, that was the deal breaker, I guess. Yeah.
Oh well, McMahon. Well, imagine if you're there with your. Oh, my understanding is that, in fact, I'm not an understanding. I know it for a fact that his wife got several government appointments in the Trump government.
Yeah, sure.
She was a big part of the business side of it, so she wasn't there just as like a arm candy.
Yeah, she was the head of Titan. Yeah.
Yes, she was there in a business mode, and and with that in mind, I'm not saying I disagree with what Ole did, because I love the guy and I respected the hell out of him. I still do, but it might have been better to have some diplomacy there, only from the standpoint of, instead of breaking everything down before you ever have a chance to see if there's any room to maneuver or some way to attack, instead of just saying and slapping the person in the face and saying "screw you" and starting, making sure there's going to be a war. It's maybe not the best way to go, but who am I to talk? Ole was a multi-millionaire, very, very sharp businessman.
Well, even he has said, later in the book that was clearly a mistake at the time. But he's going to run into Vince several times here. The first was with Gorilla Monsoon, and Gorilla's trying to smooth things over. Gino Marella, who was actually a business partner of Vince Sr., and when Vince Jr. took over, he bought Gorilla's stock and everyone else's stocks that had any form of ownership in the WWF. And so Vince is the owner, and Gorilla has a job for life here next to Vince McMahon.
Right.
And so Gorilla comes in and says, "Hey, Ole, let's look. We're both, we've both been in the ring, And Ole admits, he had respect for Gorilla. He had no problems with Monsoon, but Gorilla was there to kind of smooth things over for Vince, and it didn't really work. And McMahon steps in and says, "Listen, Ole, it was just business, nothing personal. I will make you more money than you ever dreamed of making if you come and work for me." Ole's response on the first meeting, "Go fuck yourself," is a direct quote from his book. Gorilla just said, "Hey, come on, Ole." So Monsoon's still trying to calm him down. And Ole says, "I like Gino, but I didn't care what anyone thought." McMahon came down one or two more times. The first time was when Jack and Jerry Brisco were there doing depositions. Once again, Vince approached me. "Ole, it's just business. Come and work for me. Blah, blah, blah." I repeated my earlier comment, "Go fuck yourself." The fact that Vince offered me a job was a smart thing for him to do. I can't say I wasn't tempted to take his offer, but I had such a low opinion of Vince McMahon. I was so mad about everything that happened leading up to the takeover. In retrospect, it probably wasn't the smart thing for me to do. Looking back on it now, he was probably sincere about what he was saying at the time. With all that had been said back and forth between us, it was an honorable gesture for him to make. I questioned it for many years after that, but I think he probably did mean it. I would have had to go along with Vince McMahon, and looking back on it all, I should have said, "Vince, make me all the money you can," instead of fighting it all by myself. But I believed in the business to such an extent that I thought it would be blasphemy to do the things that Vince was going to do. Some of the ideas that he had, I wasn't too happy about, but I could have lived with it had I took the job. So that's where we are at this point. Ole admitting that, maybe I should have just shut the fuck up and took the money and ran with it. Because at the end of the day, like you said, Ole was about making money, but this was his baby. He had worked tirelessly around the clock on this company, and it was basically yanked out from underneath him. So I get that part of it, where he's trying to keep it real on his side.
Yeah, he did. And it just popped into my head. Occasionally when in Georgia, Ole would come to a town and he'd bring a couple of his kids with him. They'd be sitting in the car and they'd stay in the car. Or it would be parked inside somewhere where he could, they were safe. But I was thinking that was probably the only chance he had to be with his kids, because he was always working. So the only way he could see them actually was at work. When he was going to a town, they would ride in the car with him. So the only reason I tell that story is because he did sacrifice a lot. There was a 24-hour-a-day job doing what he was doing. He was running a major company. Imagine Ted Turner running TBS all by himself. Ole was running a major company basically on his own. He made the sacrifice, and I could see why once he had turned the corner financially where they were profitable, I could see where he would not want, and also after having worked so hard, so long to become the guy in charge. He had the scepter. He was the one running the show. I could see where it'd be hard for him to say, hand the scepter off to someone else and going back to being subordinate. Even if you're vice president, you're not the president anymore. And I want to say, in retrospect, you made a comment about his personal, one of the reasons that inability or his unwillingness to get along with McMahon was what he thought of him personally. The first time I've heard that, and I'm glad to hear it. No, I'm not glad to hear it, but I mean, it strikes a chord. Let's put it that way, because I felt the same way. I was never interested in working for McMahon, ever. If he'd have called me and offered a job, I don't think I would have taken it, because again, it had to do with him personally. As a person, I looked at him. I didn't see anything I respected. And don't get me wrong, I'm not better or anything. It's just when you look at somebody, what I saw, body language, looks, attitude, the way they talk, whatever, I wasn't impressed. And I've met presidents, I've met all kinds of different people. I can see where Ole was coming from. And now, in retrospect, again, it took 30, 40 years. But what has happened with McMahon in terms of him personally, in terms of his character? He's shown to be a person of very low character with that behavior. just absolutely disgusting behavior. And that was what Ole saw. It's kind of what I saw, was that person who would be able to do that kind of crap, and be basically. And then, of course, I told you earlier, I told you and our friends out there that Trudy Luna had worked for the vets, and she told me a story about him getting her alone and forcing her to do a sexual thing with him because he was her boss. And once I heard that, of course, don't get me wrong, I didn't spend any time thinking about Vince McMahon because I just dismissed it. I don't think about negative stuff. But when Trudy told me that, I thought, well, yeah, I wasn't a bit surprised. Let's put it that way.
Sure.
So I never was interested, and I'm not trying to buck myself up like I'm somebody special. Vince McMahon still got more money in his pockets. I've gotten my whole repertoire, my whole financial deal, but that doesn't matter. Money is just something. It's a tool, really. Yeah, and I don't have any problem with Ole feeling that way. He didn't want to say, okay, I'll agree to do business with somebody that he looked at it from a personal standpoint. You got to remember also, Ole was an amateur wrestler, and we have kind of a different attitude about things. Not that we're superior, we're just different. And he looked at Vince and he thought, I can't see myself just giving in to this guy. He's trying to steal my business, and he wants me to shake his hand and agree that it's okay with me. Well, it's not okay with me. Again, he said later, hindsight's always 20/20. He said that later he thought about it, and it always turns out that way. Things happen that you say, oh, man, if I had just invested in that company when it was real low.
Sure.
But
we'd all be billionaires if we could do things like that. Exactly. Well, we talked about the first meeting. You were there by Ole's side when they run into Vince and Gorilla Monsoon. Again, Ole runs into Vince at a deposition with the Brisco brothers. And then comes the next deposition. Vince and Linda McMahon walk in this time. And Vince walks over to Ole this time and he says, Ole, I'd like you to meet my wife, Linda. By this time, we were really in the heat of a legal battle, says Ole. I had been raped so badly by those attorneys, I was so mad about everything. As I've always been a man of few words, I said, fuck you to Linda, then turned around and said, fuck you to Vince. That was when Vince said, you'll never, ever work again. Of course, Vince was more right than I was, because I never worked in what I'd call any big capacity ever again. So yeah, maybe a mistake. Ole's even went in later in the book that maybe I let the personal feelings get ahead of business here. And maybe, I don't think that he apologizes or says maybe he shouldn't have said that to Linda, but I think he acknowledges that was not the right thing to do in that point in time. But here's Linda walking in. She's done nothing other than back her husband at this point. And Ole just looks right at a female of all things. Ole didn't care what you were, white, white, black, brown, polka dots, whatever the case, or male, female, Jim Barnett, whatever the case may be. He's going to tell you what he thinks. And that's how he sees things. And wow, imagine that. You walk in and the first thing somebody says, you've never seen the guy before in your life. You're this dainty woman. Linda McMahon walks in there and the first thing out of this guy's mouth is, fuck you. I bet she had never heard that before. Well, maybe outside of Vince, never heard that before in her life.
Right. Well, what you're just saying it makes me realize something about one of the reasons I liked Ole so much was because he wasn't your typical wrestler. He was Ole, and he was straight. He just told it like it was, and the hell with the consequences. And I mean, he wasn't rash in terms of trying to create a problem, but if there was a problem, he dealt with it in his way, all the way from being willing to fight two big 350, 400-pound guys by himself to deal with McMahon. And here's the deal. What Ole didn't understand, or I'm thinking about it now, if Ole was going to fight McMahon, he was going to have to do it with his own money. McMahon had, his company was producing a lot of bucks by then. He had a lot of money to work with. He could spend money. He was already doing it. He was buying TVs. He had the money to spend with. It wasn't coming out of his pocket personally. I mean, in a way it was, but he had a lot of revenue coming in from his show and from his TV, from selling his merchandise and all that. that he could use to fight Ole. And the bottom line is money talks, everything else walks. Because I've seen, everything from very famous people get found innocent and drop dead, open and shut cases are found innocent because they have enough money to influence a jury. 6 or 7 lawyers, the top guys, that find one little bitty evidence of the glove doesn't fit or something to get a guy who's obviously guilty of something out, get him found not guilty. That works everywhere. If you've got the connections, if you've got the money, a lot of times you're going to win because you can throw money at something until the other person runs out of money.
Right. Yep.
And then you're going to win just by they're going to have to forfeit. So, he was going into a battle. Ole was going into a battle where he had no army at all. And Vince had an army that was getting bigger every day. Every night, every show he was running with all the merchandise. I'm not sure exactly about the time, but his company ended up, what did he sell it for? $23 billion, something like that.
It was quite a bit.
Yeah. So, nobody ever took a wrestling company to that level before. The guy was an exceptional businessman. His father was an excellent businessman and a good man, my understanding. I always liked him. I thought he was, however, when you see the way the kid turns out, you want to say, well, where did that come from?
Vince's upbringing was a little different for certain. He grew up in a trailer park with his mother and a abusive stepfather. The stories are out there in North Carolina, I believe. And at some point in his early teens, I think that's when he moves up north to live with his father, who was, obviously a businessman and very busy. I'm not saying that he didn't have time for Vince, but I believe Vince was always treated more of an adult by his father than just, your average kid, if you will. So Vince had an interesting upbringing, obviously, and he was always trying to prove that, I'm not from the South. I'm not poor white trash. I'm not this. I'm not that. And, he's trying to outdo everyone. He always had that chip on his shoulder, it would seem. And I'm not trying to psychoanalyze him because I don't even know the whole story, but just the pieces that are out there are enough to kind of give you an idea of some of the things he may have went through early in life. And so, now he's out here, he's getting revenge on the world basically by taking over the wrestling business. And so at this point, there's depositions being made and we're coming to the conclusion, the end of the court battle. It says, nope, Vince owns the majority of Georgia Championship Wrestling. He has taken over. And now we're going to talk about Ole realizing that he still owns stock in Vince's company here. Let's not forget that Vince bought the company or took over most of the majority. Now I heard it was just over about 52%, but according to Darkside and according to Jim Cornette, it was over 60% that Vince owned. But either way, all you need is that 51, right? And then you own the company. So no matter what it was, Vince had control of the company, but Ole still had his 10%. Let's not forget.
All right.
And so Ole says a few weeks after the court makes the decision that Ralph Freed, Fred Ward, Gene Anderson, and Ole, the final surviving members of the stockholders here in Georgia, the guys that were voting against Vince, they decided to try to get Vince to buy them out. Ole wanted $10,000 a point. That would be $100,000. He had 10 points, which is what I paid for my stock originally, says Anderson. I talked to Vince and told him that if he didn't buy us out, I would make his life absolutely miserable. I would attend every board meeting he called and cause as much disruption as I could. I paid $10,000 a point when I bought the stock in Georgia, so people ask me why I didn't hold Vince up for more money rather than settling for breaking even. The truth is, I was afraid I couldn't hold him up for any more money. All Vince had to do was terminate Georgia Championship Wrestling, and there wouldn't be any money coming in. If Georgia didn't exist, what would I get for my points? In addition, if Vince is running the TV and house shows and he doesn't book you, what are you going to make? Nothing. You have 10 points of nothing, Bob, and you're not being booked. You can't even make money as a wrestler because Vince doesn't like you, so he's not even booking you as talent. He could tell you, I'm taking over Georgia Championship Wrestling. I'll make the TV. You can go home. What are your points worth then, asks Ole. Nothing. So very good point here. He's basically saying they're going to pull a gunkle on me. I saw this happen before where we're just going to shut down the company and I'll go start another one over here. And then my points don't even exist anymore. So Ole wisely just going to take what he bought in with $100,000, give it back to me, and we'll just call it even. And he's already lost probably more than that at this point with attorney fees and all the other headaches.
Oh, yeah. Well, let's go back to something we started talking about at the beginning of this program.
Mm-hmm.
The Brisco brothers, them selling their stock now looks like an act of genius, doesn't it? Because if the company goes out of business, or like you say, the Gunkel type situation, their points are worthless. They're worth nothing. They ended up getting, what, in today's money, millions of dollars, right? I think it was $300,000 at the time. And in today's money, that's about, what, $1.5 million?
It's well over $1 million, yeah.
Well, it was smart for them to sell. I mean, if I were them, with all that going on and the chance to, like you say, because there's no charter. There's no something that, it's not like the Baltimore Orioles or the Green Bay Packers. It's a company that's basically on paper. I mean, the company's incorporated and all that, but you don't really have any assets to sell in terms of like a stadium or a team of players or whatever that you can sell. So, I don't blame looking back, I don't blame the Briscoes at all. In fact, it makes their move look pretty smart, really, to get the money while they could. And if Ole couldn't come up with it, which I don't know if they even tried to sell it. I'm sure they did try to sell it to Ole. But if Vince McMahon offered it, I can't say, looking back, I can't say. And I think if Vince had explained to the Briscoes, or maybe Barnett, representing McMahon, had explained to the Briscoes, well, this is what's going to happen. And it's very possible your stock could end up just going south, where you won't get a nickel from it. So my advice to you is sell it. He's offering you $10,000, $20,000 a point, whatever it is. My advice to you is sell it. And I can't say I blame him for doing it, because the stock is worth nothing if there's no company. That makes sense.
So by mid-July 1984, Vince McMahon is on TBS. So we have to assume sometime before that is when the court battle ended. And of course, Vince McMahon takes over the TV station. And so as I go into the next portion here, Ole basically saying that I'm going to sell my stock for what I bought it for. I want $100,000 from Vince McMahon, and Vince doesn't bat an eye at it. He could have shut it down. I'm surprised he didn't. Maybe there were some legalities there that Ole didn't know about where Vince couldn't do such a thing. But Vince offers him, okay, I'll give you $100,000. Will you take a personal check? Ole said he farted at that idea. He said, I don't want your check. I'll take a cashier's check or a bank money order. Vince looked surprised. Won't you take my personal check? No, I don't trust you. When the whole deal was completed, Vince shook hands with everybody there. Fred Ward, Ralph Freed, all of the attorneys. The attorneys were shaking hands because they made a few bucks out of this. Of course they did. Everybody was shaking hands with everybody. I didn't appreciate the gesture at the time, but I have to admit that Vince was a gentleman through the entire process. Wow, you don't hear that every day. And coming straight shooting from Ole here. He says, Vince walked over one more time, held out his hand and said, Ole, it was just business. And for the final time, in front of all the attorneys and everyone else, I told Vince, go fuck yourself. And that was it. Oh, man. Yeah. So he says in closing, I think this is the end of the story here in regards to selling to Vince. He says, after everything was settled, I called Jerry Brisco and I said, Jerry, now that you've screwed everything up, we have a choice. We still have approximately $200,000 in the Georgia account. We can let Vince take control of it, or I can disperse it as a special dividend payment. Jerry held 10%, so he was looking at a dividend of $20,000 or so. Right. Jack would get a similar payment. I wiped out the entire account and wrote the dividend checks to the stockholders. Vince never said anything, so he must not have cared. I think Vince knew what he got here. He's like, $200, chump change, pal. Let him have it. And so that was the end of that. That was the end of Georgia Championship Wrestling as we knew it, Bob.
Wow. Yeah, what a story. Interested to have been there for it. It was different. I tell you, at the time, we're talking about multi-millions of dollars of business. McMahon's company was taking off, was getting ready to, and you could see it was he was going to be successful. The fact that he was able to shut down just about everybody, eventually everybody in the country, it was easy to see that. I mean, let's put it this way. There was enough there to see that he was probably going to be successful, and that whatever he wanted to do, he was going to be able to do, because by that time, he had become one of them, become a major player. And earlier, when the NWA was viable with all the different territories around the country, the WWWE or F, whatever it was, under Senior, Vince McMahon Sr., was just kind of an East Coast thing. They didn't go all over the country, at least not to my knowledge. Once Vince Jr. got national television, of course, he could go everywhere. And before that, he could afford to buy regional television stations, to buy his program, to pay to have his program put on the air, so he could promote all over the country. And he could come in, and if you're a promoter, I say your Fred's out in Dallas, you got a big show 3 weeks from this coming Friday. All of a sudden, there's another show in town on that Friday too. McMahon has booked a show opposite yours, and he's bringing on all his major players. Hulk Hogan is developed by that time. He's bringing in Hogan and all the guys that became big names for the WWF. He's going to come in and go opposition to you and do well. It might not kill your business, but it'll definitely hurt it.
Right.
And you begin to see, well, if they continue to do this, he's got the means through his televisions to make more and more, to keep getting stronger and stronger, where I'm basically in a holding pattern here. I've been here for 30 years or whatever, and my business is probably going to be about where it's always been, but except for now, this guy's coming in, he's taking, say, 20, 30, 40% of my business, where I'm barely turning a profit. They could see the beginning and the end. Although, apparently, when they got together, Fretz and Watts and Ole and Gagne, when they got together, they couldn't come to an agreement about that happening and figure out a way to work together.
So, and Jarrett would even get involved in that some too when they did the Pro Wrestling USA stuff and they tried to get something off the ground, but everybody wanted to control, book, promote, handle the money. They didn't want their local stars doing the jobs. And obviously that's not going to work out when everybody has, a different idea of who's supposed to be going over. So it didn't work out too well in any incarnation, but I want to go back here to the final court date when the decision is made and Vince basically gets to take over Georgia Championship Wrestling. When Ole comes back in defeat from this, do you have any recollection, any memories whatsoever of the first conversation you had with Ole after this happens in court and Ole loses Georgia to Vince McMahon? Do you have any memories of that? And do you have any memories of the first time Vince appears on TBS?
The first part, about his reaction. Ole was basically came back and he did a rundown, a verbal analysis of his legal. He cussed the lawyers like a dog.
Yeah.
He said, this guy guaranteed me. He said it was open and shut. There was no way that they'd be able to sell. So I paid the guy $42,000. It turns out we go to court and the judge says, oh, no, that's not a problem. You can go ahead and sell it. Sure. And Ole was just, one thing we've been talking about the whole time, Ole telling Linda McMahon F you and all that. Ole basically said what he felt. And one thing, whether you like it or not, what you got to realize, the guy was honest. He was legitimate. He was honest. He would express his feelings in the most basic way. And,
no filter.
No filter at all. And so, but that was it's one of the reasons I respected it, admired him in a way, because everybody else was double talking, swerving, trying to get some kind of advantage or confuse you or mislead you. Ole cussed out the lawyers, and then he said, well, here's what we're going to, he already put in a plan. I think he had already been talking to Ralph Reed or Fred Ward or both about getting another television. I'm not sure if they'd done it already, but I know that within a week or two, we went televised a station in Macon, where we put out a show down there that we didn't make it at TBS anymore, but we played it down there and it played on TBS. I think it played on Sunday morning or somehow horrible.
I think it was Saturday mornings maybe. Ole gets into it here. Yeah.
Well, it's not too bad.
Yeah, he talks about getting in there with a little help from Ann Gunkel, who had still had ties with Ted Turner, and she gets you guys back on the station. Little help from Ann, but there's a reason behind that because, we'll get into that when we get to that part of the story. Ann Gunkel doesn't do anything for free. Let's just put it that way. But we're going to start from scratch. Ole loses Georgia Championship Wrestling. Ole loses TBS for the short term, and he certainly loses the 6:05 time slot in all of this, which really hurts. You guys lose the Omni. You lose everything, basically, and he has to start from scratch. And no more Georgia Championship Wrestling. It's going to be Championship Wrestling from Georgia. Put a lot of thought into that one, Ole. But just change the call letters a little bit there, but it's the meaning's still behind it. And what I want to do at this point is next week we're going to be taking the week off. My kids are on spring break, and I don't know that we're going to have the time to sit down quietly and do one of these deals. So what I'm going to do, Bob, actually, I wanted to go back and start from the beginning of your time here in the beginning of 1983. I think you come in around January of 83 and just go back and start telling the story forward again, but this time from a wrestling point of view, all the talent that came through, your memories and things you may have had from that time period of stepping in the ring or working behind the scenes, road stories, whatever may pop up. I wanted to go back and just talk about a lot of the talent because we would really be remiss if we didn't bring up all of the great stars that came through Georgia, all the guys that were about to hit the national expansion, pop up for Crockett and Vince McMahon a couple years from now. And so I want to go back and do that. And once we catch back up to this time period where Vince takes over, we'll begin to tell the story of Championship Wrestling from Georgia and your time there working for Ole under the new banner.
Okay. Sounds good.
All right. So as I'm scrolling through here, just some fun things coming when we get there. Of course, like I said, Ann Gunkel going to play a part in getting Ole that TV slot back on TBS eventually when you guys start back. You never really have any downtime. A lot of the talent leaves, though. Ole talks about some of the talent, seeing them one night and telling them, hey, if you guys are going to leave, just tell me now. I don't care. I just need to know so I can book accordingly. And we're going to get into those talents because they promise, Ole, we are not going to leave you. And a lot of those guys popped up for Vince McMahon the very next day, which is just really unfortunate. No honor among thieves in the pro wrestling world. So we're going to talk about that. That's definitely coming too. That's crazy. And you guys can kind of guess who they are because they popped up on TBS. They popped up working for Vince. So we can kind of guess some of those talents when we get there. But we're going to go back. We're going to talk about Wildfire, Tommy Rich, Jake the Snake Roberts, the Road Warriors, Tony Atlas, of course. We've got a fun Tony Atlas story coming. And so lots and lots of talent coming through here. Ted DiBiase, King Kong Bundy. My God, the list goes on. We're talking 2.5 years you spent, Bob, on the road and in the rings with a lot of these guys.
Right. Yeah. There were some good talent. You don't see it in terms of the everyday routine, getting up, getting ready to go and driving to a town, and then working. I mean, it's the same. It's the same. In my era, the road era, it was the same. You were always on the road. So you weren't flying to a lot of places. Their talent came from being on television, of course. Mm-hmm. In terms of the person, as far as how they were personally, what kind of person they were, or whatever, a lot of times that influenced the opinion I have to this day of what kind of if they weren't someone who I respected or even liked. But I don't have any bad things to say about anybody, but I also don't have anything good to say about them either. But anybody, because you could put anybody on television, and if they can keep from falling down and making a fool out of themselves, they're probably going to become famous. Just the fact that you see them on TV. They even have a category now. It's not wrestling. It's all everywhere. What are you famous for? Paris Hilton. I'm famous for being famous.
That's it?
Oh, yeah, that's it. Well, did you do anything? Have you done anything, really? No, but I'm famous.
But my father's rich, and so, yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, I was born into it. I could go out every night, buy $200 bottles of champagne all night, and every night, and schmooze and all that. Basically, a vacuous, empty life as far as I'm concerned. You say don't knock it if you haven't tried it. Well, I tried it a little, and it sucks.
Well, that's to each their own. I would enjoy a day or two of that. I'm not going to lie to you, but again, maybe not around the clock for the rest of my life. But I kind of say, he could use a getaway like that in life. But, before we end this episode, I want to leave you with this anecdote. I guess you could call it that, from Ole in regards to his conversations with Vince going back to the mid-'80s.
Okay.
And Ole said after he lost his job with WCW in the mid-'90s, I think it was around 94, that would have had to have been, he called up J.J. Dillon, and J.J. had been working for the WWF going back to the beginning of 88. J.J. was there for about at least 8 years, so he was definitely there during this. J.J. was Vince's right-hand man in the office. And so Ole says, I called up J.J. one day in the 90s when Jim was working for Vince, and I said, J.J., I'm looking for a job. I can help you with the booking or with the wrestlers, whatever you need. Ole offering to be a booker, an agent, whatever. He wanted a job. He'd lost his job with WCW for some ridiculous reasons. But JJ replied to Ole that, I'll tell Vince and I'll get right back to you. I never heard from them again. I can't imagine why. So Ole, he shot himself in the foot. He still came calling looking for a job, but Vince has a long memory. And he didn't meet Ole Anderson in the mid-1990s. So unfortunately, that's where the story ends with his interactions with Vince McMahon and Ole Anderson. So I thought that would be a fun way to leave the show this week, was just Ole kind of biting his tongue and not saying everything that he might have wanted to say here, but he knew he needed a job and he was willing to let bygones be bygones at this point. Enough time had passed. And he's like, all right, I get it now. It was just business. So let's do some business, huh? Well, remember when you told my wife to go fuck herself, pal? Maybe not.
Yeah.
So
can I add just a little anecdote or story? I'm not bosom buddies with JJ, but I have known him. But we met that way back in Texas in 1969, 70.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I always liked him. I thought he was not a very big guy, but he's always a great worker. He'd go out there and convince people that he was tough, and a nice guy. I saw him at Cauliflower Alley. I believe it was Cauliflower Alley in Vegas. Years after he had worked for Vince, and also he wrote a book. It was in his book that he worked for Vince, and in his heyday, Vince had convinced him to buy a mansion out there somewhere in New Jersey, whatever, $500,000 or whatever. Connecticut, yeah. And to make a long story short, at the end of it, he ended up divorced and sleeping in his mother's garage. Yeah. Can you imagine going from being a top executive at WC or at WWE, and you end up, as a result of that, you end up ruined financially, emotionally, socially, and sleeping in your mother's garage. That's why I don't like Mr. McMahon.
The only good part of that story, the happy ending, is that JJ winds up getting a job not super long after that back in WCW working behind the scenes, and he's going to stay there for a while. So hopefully he made some of that money back. Yeah, that was hard times. Vince was cutting people, cutting the budget, cutting pay in half, especially to a lot of the which was really unfortunate for the office workers, like J.J. Dillon, who was in charge of so many things like talent relations. I mean, he had a lot of job titles, did J.J. Dillon, coming in there in 88. Vince, again, that was another masterful move because J.J. was Dusty's right-hand man in the booking office. J.J. knew what everybody was making, exactly when their contracts ended, and then Vince McMahon picks him up, hires JJ over to the competition. And now JJ Dillon has all this information in his head in a notebook. Well, Arn and Tully finish up on this date, Vince, and Barry Windham's going to finish up here, and he's only making X amount of dollars. So if you offer him this, and I have it on good authority, so-and-so's not happy. So it was a very masterful move by Vince McMahon, not just to bring JJ in because of everything he had in his brain, the knowledge that he had in the business of the NWA, but also JJ knew how to work the office. So he was a good man by all accounts. And so he made some good money there for a while, but like you said, in the end, he certainly got screwed. It was hard times for the WWF in the mid-90s. It was bad for business really all the way around for the most part, but things would pick up and JJ would get a job with WCW there. But that's going to wrap it up here this week, Bob. We're going to finish up with that. On that note, Ole Anderson loses Georgia Championship Wrestling. We've told the story. I've had a fun time doing it and getting your opinions and memories there, being alongside a lot of this going on. And Ole Anderson shooting himself in the foot, admittedly, on the business point of view. One too many fuck yous, I would have to say. And that's all it takes.
Well, as usual, Ray, you have arranged our output here today in another masterful way of getting television. I have a tendency to go off so far on the left field, you're completely not out of the stadium, you're out of the city. But I appreciate the fact that we did another program together, man.
Yeah,
this is the best.
I think we stayed within the city lines, so I think we did a good job this week. It was fun times, and I can't believe we've come to the end. At least this part of the story has come to a conclusion. Now we're going to go back to the beginning of you arriving in Georgia and just looking at all of the fun things going on, and maybe sometimes not so fun things, but hopefully some stories trigger other memories, and we know how that goes down the rabbit hole. So that's what we're going to be doing next time, guys. We're going to go back to 1983 and look at a lot of the talent and some fond memories of Georgia Championship Wrestling from that era. But for now, we're going to wrap things up. Bob, I want to thank you so much for doing it here this week.
Well, thank you, Ray. It's a pleasure to work with you. Thank you out there if you're listening to us. I really appreciate it. We're in this together, and it's a labor of love for me. Who wouldn't enjoy talking about their own life? But it's not just that. It's not just my life. It's the history we're talking about. We're preserving the history of my era through my eyes. And there's other people who've done it too. And that's good in a way, because this information now is there. I mean, it's like, what was it like 100 years from now? Hopefully, if there's any interest still, this stuff will still be there. It'll be relevant. So thank you, Ray, for your part in making this happen, my friend.